G-O-A, keep time, we don't need you. We the greatest of all, in time you'll believe. G-O greatest don't evolve, happens in the fetus. See my gritted jaws, wonder who gon' feed us. Hungry to win, hard pressed to beat us. Hundreds and tens, hard fresh Adidas. Thought I knew men, most of them was divas. I'm more than man, I'm a natural born genius. Where my medals at? I don't pedal back, I'm too smart to meddle where the fellows keep the metal at. They pedal for the stats, I'm making benefactors, landlords, without the pot to call the kettle black. I know you feeling mellow, you thinking life is gonna be cinematic as these cellos, but that's just a rumble for the build up like a bellow. If they gon' hear you roar, time to let go.
Oh my god, oh my god.
Dude, the map was so insane. I was like, I had to pick.
No, I think
AG still cut done. Open, last guy. Done. They're gonna be quick, first guy's gonna be quick.
Watch out, guys.
Dude, that's
How are
you?
Done.
Nice.
Good job. We won. That was the perfect round. That's
I'm just this map now.
You say what?
I'm just this map now. Good job.
It's 2-5. Bro, it's so good at least.
The timing on this could be unbelievable. No one from the Ravens have turned. Oh, Sip, and an emotionless kill. Are we witnessing the most unbelievable round of control of all? Cammy! But he's still in and behind, swapping weapons, streak up to 9. Purge for the clutch, purge for the A's, Mr. Do-It-All. Spots them out! Super! And what a series it was.
Listen, where am I looking here? It's Mother's Day, all right? Call your moms, all right? And maybe I'll call them too.
Long live Crim 6. He'll be racing in Ohio a little bit later next month, and I hope to go see him. Hi, Maven.
Hey, I didn't know that.
Yeah, we're going up north. My brother's flying in. It's going to be fantastic.
I'm down.
You two are invited.
I'm going. That sounds great.
Of course, everyone at home is invited to our 4th to last day of the qualifiers.
Wow.
That's actually crazy.
4 days left in this studio. Starting to sink in, starting to marinate.
We're still going to see each other. We'll be golfing,
man. Yeah, we'll be golfing tomorrow.
It's going to be good. We got a lot to recap and unload. Let's start here in the kitchen. It's burger and fries, ladies and gentlemen.
Ooh.
Burger plays suck, fries are cooking. Let's take a look at the first one. It's my guy Nero. It's got to be a tweak movement, right? Give me a 4K.
It's looking like it's going to be Nero actually going insane. Oh, Burger flying off.
Okay.
Did he get force pushed? What happened here?
Nero's got to be good for like multiple burger and fry moments every series, bro. He's got to be.
I just thought it was going to be a 3-piece.
That was an uncontested win to gravity. All right.
Like, here you go. Yeah, no, then literally he'll kill all 4. No, that's Nero's gameplay in a nutshell. I swear to God, bro. Like,
yeah, it's like
brain turns off or he kills the whole team.
Nero's not the only one with a 4K. Sib dropped one on us, and he does it from his back with the AR.
Yeah, Sib's an absolute beast, and you know we talked about some of those players in the up-close engagements who can win it. Sib is in that short list of ARs where it's like you never know if you have the jump on him.
The quads were cool, but the triples were sexier. Let's take a look at Shotzi's first. Is it just map? Is it just the Hacienda, or where is this going to land?
I mean, that landed outside a barn and killed him through the window.
I feel like he's always had, like every year, he's had some he hits with like Hellstorm,
yeah,
like wraps a cruise to hit something nuts. Like he's good for that.
Yeah, Estriel showcasing some accuracy from this guy. Very few team kills coming in as we see the 3K land. Minnesota survives LAG in a game 5. Arcitys, what are you cooking for me, Falcons? Some aces?
Yeah, I mean, what he had an ace.
Fred
had an ace.
And they had 3-round
And
wins.
3-round ones, yeah. So Joe and I casted a lot of these. So this was a tough series to cast. I mean, Thieves were frying them. But listen, ace will always be impressive. It will, especially the way they got him done. Like that last gunfight win from Pred, we saw from the otother POV, it was disgusting.
2 aces and a loss. We call that a combo meal. Let's take a look at some frying, though, from the new guy, Mercules.
Bro, look at how every move he makes is just with intent. Like, he's not sliding around.
It's deliberate.
Doing this crack aim, like going crazy. Like, it's just all deliberate, as you put. It's so clean, like absolute fry.
Not only is he a 2-time Puckett Powerhouse Player of the Day, he also set the KD record for a match most recently yesterday.
Listen, I need to apologize in the sense, when he first came out, was playing with Toronto, I put more like on the system for Toronto. Like I was like 60% Toronto system, 40% Mercules type thing. I do believe in the Toronto system. I do. Same. I think it's a great spot for a player to come in. But now seeing with Optic, who has not had a good system, he's been disgusting. So I'm like 80-20. I mean, now he is so good. It's refreshing to see. Big fan of the kid.
We have just 11 days left in the season, gentlemen. We've got to start handing out awards.
Okay.
I think we got to start with the Rookies of the Year. Mercules making a name, but these two were the original noisemakers. Rancor and Super for the Miami Heretics have been dominant in front of a crowd. They seem more comfortable than most youngsters coming in. And most importantly, they have pop-off moments in 2 different game forms. Respawn for Rancor, Search and Destroy for Super.
Yes, I said to Joe yesterday when we were like casting them, I think you have to give it to Rancor because he sort of came in and changed the foundation of this team. Super kind of came in and refined them. They've both been terrific, but I mean, we even heard the interview yesterday. Like, man, it's literally a teammate got asked.
Yeah, because you look at the first major where they're able to make it to a Sunday and have the best placing in Heretics history. But that being said, Super can still take it, in my opinion, because like I get what you're saying, Clint. We're like
2 tournaments left.
Rancor has been the constant, right? And it definitely leans towards him. But Super is legitimately the best search player in the game since he's come into the league.
When's the Rookie of the Year vote? It's before champs, right? It's just regular season. So like, if he had 1 tournament left, he'd have to, in my opinion, they'd have to like win the major and be like unreal in Search and Destroy.
See, I don't think so. I think if you get a top 3 and Super remains the best
you already got a top 3 without him.
Look at this though. Look at that bottom one.
But his individual
series with 1.2s, they each have 6. Super's played in half the amount of matches. I think that's a testament to his skill. Let's keep moving this forward, though, man, because we have so much in this jam-packed schedule. Mercules is also a player that you just apologized to. How close is he to the other 2, or is it too late to start his race here for Rookie of the Year?
Okay, there's part of me that says it's too late.
It's
because
like
it's voted before
year.
like champs. But imagine like the story for Optic, bro. Like, you win champs last year, you have this horrible stretch of top 8s, all the drama that goes down, and then if Mercules came in and somehow these guys like won champs, I'd be like, all right, give it to the kids.
Well,
but it's before that.
So it's interesting, right? Because we award Rookie of the Year prior to champs.
Yes.
If we went through champs in EWC, I think he would have a huge opportunity.
Probably, yeah. If they had like a crazy finish, like somehow like won 1 or 2 of those.
But like if they win this next event and he is like MVP, then yes, I mean he would almost eclipse.
He would have to. He could have multiple top 3 finishes with multiple different teams. Yeah, exactly. That would be a testament to his skills.
No, that'd be a weird one. That'd be one of the weirdest like votes you've ever had for Rookie of the Year.
So far, as we are just 4 days away from Major 4, we're also 4 days from closing the door on a regular season. You can see Minnesota Rocker. They're sitting there at 125. Cloud9 didn't gain any ground yesterday, which means Rocker and Cloud9 still 40 points back of Optic Texas. Everyone else seeming safe for champs.
Yeah, I think the storyline switched for me. It was all about Rocker and Cloud9. It was all about like Kenny and could he upset Optic. The story for me has become Optic now. I want to see. Yeah. I think they're going to get in. I want to see if they can turn around this horrific year they've had. That's what it is for me.
With the numbers there, I don't know if you guys saw it, but with the losses yesterday, it is now official. Vegas and LAG are not in the cards.
It's been official for me for a while.
3 months.
Glad we can lock that in now.
Yeah, thank God.
Yeah, in terms of this, I mean, there's still a chance. Obviously, Rocker or C9 have to make a pretty deep run. C9 have been looking pretty good. Rocker, I feel like I've just lost faith in them. These losing to the Falcons and then going game 5 versus LAG just almost indicates like you're just not, a top 8 team anyways, right? So you're just not that caliber. And after watching Optic in their couple of games they've had, I think they're making it. They just look way too clean.
I agree.
A little bit more ice on one of those shoes.
I think I've been trying to force this like storyline around the bubble because it is possible, but I think Optic's a story for me now. I think it is. With Mercules in, I want to see if these guys can turn around their entire year.
To finish out this non-story, who do you have though, Minnesota or Cloud9, if there is one breaking through?
I got C9.
I think I would have said C9 to like the series yesterday, and I was like, All right, I guess you still have to say C9.
Yeah. I mean,
It's a discussion if they pull off some W's. One team, though, that we know is pretty much a lock for champs is Boston. After hovering around 6th place all season, the team is feeling pretty comfortable. But are they a true threat? What is going on with the Breach as we take a look at some of their highlights from the week?
So, yes, the issue that Boston have had is they've been, built around kind of their respawn, right? And they figured out their control, which has been phenomenal the last split and a half. But in the last 2 majors, they have played Vancouver in winners round 2, and they went down to the lower bracket and got knocked out by Toronto. And you know what those 2 teams are? They're world-class hardpoint teams that just edge Boston out. They like some of the similar maps. And, for Boston, that formula just doesn't work against those 2 squads, right? So they have to either improve upon that. And that's why today's match is going to be massive for them.
Yeah, I think they're like the definition of like a dark horse for me late in this year. We know that they can come in and upset like a top team like they did in round 1 versus Thieves, but more often than not, I think they're going to lose those teams. But they have the potential to do it, so they're a dark horse.
You're playing Vancouver Surge, who has been one of my favorites despite their current record.
Yeah.
The team has been to back-to-back grand finals. Silver medal ain't bad if you're a guy like Neptune making his return to the league. Today he takes on Boston Breach as Vancouver tries to hold on to top 4. 3 games on our fantastic Sunday here on May 11th. Call your mom. We're going to a quick break. We come back. Get locked and loaded. Boston takes on Vancouver after this.
Bad Jordan.
Visit scuff.co/CDL for your chance to win the Road to Champs giveaway and join us at CDL Champs.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
The 2025 Boston Breach Team Pack is available right now. Each pack includes home and away operators, as well as this spray to help you blend the competition. Next time you boot up, suit up at the in-game shop.
I was wide awake and laughing. The doctor didn't even have to slap me. Cut the cord 10 years later, I'm a prodigy. Got more letters on my name than the Ivy League. Now I'm an MVP, CEO, VIP. All the youngest want to be like me. Cause I walk like a champion. Double helix, twist pedigree. Call me Red One, Irvine, Gaga. For me, fame monster. Sand squad posture. Big footsteps to follow, so use caution. Never duplicated, imitated so often. Feast on opposition, that's why I stay flossing. If you want the noise, I can bring it.
It's the Call of Duty League, everybody. Welcome back in. It's a Maven Sunday, which means we are in store for chaos. I hope it starts brewing right now because we have 2 top 6 teams. In fact, a number 4 versus number 6 on our power rankings today.
Sure.
Surge, you got to show up. I mean, they started at 0-2. We've had a couple top teams come out slow. Well, mostly Thieves and them. They can't mess around now. Otherwise, you could be starting in a wonky spot in the winners bracket final where you're playing against one of the top, winners bracket start where you're playing against a tough top team. We need to see the best we've seen in Surge.
And Boston has struggled against Vancouver in the past, but they've been looking good so far in the Major 4 qualifiers. What have you liked?
Yeah, I mean, I think I've liked Snoopy. In the last series, Snoopy was electric, making massive plays. The search and destroy has been on point for them. In this matchup, though, it's been really tough. Nasty and Neptune have completely shut them down. And then, you look at the other side of things for the Boston Breach, and so the ARs have had a tough go of it. Cammy in particular, he's been a guy who's picked up his game over the last 2 splits, except when he goes up against the Vancouver squad. I mean, for Boston, it's just about getting over the hump. Usually they get it done versus teams in their hardpoint, Well, versus Vancouver, that's going to be almost impossible.
Boston currently sitting at 1-1, but Vancouver was the surprise after finishing second at Major 3 and Major 2. We see the squad struggling 0-2.
Well, and I were just talking about like going through their control, and like it's not only been that, but what was it? Like they lost 6 straight.
Right, it says
they've lost 1 round, or they won 1 round in 6 controls.
That's 1 in 18 round count.
I mean, that's the opposite of Breach, basically, who have figured out how to play control.
They've had some close.
I wonder why it's slipping so bad for Surge.
Is it the numbers? Because I feel like they're no longer slaying at the same pace that we saw from them in the last 2 majors.
Well, I mean, you had like.
I'm sure the numbers are going bad if you lost that many controls.
I mean, their attacking has been really, really bad. I mean, they're 11th in the league on attack. Probably losing a lot of, their KD
well,
there.
It's been all 3 maps too, right?
Hacienda will not be easier for them today, but looking at that dealership for game number 2, who steals the first search and destroy?
Yeah, I almost want to go Vancouver. I like the way they play dealership. Abuza on that street is ridiculous. He's just putting down damage, finding kills left and right.
Yeah, I said he was the best player on that street, and I kind of made up that stat, but like I think he's a monster.
He's great.
There
is
a special stat for those making predictions at home. Today is the first day that Neptune is playing alongside the crew in Vancouver. He's on the road doing some content up there. Normally plays from Indiana, where he has been frying.
Yeah.
I think it's a bad thing. I am going with Boston Breach. I got him winning in 3.
Boston has supreme internet.
You have them winning in 3.
Yeah.
Wow.
I think this is where Surge, like they just can't slip up anymore. They're 0-2. I think Surge 3-1.
Vancouver Surge?
Yeah, they've just had Boston's number, but it's hard to beat a team 3 times in a row, so I'm going to go Boston.
Okay.
Boston Breach. And Alley Cat, the birthday girl, is going with Vancouver. Very happy birthday to our analyst. We'll give you the day off, eat a whole bunch of cake, and come back to us happy next week. But Maven,
let's go, Allie.
Oh, happy birthday.
You got some big shoes to fill today, bud. You ready?
I probably have tiny shoes to fill. She's got little dainty feet. I wear a size 13.
Factual stuff. We go over to our testers today. It's Shift.
Was she 33?
Yeah, I think 33 now.
33.
Yo, what's up about these May babies, stud? How we feeling, Shift?
We're both May babies. We got a lot of May babies in the house, man. Jay and I are 1 day apart. It's some supreme duo energy. It's Mother's Day. Everyone's vibing. We're looking good. You're looking good. I'm looking good. I'm feeling good. Let's get this thing bumping, bud.
Hey, it's a good Sunday, bro. Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers watching the show, or all the mothers supporting anyone in the world who are just doing a damn thing for their children. You are the true MVPs of the world. But we got a fantastic day of Call of Duty in front of us, man. To start off with this series, obviously you heard the Des touch on it. Boston versus Vancouver. They have faced each other multiple times throughout this season. Vancouver have gotten the better of them 3 out of the 4 times. But just like this form of Vancouver recently has gotten me nervous, because you just go from back-to-back grand finals at both majors, but then you're coming back and just basically always relying on your hard point. But then if you fall short on your hard point, you saw what it looked like in that series versus Optic Texas. It was not good. 6 losses in a row in Search and Destroy, 4 losses in a row in Control. Maven hit it perfectly on the head. They got to show why they are still one of them top dogs versus Boston here, because you can't afford this loss. You need to try to make winners.
Yeah, it's just one of those things. Like, consistency has been an issue here for Vancouver, and I think just largely speaking across the respawn, but in particular the Control. We'll talk about that when we get there. But for Boston, it's about trying to, again, find another map to add into the pool and see if you can find something to give you an edge as we look over the Major 4, DreamHack, and likely a playoffs position. Opening first couple of eliminations, though, really solid for Vancouver as we open the map up. And Awakening is just going to try to do what he can to stay alive, wait for help, and it's here. Let's go again.
Yeah. Perfect plays right there out of Awakening. Just finesse a little bit longer. Allows your team to have a full team push going in towards this break attempt. And they make it count with Giga finding 4 in the feed. Already off to a good start, because Giga recently has been struggling for this Boston Breach squad, but he's firing on all cylinders. He probably stared into the sun today. They tie the game up there with time at P1, but 10 seconds left. We want to control over torch stays, and Boston currently have the spots they want.
I know Ant is like coming from the desk right into the green room and just looks at the scoreboard, and I bet he says, Giga. Like, just flat out 5-0 start, but Vancouver hold the narrow edge, heading over to P2. A little bit of a split setup here for Boston, as they have a couple of members trying to contest early, but 2 others that had spawned way out from P1, and Vancouver gets a read on just about all of it. A little bit of maybe second guessing in terms of, is there another hit through mid? But no, it's gonna be Boston from the front, and Vancouver about to realize that.
Yeah, now they have them trapped towards the backside, so just gonna prepare, iron up, and fight these gunfights head forward. But Boston walk away with a majority of those kills, so now the spawns get a little bit weird. It's on Nasty to try to finesse his life to maintain over towards stage, but eventually he does get traded out. So Boston's first attempt at a break, they make it count, and this is a good time to walk away with.
Yeah, really solid stuff from Purge. He continues to provide when Boston need him the most in those break attempts, especially in the hard points. Definitely one of those things that we've really noticed a lot in the last stage as their control started to get better, and now trying to find a way to continue that into new hard point maps. Snoopy trying to hold on to the last 10 seconds. Looks like Vancouver want to test this just a touch, knowing that they've already got the rotation underway, but not able to really find too much out of the Surge. And look at that, spawns are going to be out just for Nasty. What does that do with the Booza? No, he'll be in garage. So a little bit of a limited setup here for Vancouver. Boston trying to break again.
Yeah, Boston have the numbers for this break, and Purge already finds the opening kill. Awakening strikes for the second. You have the numbers. You're effectively able to find your break on your first attempt. And the last one that was standing was Nasty, but he spawned all the way across the map. So now Vancouver trying to approach from the front. Trades keep going down, but Boston still contested.
Yeah, really solid stuff here from the breach until for just off the staircase, a little bit of elevation. Purge trying to find the trade. Pistol not going to work out. Help had arrived. Awakening trying to find the final 1v2, but no, not going to happen. And Vancouver from the front will spawn up. Get a read that Boston are still in the parking garage. Neptune good for the first, and this is going to provide them a lot of space. Yeah, for 04 if he can stay alive to get back over to stage, but instead they'll just spawn there anyways as Vancouver retake the lead.
Yeah, now you just don't want to die off this rotation because you know Boston are going to be looking for an opening kill. They find that one onto a Booza. Now, can they take enough space to potentially spawn in behind them? Nope, a Booza spawned right next to them on the hard point. So now Boston banking on what Snoopy can get done on this route because the Booza is just watching the cross. The ARs are gunning them down, but now Boston's flip spawns have a better chance at a break here.
Yeah, I didn't want to really talk about it. Cammy is not shooting right now. So in a match that's only about 15 points, you need your ARs to start really getting together and playing at the same level because right now it really has just been Awakening and Purge. Cammy 1-8, really not a solid start whatsoever. Vancouver's taking advantage of it, now up about 30 points.
Oh yeah, this is a lot of time. This is basically a flawless 60 so far. Finally, you're able to win that contested gunfight on the cross, but still a Booza gunning you down with the AR. Now it's all left up to Neptune though. He knows that he's going to be surrounded. This needs to win a one-on-one, maybe a two-on-one, but your teammate with the car bomb is able to save you. Vancouver with the perfect rotation there over towards stage. Blow the game wide open. Gonna find himself up by 50, almost 60 points. And they're already contesting there at noon.
Yeah, this is one of those moments here early in this red card that you have to start seeing Boston get themselves, all four of them, going. It's been too much of Purge and Awakening right now. Snoopy able to find one from inside the hard point. So good start here for Breach on the bleacher. Split spawn situation though for Surge looking to pinch.
Yeah, they're trying to take control of this BS&D position. Gets on Cammy to look for the double, and he's able to locate it, secure the better spawns there for Boston. Big time play there for Cammy. Potentially some momentum to start to turn this game around, but you see now what it does to Vancouver on your minimap. They are forced to hit long routes. They don't want to bombard over towards God Eddie and Long Street. They're going to forfeit all of this time to Boston, and they're right in this game now.
Yeah, really solid stuff here for Boston. It's just really just the first fight is so convincing. You get a read on the split spawns, and then you push out one side, receive the other. Things looking pretty decent. 15 seconds to fight for. Nasty with the double. We'll have the hard point open up, but yeah, that was exactly what you needed to see if you're a Boston fan. Just finding time on a hard point. You don't often accrue much, and Purge will even find two more right as the hard point's about to close. Cammy now right back into this game 5 and 10, and Boston are going to have numbers over the top of P1.
Hey man, if you're Cammy, hey, just say big shout out to my teammates for getting me through that half.
Yeah,
but he made a big time play there to soak a lot of that time. But with Purge going 24 and 10, that's the only reason why he has opportunities like that. But now into the second set, already fight for hedge control. Purge and Snoopy are able to combine for 2. Vancouver trying to contest as well, but Boston soaking time.
Yeah, prime time though with Boston back in the mix for us to jump on over and see how Surge are handling it with the Vancouver listening.
This one, and one on B2.
Yeah, stay. I'll bump you.
I'm dead. One more back to mid.
I'll try, he's on time, I'm letting it.
Coming on death. Dead on death. Someone needs to be far. Well, I'm weak stage.
I'm going out archer.
Yeah, go. I'm gonna pick up your ticket. I'm gonna get time, okay, Jovan?
Okay.
You guys take it Purge. All my W, you guys take it. Deep left, touching feet time. Someone needs to get ticket. That was okay, I need this shit.
Their ticket.
Dead. One mid smirk, BH1.
No, he's
yeah, definitely best.
Go, he went mid door. He went back to door now, Snoopy. No,
One more in back. He's running the place.
We both there. Both there.
Yeah, but he's out on time now. That's our time. That's it.
Get time, fire. I'm picking the reset walk.
I'm going to say I need it.
Gallo go.
Yeah, I'm trying.
I spawned out.
Sidewalk dead.
Nice.
Probably mid, bro.
Okay, I'm staying out. I'm looking dubs, okay?
Yeah,
I'm
probably
looking
flanking
dubs.
deep, bro.
I'm
Shot on your left.
Yeah.
We're missing one. Top dark, Cami. Top dark, he's still here.
I have your issue.
Two dubs, double child. Wow.
And one's gonna be top dark. He's gonna block. He's blocking us, okay? Just stick with him.
That's good. That's good time.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to soak him. Above you, Joanne. You go. That's two. Go on. I think twice on him.
Twice up globe. Two of them are spawning out.
That one is on you, Joanne. Take your time, okay? Nice one.
Yeah, really nice listening there for Vancouver, dealing with the chaos, finding an opportunity to continue to manipulate the map, getting reads on Boston spawns. It just feels like they really have this map locked in right now.
Yeah, it's just hard point for them, man. Whenever you talk about hard point for Vancouver, their teamwork is usually what makes the dream work. And when their communication is clicking like that, usually don't see that much time on a P2 hard point. But through the chaos, like you said, they were just able to coordinate it perfectly, locate the last couple of players who were trying to edge their way on out, and soak them majority of the time there. Now a break here at P3. They're up by 40. They had all the proper angles cut. Boston need a break.
Yeah, they're kind of coming in forcedly about one by one. Don't love to see that. Cammy awakening the last two left. They're both going to fall, leaving Purge by himself. And Purge is frying 30 and 19, but has not been able to do much around the hard point, which has been the issue, obviously, for Boston. It's going to be finding the majority of the time, largely off of what they did last time at Bleachers. So P2, P3, and what looks to be P4 continue to be a little bit of a struggle here for Boston as they rotate back to stage.
Yeah, this is another scary situation to be in because already the opening kill goes in favor of Abuza. Now, if you're Boston, you know you're spawning over towards this side of the map, so you have to try to account for him, but that's wasting time trying to execute this break. But now you find a couple kills. You're trying to set up this pitch, but the close ones coming in from Vancouver. A lot of it still walks across.
Nate out, just trying to do what they can, and wow, Abuza picks up the cross in towards mid, and Nasty's able to just spam out Purge inside of the hard point. So just when it looked like Boston had done what they needed to get mid-map control, get into the hard point, it's immediately countered in the next wave of shots from Surge. And now Abuza's on 4 in a row, 28 and 22 off the reload, has a couple players in front of him, but that's an opportunity for Boston to get the out trade. Problem is, again, they just cannot see a hard point. They're only getting 10 seconds of scrap or so at best for each of these last 3 hills.
Yeah, I think at P4 alone, they have a total of like 20 points, and that's not good. And they just got 15 off of this attempt. So that's been the money hill for Vancouver. You breach that 200-point mark. Big gunfight win by Abuza to secure these spawns for his team. Now Boston the trap. You have them surrounded. You can spawn them over towards Eskies. You can close the game out here.
Sure could. It would still be, do you think, difficult to get 30 seconds off of just 45 remaining here on Bleachers, but Nasty's going to jump in, find a little bit of time. Boston fighting back. Nice angle here from Abuza, but Cammy surprises as there's a hit that happens over towards Ticket. 04 able to shut that down, and yeah, Vancouver's just going to play for some map control here. Maybe even more than that as 04 nearly able to go from one to the other, but not quite. Hardpoint stays open. We have a back and forth kill feed as Boston try to keep this game alive.
Yeah, it's just been playing keep away. If you are Surge. Boston know they desperately need this time. Neptune just jumped in and try to contest it, set up his ARs for a couple freebies, and that's all 4 dead. Final 15 going in favor of the Surge. Nasty already putting himself in a power position, knowing where the Boston spawns are going to come on in. They have hedge control. You need 15 seconds. This is looking like a Surge map 1.
Yeah, it's just the cleanup around mid is just too convincing. And yeah, it's one of those things like, you know, I think to evaluate this map, you know, it just really, for me, comes down to the fact that Vancouver's just controlling how the spawns are moving so well. You know, and Boston just, even though you get some pop-off moments, you get a couple of players who really do tee off. It's just when you've got only one of the 2 ARs that are really fighting back, and you've got Snoopy not able to quite hit routes, it's real tough scenes in terms of how you know, get this game back into your grips if you're not able to win a rotation or spawn where you want to.
Yeah, they dominated the rotations on this match. All the money hills that they wanted to the P2s. You want to make sure you stay over stage. That was theirs. Towards P4s, they were the team initially over towards stage, walking away with the majority of the time in this game. And then every time Boston tried to cut their losses, they never really had opportunities to do so. So still trying to fight here, though. Vancouver obviously only need 4 more seconds. But Boston, I guess, just trying to get a little bit, the guns a little bit more warmed up.
Yeah, and I think the thing about this for Vancouver trying to put this game away is, like, don't get too greedy here. Just play off each other's trades, get yourself in a position to find these last couple of seconds inside the hard point, and you should be good to go. But Boston will break once again. Not done yet. 187 to 247. 04 at sidewalk is stunned. Abuza sees a lot of the action hitting from the front, but doesn't really have the angle to stop Boston from getting into the hard point. So now it's just not a Neptune. First shots are good onto one. Awakening, try to get into contest, but Abuza will find the final kill. No one else is going to be able to touch, and Vancouver will eventually put this map away. Got a little bit tight there for a moment, but just a little bit too late for Boston to try to make a go of it.
Yeah, that's clean work there from Vancouver, though. Like, to dominate the map the way that they did. The crazy thing is like, when you look at the numbers for Vancouver on a map like Red Card, they're not the best in rotation. They're not the best in holes. They're not the best in breaks. But just like the way that they're able to manipulate the map, like you said, influence the spawns a certain way, always set up teammates to find that kill or just set up proper pitches. They make the hard points game look so easy because everyone's just doing their 25%. And this is now going to be more difficult for Boston because for them, it's been, all right, we got Hasi, we got Vault. We need a third hard point. And every time you're squaring up against Vancouver, you're squaring up against Toronto, you have some similarities in your map pool, a lot of similarities in your map pool. But now, since neither one of these squads want to play Skyline, you're trying to get better at Red Card. It's just that kind of performance of just being laid off the rotations. The AR's not really slaying, not really finding consistent teamwork off of these breaks. It's going to be a tall ladder to climb for them to try to progressively get better at this map as fast as they need to.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. In a team that is, 50% or so win rate when it comes to how their hardpoint has gone on the season, it's tough when you're still struggling to add another map into the pool. Like, it just has not gone well. You called it absolutely perfectly. Like, the year starts off great with Vault. Okay, cool. Then Hacienda's into the pool. Great. We love that too. And then really the last month and a half has been, let's just hard hit Skyline. And you're right. It's like a couple of decent wins here and there that look like, all right, these guys are cooking. But then you also have like 100-point club and another that almost falls into that same category, playing up against Vancouver's and Toronto's and like those teams that are in the top four. And yeah, you're absolutely right. When it comes down to just the struggles of this Boston Breach team being able to build out more than just those two maps, because let's be honest, there are a number of the top teams that are also fine seeing Hacienda and Vault in the mix. So they're fine to square up with you on your map pick. Like, you just have to have something else that's more of a flex.
Yeah, that's just something they're going to have to try to figure out very, very quickly. But now that you're down 0-1 in this series, you need to be able to show your dominance in search and destroy, because recently that's been a good mode for them. Like, they have been able to improve in their first bloods, finding effective trades, better on their post plants. But when you're throwing in maps like Dealership, when you're throwing in maps like Rewind into a series, obviously you're just trying to get reps in, because S&Ds are basically 50-50 on the side of Boston.
Yep.
Vancouver, though, on the other side for this Dealership map, like, they really enjoyed this one. Like, you saw how they were early on setting the tone with their aggression out of their SMGs. They really don't allow bomb planes to go at the opposite side at that B bomb, which is insane to me. They just instantly have that set up to where you saw Atlanta FaZe do it. We're taking Courtyard away, and we take Court and we take mid. You're forced to only go A. You don't really have opportunities to go over towards that B site. So Boston, that's something that they're going to have to figure out on their attacks. Is like, we need more success on our post plants at A.
Yeah, I think Atlanta really opened a lot of eyes in terms of how they played Dealership last week, in seeing them just essentially voluntarily against Thieves give away the site that you're talking about, and just preferring to play for retake nades over the top, because you've got a giant minefield of explodable vehicles. So try to use that to your advantage. And there were a couple of rounds that Thieves were able to kind of wiggle back, and I know that there's been a lot of conversation of like, why do Atlanta keep doing that? But I still think, like, outside of one maybe Folly, I think that that's probably what we're going to see a lot of teams trying to do more of, let's just play for contact, see if we get any information on an A hit, we'll toss our nades, we'll try to play through mid, see what we can do to try to open up the site for a retake, because you don't necessarily have to contest the bomb plant, knowing that it's so difficult to hold if you don't get through the site itself. So yeah, I think you're right in terms of, watching a team like Vancouver, who are very good at contesting and not letting bombs go down. I'm interested to see how they choose to play the map defensively after we've seen maybe a little bit of a switch up in the last couple of weekends since the Major 3 and Boca.
Yeah, the pressure is going to be there, because Boston had players like Purge and Snoopy who love those early engagements, that mid-map pressure or the mid-map control early on into these rounds. Both teams are going to try to capitalize on it. So far in stage 4, though, Snoopy, so they got a 1.3 first blood win percentage is great, 67. That means he's walking away with a majority of those first kills. And you need him to try to have that same success here, because just the way that Neptune and 04 are able to manipulate the map around each other, 04 consistently pushing over towards court, that's not a guy you want to allow get hot.
Opening offensive look for Vancouver will be over towards A, at least initially. Nades out through the small door. Stun will come through from Cammy on Boston's defense and will hit Neptune. So Boston, we're going to go for the quick pinch. Read by Abusa. He gets the first. In a good position to hold off a second. And meanwhile, Nasty's found 2 from the front. So this quick play from Boston finds absolutely nothing. And it's a 15-second flawless round for Vancouver.
Yeah, that was super quick. Like, way too quick. Like, if you're Snoopy there, you know the play's developing at A. We have to try to execute a team push. But he tries to catch him off guard with the timing. Too bad Abusa is ironing on the pinch. Finds that opening kill. Reads there's another one. Teammates have a 3v2 on the other side. They take that space away. And Abusa easily is able to win that one-on-one gunfight to close out the round. Very quick. Successful attacking round there from Vancouver.
Oh, big time. And I think, again, the surprising part about that is not necessarily that you get the read on the flank and you find 2, but more so that Nasty from inside the site is able to catch the 2 defenders that are trying to play just in front of the garage door. No trophy system earned yet for Boston due to the quick nature of that last round. So this is a labored A approach. Abusa, one of the best at playing this backside A position, has already dealt some damage and has help nearby.
Yeah, now if you're Boston, you're just trying to wait out the stuns and nades to get invested. But Abusa is able to find a pick onto Snoopy. So now you have the numbers. That. Neptune is just going to go for the chow. Take down Cammy, Giga, Lau left in a 1v4.
And okay, there's at least a kill to speak of for Boston, but yeah, that's one of the things, when we talk about how Atlanta played this map and what they did versus LA and how convincing that was, and then you look at how Vancouver played this map, there is this level of like, I don't know if there is a better AR defensively over the top of A than Abusa. When they lost this map to LA in Boca, he was a non-factor, but if he continues to find opening shots and first bloods on top of that, like he does in that last round, this team's very difficult to beat.
Oh, yeah. And if you find first bullets on this map specifically on defense, like, it's basically a GG on the round because the way that they play is like 04's already puts out towards Arch. He knows that they're not wrapped back towards B. They have to commit over towards A. And with the Boozer just being the line of sight there just to gain the info, and he finds a first blood, it's a GG on the round. But already into the next, the team Nade good enough to find the opening kill onto Snoopy. Now you got the man advantage. You can truly do whatever the hell you want if you surge.
Yeah, no forwards just got the trophy system to make sure no defenders get into the actual parking lot here whatsoever. Cammy's been seen. Abusa says, I got you. Go ahead and plant. Stun over the top. Purge. Trying to make a play quickly, but Red dealt with quickly. 04 down. In trouble. Will be dealt with. Nasty just has to wait for help. Neptune on the long flank. Clean shots onto Awakening. And now it's just Cammy split between the last 2 Surge members. Deals with the first, though, and now to the 1v1. Neptune. Little jump. He's, I think, seen him, or his teammates are calming him. And so now we reset, and the SMG at that range just doesn't lose.
Yeah, it's just an easy round there from Mr. McLeod. I truly don't understand how if people can actually see people through the garage door. Because, like, every time I watch them go for that jump peek, it's just like, I think he's on it. I don't think he's on it. I don't really know if I spotted him, but they might just have a better monitor than I do. You're able to catch the timing if you're Neptune. Working that deep pinch. It got a little bit scary, though, because Boston were able to reinforce with their numbers and walk away with the majority of those trades. But thankfully, Neptune on the pinch finds the one-on-one versus Awakening, makes it a one-on-one, and like you said, with the Jacko in hand up close and personal, that's an easy gunfight. Vancouver 3-0.
Yep. Nades exchanged over through mid this time. RCXD is out and has been seen over towards B, but Awakening cannot deal with it, so has to spend the Semtex. Neptune keeping Purge a little bit more at bay, and actually may consider trying to chow that as he's got help from Nasty, but instead Snoopy's the one tagged and everything just kind of stays neutral, and Boston just continue to fight this in 2 different locations. They're just not focused up on where they want to take these opening fights.
Yeah, they're just splitting their pushes, but gunfights are also being split, and Nasty's walking away with a double to the middle of the map. So now you're isolated over towards Arches. Snoopy left in a 1v4, instantly gonna get traded, and that's why you don't try to contest early on at that B site versus Vancouver, because just their mid-map control, they're set up around courtyard. It's so difficult to try to break them down if your attacks are not connecting. But Surge looking resurged after their series versus Optic. Coming out swinging out the gates, up 4-0 quickly.
It's been perfect. It really has been perfect, both offensively and defensively. So need to see something here in round 5 for Boston just to start to change the narrative a touch, or at least add something to the narrative, which has largely just been the patterns of Vancouver dominating. Vancouver are going to try to give a little bit of a different look here. Snoopy has played aggressively forward through arches. Won't see anything, so he'll back away. And that's just due to Vancouver not showing anything. No nades, no contact, no nothing.
Now if you're Boston, you're thinking, okay, they didn't show any face early on towards B. They have to be committing over towards A, but still the noise is a little bit quiet. So Awakening's going to edge out back over towards B, gain some info. The play potentially is going to be on this side, but Nasty again finds a first blood onto Cammy, gives the comp to the teammates. A is open, and 0-4 catches the pincher. 4v2.
Yeah, Purge just trying to find a timing on that flank, but it's tough. So now you got Snoopy working on the long range angle through the dealership itself. He does win 1 versus Neptune, but he loses his teammate in Awakening through the site. And this post plant, yeah, it's not happening for Snoopy. There's no way you break this.
Yeah, 1v3, no stun, no nade. Information already gained on the side of Surge. And times just keep on ticking away. It's going to take an absolute miracle to try to clutch up this round. But, yep. Oh, they almost line up.
Almost.
But Vancouver up 5-0.
Yeah, and that's one of those things, like, you kill noise on really both sites if you're Vancouver, like a little bit more feel out in terms of like a couple of stuns, a couple of nades over towards A. Maybe you get a little bit of contact, but as soon as we saw Snoopy and the rest of that B defense immediately rotate over, Cammy starts to play forward, thinking that there's going to be a hit. I need to get on site. I want to contest the bomb plant. But then there's no exit. As soon as Vancouver starts to show that they're here, and that car bomb just completely changes the dynamic of the round, and then Purge gets caught trying to play for timing through mid. It just wasn't there. And yeah, this has not been good for Boston, I'll tell you that much. And Vancouver look really, really, really good in this map.
Yeah, it's so good to watch them on their split pushes find success, like in island gunfights. That's going to make your S&D approach so much easier. And now you're up 5-0. You can do whatever you want. Let's call it an RC car, gain early info at B. And all right, you're going to square up here. Let's see what you got, Boston.
Stuns and nades do get tossed, though, backside hut as well as in the mid. But Nasty able to come back into the play, find one. Bomb planted, doesn't matter. Tin's been cleared out. Snoopy also drops. Cammy, nowhere to go. A perfect, flawless, and quick 6-0 search and destroy. And it just kind of, like, begs the question, like, where has this Vancouver been all stage? Because they're looking good all over the place right now.
Hey, man, they needed this W, and they're playing like they definitely needed this W. Mr. McLeod is in the building, shooting some content to all 4 players, throwing out the daps. But they are just taking care of business on a beautiful Sunday. 6-0 in the search and destroy. Found every single first blood as well, Alan, on the map. Like, if you're going to do that on your defenses, you're most likely going to walk away with rounds. But if you're doing that in your offenses as well, yeah, it's a GG. Vancouver looking like their old form, quickly up 2-0 in Boston. Now they're starting to scare me a little bit because this team was on the upwards, and so far they have been on a downward trajectory recently.
Yeah, very much so the case. And again, it's just like, where has this Vancouver been? Like the series that they played versus Optic, it just looked like they were completely lost. You play Atlanta, like that sometimes happens. But the series versus Optic, I think was really revealing. But this is just completely washed all of that slate clean by the look of it as we head back to Maven Sunday and the desk.
I knew it was going to be a Vancouver 3-0 today, guys. Saw this one coming a mile away.
Jackets?
No, actually it's reversed.
Yo.
Yeah.
That looks good.
Shout out my white tee.
I didn't even notice.
Yeah, this guy's on top of the fashion.
I don't know
game.
what that says about
Can
me.
we talk about Search and Destroy, though? Because you said this was the most clinical search we have witnessed from top teams.
Yes, I mean,
up there.
Yeah, this was surgical even. I mean, you're talking, they had 3 like first blood nade kills where it's like comboing their nades, blowing up the car, back killing Cammy. One was on Snoopy middle as he's trying to get tricky, just knowing everything Boston was going to do. When they needed a retake, it was just thunderous, like finding the first 2 kills there and then 0-4 with the second one, always together. Nobody's able to sneak through. Like Surge were prepared for literally everything Boston had for them on this map.
But this seems to be one of those matchups. There's just a few times where Team A matches up against Team B, and it is a one-sided affair. What gives Vancouver the edge?
They're a better team across the board. I mean, especially as they give a cohesive unit how they like to play the game fundamentally, they are just far ahead. They don't have nearly as many, I guess, like mental lapses or mistakes that maybe breach will. But I picked them 3-1 for this pure reason that it's must-win time for them within this qualifier. We know how good they are. Post-event hangover is done. You got back-to-back seconds. It's time to lock back in. And we saw a locked-in Surge.
I mean, they're just good at the same things, but Surge are better.
Better, yeah. That's what he's like. They're just better. They're just better. I don't know how to answer that. Like,
similar play styles. I mean, even similar maps. I mean, you look at this map 1. This is Boston's map pick in the series, right? And Purge was giving you everything, and you know, you started to rally back into it. It was an unbelievable stage hold that gave Surge like their big chunk lead, and they're able to just kind of hold on to that throughout the rest.
I think something that separates like the great from the good, Chris, for me, like historically, is consistency. That's like the number one thing for players and teams, and like he said, they're very similar. I think Surge are like a more consistent version of them. Yeah, I mean, that's the single biggest thing for me.
I thought Boston had a chance to finish with a top 3 seed. That was until they showcased their true self against Vancouver once again. They look good. Snoopy had a takeover performance in the last match. It's not going to happen against Neptune's group.
Yeah, I mean, they just got to hope they don't have to play Surge in a bracket again. They've gotten to a winners round run the last 2 tournaments, and they've ran into Surge. They got to hope that that does not happen because they just get gapped.
It's time for Hidden Heroes. Maven, are you ready for this one?
I haven't done one in a while.
We have selected not players this time.
Oh, God.
These are hidden talents. Quick tip. These are pro-ish talents working on the CDL.
Well, I know one.
Well,
so
13's got it. I mean, that's got to be
Land
Joe,
wins.
right?
Yeah, top left has to be Joe.
Has to be Joe. Merc.
100% a Merc. Show me a Joe DeLuca.
If I hear Chance say Merc for Mercules one more time, it's got to be Mercules.
Wait,
bro.
bottom left that's not a real stat.
2013 to 2018, 44 tournaments with 2 land
Is that
wins.
study?
That's
Just with
gonna be
the wrong
study,
numbers?
but he only has
Study. He only has one,
He
right?
only has one chip. Yeah,
He has
that's
one chip. So did we just give study a chip?
Are they counting NJ Halo?
Listen, if you win a land, it's a land win.
Wait, what
Study's
are we
got 2 of
counting?
them.
Wait, what's his second? I
He'll
gotta
tell us.
know.
Don't you worry. He's coming back after the segment. We also have 2 left here on the top right. Land wins. He tried. Ooh, I'm going nameless on this one.
What?
Tried.
I have chips. You cast it.
Wait, is this when I coach the Unite team?
Oh yeah,
Is that me?
It is.
Held a
That's literally
clipboard.
Clint.
Yeah. Listen, I coached him to a top 3. All right, I had an insane team, bro.
All right, land wins, bottom right. He was from 2009 to 2018.
a
He
long
wears
time.
a beard, and he is a handsome man after
hold
attending
on.
66 tournaments.
I have to make a correction. I played since 2006.
Yeah, but you didn't win until 2009, so we're kind of giving you credit of when you made it to pro.
Okay. Well, I was pro 06.
Were you?
Yeah. Oh. So I played in 06.
The history books?
So what studies
They're out
other
there.
win?
I don't know.
Is it like an online win or
Are
something?
you matter at Easy Mac right now or a graphics guy?
I don't know. Probably Mac, dude.
Yeah, Easy Mac.
They don't only go so far back, though.
2006 Mac.
I just feel bad for Study because now, like, we just gotta call him out. Like,
Does he
you
really
can't
only have
let that-
one?
Yeah.
Wait, I'm trying to think though. It might have been like a big NJ Halo.
Does he only have one? He joins us live.
Hey!
Study, I have an NJ Halo LAN tournament win.
No, but
you
he has
gotta
a
have at
Jay,
least
Jay
one.
has a major.
No, we don't even count that.
Jay
No,
has
no,
a
really.
major,
You remember
right? He has a
stage
UMP
3?
major.
You remember stage 3 in the Columbus, Ohio studios? We
I
won
won
that. We
stage
had a
3.
plaque on the wall.
But I
No,
won
we
that,
were
so.
no, but it wasn't a tournament. It was like a home series. I don't know. It was something we played like 6 matches. I don't
It
know.
sounds like a
back in the
LAN
day.
win
I
to
don't
me,
know.
Jay.
We won it.
Congratulations. That's 2
Yeah,
on your
I have
career.
2. I guess
I'm calling bullshit.
Only 1 chip. Only 1 chip. I only got 1 chip. I don't know what that was. Just 1 chip though. 1 chip. I was
I
way
don't know,
better
man.
than Wheeler though, Alan. I promise.
Dude, I know that. I know that. I'm just happy to be here. At this point. So is Boston, maybe, because they're down 0-2. And we go to a Hacienda control. Let's get into the mix here because there's storylines on both sides. Neither of them positive, though. For Vancouver, they have been getting slammed in control. Now, to be fair, they've played a lot of the top teams in control and in the game, but they've only won a single round of control in their last 6 attempts on any of the maps. Whereas for Boston, Hacienda has not been great for them, so trying to boost that up a little bit for the breach.
Yeah, Vancouver, like you said, their last 6 controls, they basically played the top 4 teams in 5 out of 6 of those. And the only thing that's concerning is the fact that you're not winning rounds versus those teams. I know that they're the better control team, but you got to be able to show some fight. On the other hand, though, for Boston, this was a map that they improved in drastically throughout stage 3. But recently, so far here in stage 4, they are falling off of a cliff. Like the first series where they played it versus Carolina, you got outslayed by 17. Your second series versus Optic, where they started to rally that potential reverse sweep, you got outslayed by 32. So you need to start finding some kills if you're Boston and also if you're Surge.
Yeah, it's just one of those things, like, they haven't, I mean, they've been spawn trapped has been the problem. Like, those kills counts that you're talking about has been them not being able to get out a driveway on their offensive attempts. So see what they can do when they eventually get to attack. But for now, this opening breakoff for Vancouver has been great. Purge the only one to find a kill, playing behind the play, but Neptune has found him. 04 is making cutoffs happen on the corner, and you've got Nasty up top at office. This has been a absolutely beautiful breakoff for Surge, and Boston are already in hell.
Yeah, when you're getting beat to shreds in your last couple of controls versus the best teams, you're going to learn a thing or two. And so far, this break-off doesn't get any better. B time already extended.
Sheesh.
You're finding still kills in their spawn. And Nasty now off of the respawn. I thought he was going to set up that pinch over towards Rockside, but now you got 2 minutes to work with. Up by 5, make it 4 lives. But that's a perfect start there from Search to secure 3 seconds.
Nasty stunned, caught on the slide out. Can't be able to find the trade, but yeah, the early time is incredible. Boston's fight back, though, only has them down 3 lives. So considering how good that break-off was for Vancouver, the life count is still manageable here. And now Boston start to make their move up the map. Nasty helping out 04 to get into secret. Trying to teamwork out the staircase. They don't expect that Cammy's still playing up top, and he will shut that play down himself.
Yeah, it's a big double there from Cammy because things started to get a little bit out of hand. Vancouver were able to find the opening double, but Cammy able to respond with 2, keeps them at bay. So working on this OE, Purge is able to find 2 in the feed. Snoopy off the respawn takes care of Neptune, and now it's on the Boozer to just play his life, but they sniff him out. So Boston, after a terrible break off, they have been able to stabilize.
Yep.
Crazy.
Really
on
good
this
stuff.
round.
Really good stuff for Boston. Stun's going to exchange hands here over towards this well archway. 04 on the hunt. First couple of shots are good. Snoopy will drop. Follow-up attempt. Down through connector. Good information onto Awakening, and 04 will make good on that. So now numbers for Vancouver playing through the old B zone, but they need to get some of this top hallway control. That's the biggest part here. 50 seconds, 15v13, and yeah, you're going to need to stop this clock if you're Vancouver.
Yeah, they're just trying to take some plat control, and now 04 part of the play is going to put the game clock at a pause. Has info on at least 1 player bottom wine. You already find the trade on the Purge towards Rockside. Nasty finds a double, so now that's 3 dead. Let's start to stack a little bit.
Well, Theron will be good for a first tick. Abuza still trying to watch for the cross and also force the spawns toward Boathouse. Neptune not able to make good on that, though, so second tick is going to have to come through with the fight on the zone. Nasty secures the point, but doesn't finish the gunfight. So 10v6, Boston clear out the zone and get some hallways control. Definitely still doable with only 30 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, but that's a big kill right there from Neptune to already give his teammates a way on out of the respawn. Finds that opening gunfight through Rock. 20 seconds to go. Someone eventually has to jump onto the point. But this is a sequence where Boston just need to clutch up on their one-on-ones. They find 3 in the feed. Abuza again, last man standing. And everybody from Vancouver off the respawn.
Yeah, and stunned and naded, and there's just not a lot of time to get there. If you're Boston, just don't scam this by falling. It's a 5v3. One will get off the respawn, camming on the cross. Anyone able to touch in time point, 5 seconds. Snoopy from behind. Nasty, a couple of shots in. 3v2 situation. And you gotta come off spawn. You gotta go. And Awakening is not gonna get there. Oh no! They try to hold the front line. There's no secondary layer, though. That defense. Cammy gets shut down on that cross. Snoopy on the pinch doesn't get there, and Vancouver steal away the attack.
Yeah, if you're Boston there, you just can't play for gunfights there at the end. Like, we have no more respawns to mess around with. So only 1 or 2 of us potentially are gonna die and come back to life. But when you gift them opportunities for some kills, they made them count. Vancouver finds success through the middle of the map. Find trades over towards Spiral. Last man standing was made connected. You get past him and you're able to sneak your way onto the point with the lives that you had. You secure the first offense, you secure 5 segments, and now Boston have a lot to make up for.
Unreal stuff. So this is where Boston has had some issues. Their opening breakoffs have not necessarily been fantastic on Hacienda. They do catch a couple here, though. 3 down. Nasty, the last one left, has been noticed over towards top side of the halls at open, and yeah, they're just going to try to team shot him out. That will work, and a couple members will be on. Purge holds up to top office. 04 able to still gun him, but yeah, this will be at least 1 tick, if not maybe a second here for this double stack.
Yeah, good. Guarantee some segments here. You have Awakening working the pinch. He's at least able to pull them away from a full B push. And now Cammy's starting to come alive in the series. Already on 4 in a row. B should be done and dusted. You have top office control. And Boston are doing it a lot better so far than Surge on this round. Up by 8 lives. Have 2 minutes to work with and already have someone on the objective. I love it.
And I love this too from Boston. Just don't try to get too far forward to zone off the defense. Play in a couple of key positions. Allow for people to come over and help, and that's exactly what you get out of it. First hit, good for Boston. Second, likely on the way, as Awakening still locking things down on this Boathouse spawn. Purge is nowhere besides just one angle to watch for. And this has just been absolutely beautiful for Boston. Nasty shuts down 1, but second tick is gone, and now you can maybe get on to help stack this for the 3rd.
Yep, just stack this. Everyone has to flood through bottom well. You know that they have to go with urgency, and all you have to do is trade them out, and you walk away out on top. And Boston come out swinging. Needed to make up 5 segments. Said, all right, I'm going to take 3 in the first 15 seconds. I'll take the next 3 in the next 30. What a dominant offensive round there on display by Boston Breach. Surge were not expecting all of that, but now they're the team that's got to make up some ground.
Great stuff. And again, I just comparing how Vancouver played through that B capture to what we just saw from Boston. I just like the fact that they put themselves into a position to help each other if there is a push up, like playing top patio, playing office, not trying to play all the way up towards Flowers like we saw from Vancouver, or passed down in towards that office staircase. Because Purge can come over, help out Snoopy. You can come back, you can stack the zone. Like, there's just so many more options. So good stuff for Boston. 5 in a row for Purge on the finish of that round as well. So that could be important to note depending on how this break-off goes.
Oh, that trophy.
Yeah, it's tough.
The trophy sticks on the top of the archway. Now Boston gains info that there is going to be some split pushes happening over towards this B point, but after your 4, just trying to finesse around this scenario. Wins the one-on-one versus Kami, and now first segment already locked.
Contest is in. Abuza gonna get some assistance here from 04 for now, but off the regen, both players can try to stack. Semtex from Purge takes out 1. Second tick of progress, though, still looks likely with Neptune nearby on top patio, and it will be locked. Meanwhile, off spawn, Surge are trying to play through the middle of the map. So if you're Boston, you need to clean up this B point quickly. Otherwise, you might be having 2 players on either zone. But the fight looks decent for Boston to at least keep the clock ticking, as an unfortunate team nade for Vancouver takes Neptune out of the picture.
Yeah, that's tough, man, because now Nasty's going to get sniffed out. Snoopy and Kami go for the trade. Now they clear out their spawn. Vancouver now got to work their way back on out, but Neptune finds a big opening kill. 04 finds another one through Rockside, and you get info onto the 3rd. So that's already 3 dead. Let's hop on A for some segments.
Well, it's going to be a transition instead over to B. 04 will touch the A point and then get out of there. Hold the corner on top patio. Snoopy forced into the team kill situation with Purge right in front of 04, but the extra 60 seconds is tallied. Boston, we're still trying to commit a little bit to the trying to contest that, so Snoopy will drop. Life advantage for Vancouver, although it is only to a count of 2.
Yeah, but they have a lot of map control to fit that life advantage. Unfortunately, 04 gets some bad timing there on Snoopy off of the respawn. So now if you're Neptune, got to take your time here. Hold from top hallway. You are surrounded by a player on Boston. Hi, how you doing? He's going to be able to find that gunfight versus Awakening. 04 off the respawn, 5 the second. That's already 3 dead. Now we stack.
Neptune off 3 in a row. Abuza trying to play the cross. That works out. They still just have 04 on the point, though. Nasty's coming on the same direction that Abuza is playing at. With Abuza dropping, Nasty with the one responsible for the P4 side of the map. 04 just on the mantle, pistol out. Neptune drops, though. And a 13v11, and Vancouver just having a hard time deciding if they want to commit for the kills or commit for the point. That is a nice elimination, though, for 04. Neptune follows up, still a chance to keep the clock paused.
Yeah, people just need to start committing for the point. Like, you're finding all these kills. We don't have to be sitting in corners to try to find another layer. But now we're still getting aggressive. Bottom line. Thankfully, Abuza's winning gunfights. You're forced indoors because of the Hellstorm being invested on the side of Purge. Boston have no more respawns, and Vancouver now can slow it down and play TDM.
Yeah, Nasty getting 2 from a top office is critical for Boston, or against Boston, trying to get back into this play, I should say. 04 still pausing the clock for a moment. 6v3, though. You could TDM this, and that may be exactly what comes through. As they know that Snoopy's playing up towards top hall. Nasty with the peek. Challenged and dealt with. Nice team shots there from Boston. 1v4, but Snoopy seen up top. Neptune's going to try to hunt him out, and yeah, you seen him saying, all right, well, he's going to be playing over towards connector or up towards that top position, so let's just get onto the zone, force him to come to us, and Snoopy will fall before that 3rd tick of progress can get captured.
Yeah, Vancouver don't really like to play for segments on this map, like the way that they have played both of their attacking rounds now. They're more focused on just outslaying their opponents, winning the round by lives. Because, again, you secure 5. But now, if you're Boston, if you walk away with this attacking round, you're going to be the team guaranteed on the defensive side. But Neptune plays patty cake with Awakening. Says, hi, how you doing, buddy? That's a nice corner, but I got an SMG and you got an AR. Surge just keep on clutching up on their one-on-ones. And they now have the advantage in the control.
See if we can continue to keep this thing in all offensive affairs. A lot of it is just in the offense not getting beat down off of these breakdowns, which is so important. This is not for Boston. Looking largely over towards B. Neptune trying to play outside fences has been dealt with. And Awake knows he's got a player weak, but the double chow still comes through with at least one trade. 2 members on. Scratch that, just one. As Cammy will fall, Snoopy in some trouble, and yeah, it's just too many players shooting at him. So this time better for Vancouver under defensive break off. Follow up though from Purge, almost able to keep the play alive, but not so fast, and Boston have to regroup.
Yeah, Boston. Whoa. All right, Giga, you definitely were looking at the sun today, because he's hitting shots like that. Even though his stat line really isn't the best, the guy has had a tremendous amount of talent. But now if you're Boston, you've been able to stabilize out of your spawn. You got Awakening working on this progression over towards B. But like you said, with Vancouver having a great start off, they are already in a position to contest it.
Yeah. Well, clock will come to a pause. Oh, Neptune just bursts on into the site and takes down all 3. Now, granted, he had help, but still, the fact of the matter was he was the entry. So for him to tally each and every single one of those kills is remarkable. And now there are no ticks of progress, 35 seconds, and Boston are just trying to find some ground to work with, and that helps. Cam and Awakening opening up the top side of the minimap means that there will be an opportunity for Boston to stretch a route into B.
Buza snuck his way through, like uncontested. They're thinking, all right, we should be pretty clear, but Awakening is still making Neptune's life a living hell. Now he's trying to do the same thing to 04. He is dominating the SMGs in towards the boathouse. Finally, you're able to get the trade, but he stalls so much time for his teammates to get some segments done at that B point. Still working on number 3, though. Nasty with the SMG finds the last guy, and now Boston forced to work the OA with 20 seconds.
Yeah, No 4's got a pretty solid read on this. He's going to have some help from Booz on the crossfire, although both will drop. Maybe a chance here at A to pause the clock, as Neptune is the only one who's in the ballpark, and he's backed up over to B. Loses the gunfight there versus Awakening. So here we go. Boston tracking back over towards the B zone. Nasty off 4 in a row, dealt with and traded by Snoopy. Third tick, though, looking pretty likely, and yep, it still will come through. Extra 60 seconds, and we're tied in lives.
12. Now, if you're Boston, we're just looking to obviously extend the map, but want to try to get it done through the seconds so we can be the team potentially on the defense, or screw it. It's been all offensive wins so far this map. We might as well just stay on the offensive side. 10v11. Trying to find some success on the pinch, and Awakening finds an opening.
Neptune just playing and comes out of office. Able to catch one. Other side of it, 04 playing top spiral. Just trying to see if he can hold off this Boston breach attack, and those kills forward will allow a little bit more safety for 04 to just to continue to finesse and just wait to be the last guy into the fight. Now stepping up to make sure no one hits down through secret. Cammy, the rest of Boston. Oh, not playing through connector. They're going to go up and over patio and try to get around the backside of the hallways, but this is taking a lot of time, and Vancouver have the numbers through mid.
Yeah, this is basically the last push. If you're Boston, you need to find an opening kill and do it now.
Doesn't happen there for Snoopy, but Awakening has the trade. 4v7, but the only player who can really touch right now is Cammy. And as he drops, Burgess' trade may not be enough, and it doesn't look like it. Vancouver defensively come through in round 4 after what will look to be both teams really hitting each other hard on the attacks. But that break off for Vancouver is where it all obviously starts, as it often does. But it's just the simple fact that like Boston just kind of gets split spawned a number of different times and just cannot get back together. And you can see Camy's reaction. He's stunned to that 3-0.
Yeah, it's just tough, man. It's just a tough matchup for Boston Breach going up against this Vancouver squad. All the maps that you like, they like them. They're probably just a little bit better than you at a couple of them. The opening red card, both teams wanted to work on it. Vancouver were able to dominate the rotations. You get to the dealership on the map number 2. Vancouver found a lot more success than Boston, but it's still a fresh map. We still have to try to understand how we can try to perfect that gameplay.
Yeah.
The other maps haven't treated us well, but Vancouver beat the hell out of them there. And then when you get to the control, offense just comes down to one team having a good break off on defense, and Vancouver were able to be that squad in that final round there to close out the series. It's got to feel good though if you're Surge. Obviously you're 0-2 so far on the stage, now 1-2. You still got a chance at making winners bracket. You still got to go up against the likes of Rocker, the likes of Toronto, but that's a good start to show your true colors at the right time.
Yeah, it's gonna be another playoff team that you just beat. So I mean, hey, it's a 3-0. I think the question still largely just still stands of like, where has that Vancouver team been since they got back from Boca? But oh well, it looks like they're back and ready to go for the rest of this qualifiers. We head back to the nets.
All right, Boston 0 for 3 in some recent fights. Let's take a look at the Vancouver dominance, because a 3-0 was not in anyone's card. You told me that they sucked at control, that they had lost 6 in a row until today.
Yeah, they were 1-18 round count too in those, right? So they put in a lot of work in control. They've had a week to try to figure it out, and that was a lot cleaner. Some great offenses on the defense, being able to just like slip through. You saw Nasty make a big play on the flank, finding kills. 0-4 staying alive, going on a streak towards the end. And that's, I think, the key to control, right? Is just like getting away with your life, finessing, and that's just something that they weren't doing in those 6 losses.
100%. It felt to me almost like it's just similar to Thieves. Thieves come out, go 0-2. They have a series yesterday. It reminds you, like, hey, we're still a top squad. That's how I felt right now with Surge. Just reminding you, hey, we're still very good. Whether it was a post-event hangover, whether it was them working on their maps a little bit. I think it'll be nice if we do an interview to just kind of ask what was going on those first 2 series for them. But this felt like a team, you're right back in form. We're like, oh, this is a team to make a run to a final.
Well, yeah, towards like final games, the major, and then you get a couple online matches that they lost. Like their search map pool like isn't that large. I mean, you look at the last 60 days, they're 2-4 on Protocol, 0-2 on Hasi, 0-2 on Rewind, right? So they need to add to their map pool. Obviously, they've been playing a lot of dealership.
Yeah, Proto they can be very, very good at too.
Yeah, they can be. It's just like these maps are starting to get away from them a little bit. So it's a combination of the search getting away a little bit, and then them falling into a slump in control was leading to a lot of series losses. But you see, like world-class hardpoint team, when they go up, win that search and destroy the momentum, they're just able to close it out easily.
And I think what is impressive for them too, like you talk about world-class hardpoint, even when they've been working on their other modes, maybe they need to work on search, maybe they need to work on control a little bit. The hardpoint never has really slipped too much. It's just not really slipped.
Top 2 in almost every category in terms of data. Like their hardpoint has just been unbelievable since they've added Neptune.
No, it really has.
Boston now in a troublesome 1-2 spot going into the final week of qualifiers, but this man is smiling after getting his first win in 3 matches. We've got Nasty alongside us in the Monster Winner Spotlight, and Nasty, I want to start with the win today. Whenever you face off against Boston, you have their number. Today, I thought that might not be the case. Why is it that you guys always have the edge over them?
I think it might just be like a map pool thing. Like I feel like we have a deeper map pool than them, so they're kind of forced onto some of our good maps.
Makes
like
sense.
Dealership, for example, we were kind of surprised they let that in.
What's up, dude?
That was a 6-0, so.
Okay. No,
6-0 with a 9-2 from you,
Yeah, that was impressive. I just want to know about the first couple of series. Was it like Thieves? Like, was it sort of a post-event hangover thing? Were you guys working on some maps, come out flat? Like, what was going on in the first 2 series?
Well, I got cooked. But, like bad. But no, I feel like we didn't really have any time off after the major. We kind of came back, and like most teams took the Tuesday off and we didn't, and I felt like we should have. We were kind of burnt out. And the online play, especially from Vancouver, is a lot different to LAN. And like it's a combination of things. Us not playing good as a team, the transition, and being a bit burnt out. So we kind of came out flat.
No, I don't ever want to make the excuse of online for like a team, but Joe and I casted the Optic match, and like there were a couple of gunfights where Joe and I just like looked at each other. I was like, all right.
Yeah.
I was like, somebody's got.
I mean, even today we played on a St. Louis server. I don't know why. But
St. Louis, all right.
Nasty, you're having quite the couple of years, man. The tail end of last year and now this year, you've been unbelievable. But I'm going to focus on the control here. It's been rough. I mean, you guys are 1-18 round count in the last 6. What has been going on in that mode? Because I feel like teams that are so good at hardpoint typically are decent there. It's been the opposite for you guys.
Yeah, well, I feel like our hard point, the reason why we're good is because of like our pace and our teamwork, and in control, like some of these maps are a bit ratty, and I feel like it's been catching us off. We've been playing control a bit too fast, throwing away like situations, and you can't really go 4 dead on this game mode in this game because it's like so kill hoary. And I thought that's what's been like costing us. We haven't been doing the same. So we're just like what we've been improving on. And I felt like we did quite good there, to be honest.
It actually reminds me of your Thieves team. Like at the end of last year, your guys' control, you were at a spot where like you guys, I remember Joe and I would cast you guys would go 4 dead so often on defense. I would get so pissed. But like once you like fix that, you played much better in control. But I think that's.
I think we lost the most invasion defense round 5.
Yes, no, 100%. I mean, like, they can't go 4 dead here. They're 4 dead.
All right, Byron, you get a control win today. You stop the slide. Congrats on a 3-0 victory over Boston.
Thank you, man.
That is Nasty. He, of course, is headed to DreamHack Dallas, and you can join him in just 2 weeks. Isn't that weird to say?
No, it is. Yeah, the end of this year is flying, bro. I'm excited though. I don't think I've ever been to a DreamHack, or I was. I don't know. I used to drink a lot.
Let's take a look at our Scuff play of the game. I think you've been at least one.
Maybe? I don't know. I think I had 2, but I can't remember.
Let's take a look at the plays from Search and Destroy, the speed run. It was clinical. It was egregious, some would say in English.
Yes, I mean, egregious on the side of the Boston Breach. I mean, what are we doing? Walking into nades, getting retaken immediately. Like, yeah, man, Boston, this is not a great look for them. And then you even heard Nasty say, like, why the hell are y'all playing us on dealership of all maps? They are really good at that map, and partly because you just can't go to one bomb site because Abuza is a literal turret.
All right, Atlanta FaZe, you are up next with the number to beat. 7 minutes and 17 seconds for a speed run in Search and Destroy. Let's see if they can get it done as they take on number 11 in the league with no chance left. It's LAG.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League. On match day, everything matters. What you focused on the night before, how you slept, what you ate. Players gather in the arena, ready to go toe-to-toe, fueled by the dedication, passion, and love of the sport. The mind has to be focused, clear, locked in. Any unknown variable can mean the difference between winning and losing. And when you have your pride on the line, every decision has to be perfect. Every movement calculated, and every shot on target. If you want to be remembered here, you have to make them believe. Scuff has been a proud and passionate supporter of Call of Duty esports for 14 years and enables you to play like a pro.
like a cannon. Blast like a cannon. Big bang coming through. Blast like a cannon.
The 2025 LAG Team Pack is available right now. Each pack includes home and away operators, as well as this weapon camo to assert your royal will in the lobby. Next time you boot up, suit up at the in-game shop.
When I pull up in the latest 101, so they never can replace them. This is not the attic, now we live in spaces. Tell me that I can't, I'm bound to go too crazy. Tell me that I can't, I'm bound to go too crazy. Laser focus and the diamonds are canary. I try to tell them, but they didn't get the message.
What's up, everybody, and welcome back in. We got Maven, we've got Nameless, and we have the top team in the game taking on the bottom team in the game. It's LAG versus Atlanta FaZe. Maven, let's start with the top squad. Atlanta FaZe has been looking ferocious recently.
No, they
but
are. I hate them.
They've slipped up in some hard points, and it's starting to upset you.
No, people think I love FaZe. I actually hate FaZe because the number of 3-0s that they won that Joe and I cast over Cold War, it was the worst to cast. And their hard point is always just, it literally is one of the most confusing things to me in the world. A team with this many talented players, a good coaching staff, should not be as ass at hardpoint as they are. And it's bad. Like, A and I were looking over the stretch. Like, I don't know if it's the worst it's ever been because there's been some bad stretches, but it's close.
I would say in the manner they're losing, it's the worst it's ever been. For like there's enough of a sample size to say like they clearly have a hardpoint problem. I mean, you look at it, what are they, 7th differential, and if you really like,
I'm
look
just
at
saying, we've said that every year. We've said every year.
It's not great, but yeah, they're losing by a lot. I mean, look at this list: like 130 to 250, 115 to 250, like losing by 70 plus, 3 and 7 in your last 10. And the Tiny Terrors have not been playing well in the game mode.
Can I call out the fact that these guys seem to play well though when it matters or when they really want to try? Anytime they play Optic, they slam. When they played LA Thieves, it was a 3-0 slam. I have no doubts that this team has everything it takes to win another championship. Why are we
they don't right now.
harsh on them
I disagree. I actually disagree. Their hard point is not good enough to win a tournament right now.
Yeah, if they
nope.
It's tough, man. I mean, I still think they can get through with Search in control and make a run and even win a chip, but they're going to have to steal hard points here and there. And as their hard point as it stands right now is probably not chip.
It's not good enough. It's not. I don't think it is.
To get there, probably.
You heard me before the last major. Last major was one of the few times I would not pick them to win because I thought hard point was that bad.
I'm not allowed to give odds or real life dollars, but I would take money from both of you going into Major 4. Let's take a look at the opposition here. LAG, the odds are stacked against this team because they have Kismet. He's got a ring. Nothing else positive really to talk about. The numbers have been abysmal. You go to some game 5s, it's been disappointment. You are sitting at the end of the season still on just 30 points.
Oh, God. I don't know. What do you want to talk about?
Yeah, I've been kind of driving the story home. It's like, it's just a showcase for these players. You know,
who's got a spot next year type thing?
Yeah, who's got a spot next year. I mean, obviously, it kind of feels like Fellows, the Reaper of Challengers, might be headed down that path. Kismet, though, very much a guy that I think will be floated around a lot of roster discussions going into this offseason. And if you're LAG, like, do you want to commit to keeping him and like building around him? I think he's shown good moments throughout the season, like early on especially, but as of late, Kismet hasn't been the same. And I don't know if that's like your morale just goes away when your team's just getting eliminated from champs, but
he's going through the Priestess / Slasher blender from last year, right?
Yeah, he absolutely is. But, you know, it'd be nice for them to finish strong and potentially grab like a winner's bracket spot here coming into Major 4.
I mean, 3 Haciendas for FaZe. Are they trying maps here, or is this a guaranteed win based on their best?
That being said, I will say their hardpoint's gotten better, Chris, and they've went to 2 game 5s. They just lost both of those game 5s.
But like the kids thing real quick, like this is the first time where he's just not a contender. Like he's like sort of a joke in a long time. Like that's gonna be hard to deal with.
But yeah, Chris, the Hasies are good for LAG for what they've been winning. They like Hasi.
All right, I saw something in the chat that says Atlanta FaZe is playing with their map pool. I don't know if it's true or not, but I think they should win this one 3-0.
I mean, they are a lot of the time. I think Hacienda Search has not been a good one for them. That'll be the map 5. They're always trying stuff, but yeah, I mean, as much as FaZe pissed me off, I'm picking FaZe.
Coming off the 1-3 loss to Cloud9.
Yeah, I got Atlanta taking this one swift.
Yeah.
Shift and study.
1 win study.
He got one.
What's wrong with this guy, bro? Like, what's wrong with this guy? Bald-headed Clint, man. You're 40 and you're already bald. You were bald by 30. All right, Clint? But you still look good. I love you. I love you, Bald Jesus.
Damn.
Let's get into the series, Al. Let's get into the series.
Just happy to be here. Just continue just to be a product of the squad. My boys, these are my friends. I don't have anything bad to say about anybody. Except for Nameless's golf swing. We'll talk about that later. LAG Atlanta, though, coming into this one, Hasi at hard point. There is a level, I think, to kind of get to the death point about, like, Atlanta is not just playing their best maps overall, but, you know, there is something to be told about them needing to step up and be able to dominate a hardpoint map, because honestly, they really don't have anything in the back pocket, maybe except for like red card.
Yeah, no, it's tough watching Atlanta recently in their hard points, and I think Nameless hit it perfectly. It's just like, when have we ever seen a BZ and Sim struggle as hard as they have been in hard point as of recent? Like, they just really can't get anything going, and when you're playing this hard point game mode, you need your SMGs to create openings. You need them to win these one-on-one gunfights, and right now they just haven't been able to find that consistently But it's just like, it's so weird because Atlanta, we talk about how they struggle so much in hardpoint. Then you go up against the #1 hardpoint team in the game and you make them look like nothing. So it's just insane. I always think like with this Atlanta FaZe roster, whenever you need to have it, they always are the team to always get it. So I expect them to figure it out sooner rather than later.
Yeah, that's very much so true. But, you know, pointing kind of the finger and keeping the spotlight on the Tiny Terrors, I think is an appropriate one because, you know, that's where the name kind of came from, was their ability just to rip through players and teams in whole and just dominate the map. But I have not seen that as much. Speak about them though. They will show up in the kill feed. Couple of seconds for LAG, but the map control solid for Atlanta as we look towards P2.
Yeah, it's perfect for Atlanta. Now with a clean 4 dead, you know all the spawns are going to go over towards fence side. We have the P2 side that we currently want. You already have Sim watching it all the way through well. And now you're just finding a trade through the middle of the map. Still maintain this side of the map. Be uncontested at that new hardpoint, but Kismet is able to sneak on through, just only able to find 1 kill. So Atlanta win their rotation. They're set up here at P2.
Yeah, looking good. Draza also gets the read that there are a couple of members over towards Arches, and there's no chance to shoot back in for Fellow and Lunars. They tried the old 3-2-1 go, but doesn't work out whatsoever. Simp also catches one more through mid. Abizi trying to create a little bit of an extra layer. Doesn't work out. Draza on 5 and some trouble. Looks for the knife, but not gonna happen. Spawns are still decent, but now you have to try to fight this off if you're Atlanta from a little bit closer to the hill, and so far so good.
Yeah, maybe just put an AR in the hand of Simp. Like, we know that guy can shoot any weapon that he wants. 4 in a row with the AR. Abizi, your turn to try to hold down the front line, but he instantly gets cut down. Now, even though you have the spawns you want, you're looking for someone to find an opening. Draza does it from the hill. Simp trying to do it from the pinch, but he's just forced it back on down. Start thinking about that roto.
Nice shots from Simp, 5 in a row. Scrap time to LAG, but you're right. It is all about Atlanta just trying to play for rotation, something that they have, I will say, just need to improve on, especially against like the top teams that are out there. That's where they really kind of faltered, especially at, you know, Miami when they're playing up against Heretics. They just did not get themselves into good positions on rotation. And as we rotate over towards fences, a couple of kills do go the way of LAG. Chance for them to try to contest from the front.
Yeah, this is a sloppy rotation from Atlanta. You're expecting better when you're finding the initial kills off the roto, but just dying off the roto forces one of their players to spawn all the way across the map. And now LAG were able to manipulate how they were going to play it. They found the opening kill when they were able to contest early on, but now Atlanta FaZe, at least from the front side, are still having the numbers to fight it. But the pinch here from Johnny is going to be felt. He's able to find 3. LAG still hold.
Yeah, you know, it's one of those things, you know, talking about the story, and the Deska kind of talked about this when we were featuring the LAG storyline of them not being a champs, of, you know, using this as an individual showcase. Johnny's a player that continues to, I think, just put himself and be found in bad spots. Like, he joins that Paris roster at the end of the Vanguard year where, like, they were already well out of playoffs. What are you going to do there? Same situation in a way here for LAG, trying to save the season late, some kind of heroics. But I have to still say, like, I have enjoyed watching Johnny when he does in Challengers. It sucks we haven't really had a chance to really get an evaluation of how well he could be at this level.
Yeah, certain times when you're a Challengers player, you work into the perfect situation. Sometimes the situation just takes over everything. And unfortunately for him, he hasn't really had the best stenches in the CDL era. But like you said, still just trying to play for his reputation, potentially going to be a name that people want to look up for going into the next season. But Atlanta FaZe, and more specifically Simp, like the guy who's been struggling in the hard point, he's 14-5 on 5 in a row. He's doing whatever he wants.
He's been crushing. Johnny able to find him, though, a little bit unexpected from the backside through office halls, but shut down as he tries to approach the hard point. Nice shots from Cello with Hop P4 makes life easy for Draza. And after a momentary lead for LAG, the end of P4 has Atlanta now up 20+ points with Draza on 5 in a row, and we head back over to Fountain.
Yeah, now it's time to contest for the map control. Draza tries to sneak his way through bottom seat, but Fellows able to catch him slipping. Now with Easy trying to make up for it, he gets traded out instantly. So LAG are finding the kills that they need to dominate the hallway control. We just need someone to hop in the objective because we're still bound by 25.
Yeah, this is one of those maps that, again, just like, have you, I don't know, maybe you can like give me an insight on this, Jay, but like watching LAG's hardpoint, it feels like we're just not able to ever get anything set up and work together on anything of more than just maybe 2 players that find themselves next to each other, like those good old-fashioned bait and switches. But like,
yeah,
in terms of the team moving together, it just feels really scattered.
Yeah, no, I'm right there with you, man. It's just not fluid. When you look at the pacing that Johnny and Kismet are able to play at, Fellow, he's sort of like one of those slower ARs, methodical ARs, just a stabilized guy. And Lunar sort of has the same pacing, so they're just truly never on the same pace.
Yeah.
To set up these breaks when they finding kills or anything of that sort. And now off the rotation, everyone's losing gunfights. You already flipped the wall all the way across the map, and now Atlanta FaZe have a chance to run up the score.
Yeah, it's like even in that moment right there, I know the hard point's not open yet, but if you're LAG, like, are we choosing to receive the hit, or are we trying to meet it by playing a little bit further into where Atlanta are coming from? Because there were a couple of members who are sitting on the way back towards driveway, a couple that are trying to push out spiral. Like, it's just, what is the game plan? Like, what are we trying to do? Feels a little bit, again, mismanaged in terms of what the SMGs versus the ARs are doing, and it's another big double for Simp, 19 and 9, and it's gonna be Atlanta, if not at it, pretty much close to 150 points, depending on how this next hit for LAG goes.
Yeah, that was a 2v4 hold. Like, Simp and Selling were the only guys there, because LAG were able to find the kills through the back, flip the spawns out, but they just couldn't find the break, because Simp is having a phenomenal hardpoint game, and Selling is Mr. Consistent. That dynamic duo. It's always going to be tough to take down, but LAG get the break, but it's only for 5 seconds. You're laid off the rotation again over towards P3. You're looking for a couple kills to make your approach easier, but already 3 go down in favor of Atlanta. They're the team initially in it.
Yeah, and it's just like kind of, again, throwing the perspective on it for LAG. It's like Kismet and Johnny are putting together a decent effort in terms of like trying to actually create something, but I said this early when Lunars was initially picked up. He's just not playing the same way that he did in Challengers, and that has continued to largely be the case in terms of overall play style and kind of identity as a player. So I don't know, this feels again a little bit strange, but Atlanta finding a way to get up about 100 points, and we'll take a listen to see how they're calming it out.
One shot and two contact. Two. They're all gonna be out. They're gonna be out. Johnny. Okay. Top office. I'm playing
I'll take you guys up. Okay, 3 times, 1 fire open. I guess so. 3 times though, 3 times though. I'll get top. 1 time, 2 times. Get top.
Nice, shit. I'm blocking, get time. Fire, open up. Too low fire. They're gonna, yo, one round offense, one in front. They're heading front. I'm blocking.
I'm going to fire. Hold man.
I got stuck.
Yep, fully focused, fully dialed, fully locked in. Atlanta is not letting anything get through right now, Jay.
Yeah, this is just another day in the office for Atlanta. Like, you're sitting so far in stage 4, 1-2 overall record. You know that you need this win to give yourself a better chance at making it in towards the winners bracket. And the communication is on point, and the slaying is on point. Finally, we're getting some progression out of Sim. 26-12. Like, the guy's doing whatever he wants. LAG are down by 100, trying to show some fight, but it might be too late.
Yeah, 24-14 as well for Cell. But it's one of those things, kind of like before we went to the listen, it's just, this is not the same play style that we saw from Lunars. I don't know if it's just a level of like the teammates that you have with you compared to what he was playing with when he was on that Event Brooklyn squad that we found so much success. It just, everything feels individual, Jay. Like, it just, it you know, did not come across too rude about it, but it just kind of looks like 4 guys that are overly calming in a ranked game. Like, we're just not developing anything. We're not setting anything up. We're not picking up lanes. It's just, it's not been good. It's not been good.
You know the tough thing about it though, for like ever since this stench of the LAG roster has been formed, they have played out of their 9 matches, like 6 of them being the top teams like that we had in the game. So they really never had an opportunity to like work their way into it. They instantly had to show results to try to have a chance potentially at making it at champs. But when you're consistently losing to the best teams, your confidence isn't really going to be there. You start to potentially dart yourself a little bit. And it's just a tough situation to be in. But again, they're still trying to show some fight, potentially going into the next season. They're still showing fight here by holding down this P2 from the front side. With Atlanta FaZe finding 3 kills, they can find a break and still close out the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're right. I mean, we'll talk about this when we get into between map 1 and map 2, but the opening for this LAG schedule, especially through major 3 quals, was very, very tough. But they continue to get essentially worked by the top teams in the game. Atlanta, who has needed to kind of show us, you know, some dominance in a hard point. They do get one of their most played maps, and you can see why. Very clean stuff there from start to finish.
And they're just smiling from cheek to cheek. They're like, all right, the game's just easy. I'm finding 2 kills from the front. They're consistently being split on their approach, on their break attempts. Like one guy going towards well, one guy going spiral, and 2 attacking from the front side. It's just Atlanta FaZe are picking them apart. You're dominating off the rotation. You're finding your kills, dominating the mid-map hallway pressure as well. And that was just an easy hard point there from Atlanta FaZe. Now LAG looking for a bounce back in Search and Destroy, where they have been like tested in their Search and Destroy. Yep. Like the rewind that we have coming up, both times they played it, they went to a round 11 once, they went to a round 10 once, but they just struggle on certain aspects of the teamwork game, which is like post plants are not the best, retakes are not the best, and versus Atlanta FaZe, who just hit you with so many mid-round adjustments. This is only going to get more difficult, like I said earlier.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And let's just go back here, because this is going to be an Atlanta FaZe montage reel. Talking about the point you had made about LAG in Major 3, their qualifier schedule. Just want to say it out loud. Carolina, Vancouver, a hot Boston team, LA Thieves, Toronto. And then your draw when you get to lower round 1, Toronto. So it's just like, that sucks. But the issue is when you get into this qualifying stage, like you drop a map 5 to Miami, that would have been a really solid win for you. Then you also lose a map 5 to Minnesota. It's just like, it's so tough, because those are the teams you'd have to beat, you know, to kind of show that this roster has something to offer. But losing to a Miami, losing to a Minnesota, not to say that Miami's bad, because they're obviously playing really well right now, but losing to Minnesota, not good news. And what, they still, I think they don't play Vegas again, I don't think. I don't know, maybe they do, but it's like they don't have many other teams to play, like at this point in time. Like, it's just, you have to be able to beat teams like Minnesota and Boston, for instance.
It's tough. Like you said, they ran into a hot Boston squad in stage 3, where they were able to find themselves a lot of success in that control game mode. And that was truly the difference maker in that series. But the Minnesota series, like, that was one that they were going blow for blow with. It's just get down to the final Search and Destroy, where the teamwork needs to make the dream work. It's just tough, man. And you also played Rocker on a map on Rewind, where they just have so many reps on the team, where they were just able to hit you with a couple audibles to close out that game number 5. But even in the Miami series, you're forced to a game 5, you got 6-0. It's just been like very tough for this LAG roster, man. And now you're obviously in front of Atlanta FaZe. You're down 0-1 in this series. You're going into a Rewind, Search and Destroy, and you got to just try to take these guys down with teamwork. And that's just not going to be easy, because you know the way that Simp opened up in that map number 1, he's going to try to dictate to how this game is going to be played.
And I think you say the word teamwork, why not go to a squad that has had 3 players playing with each other for the better part of the last decade, essentially, at this point. So, you know, that also is, again, this is a mismatch on paper. If you've never watched CDL before, that map 1 tells you pretty much the entirety of the story. But I'm sure all of you watching, or at least most of you watching, know what the expectations are for this series, and so far they are lining up. But let's talk a little bit more about what this Search and Destroy looks like here for Atlanta, because there is a level of, after dropping to Miami and losing a round 10 on dealership, you need to start getting yourself back into the mix to dominate this game mode, because yes, your control has been solid, but you can't just keep going 50-50 in hard points and searches. Like, you need to start taking over and winning in one of those 2 modes. And so far this stage, they have been perfect. 4-0 with a couple of very convincing wins. And most importantly, Jay, they've played almost every single map in the pool. So they're really building out that map pool.
Yeah, it's just the map pool is basically perfect for Atlanta. Search and Destroy, you don't ever have to worry about these guys. They're always going to be able to figure it out. And even if it's a brand new map, they will develop some early strategies and dominate it early on. So Atlanta have been banking on Search and Destroy basically this entire season. You're ranked number 1 so far in this stage. Your opening dual win percentage is at 76%. Yeah, you give them the first blood, it's GG. LAG, we got to lock in.
Yeah. I mean, 75% is ridiculous. I mean, that's all you say. Here we go, Freedom Chicken. See what we get. It's going to be LAG on the defense, and with 3 members looking over towards top drive-through street. You would think they would try to find some sort of contact there, but it's actually Draza who gets first blood. And the less noise that's made into A, the more Atlanta are going to be feeling like we can just get a free plant here.
Yeah, I love how they set that up early on for that first blood. It was Celium putting down shots from mid-street, forcing the reposition to set up Draza at the first blood. Now in the man advantage. Atlanta sort of getting a read that they have to be working on this pinch, and Lunars is able to line up a double. You were expecting a BZ to find a trade there, but now LAG with the man up.
Oh, surely Simp doesn't just walk behind this play and find this for free. No, not going to happen. Trying back to the A site. LAG, good team shots. Leave Cell to the 1v3. Spam shots are out. A little bit of a reset here for Cell with a pistol. Or pardon me, that was the knife, but no, not going to happen. LAG too quick to move around it. And yeah, after the first blood comes out, LAG actually just kind of overwhelmed by sheer force of numbers to the opposite side of the map.
Yeah, they work on the pinch, but if you're Atlanta FaZe, like, what were we waiting for to get the objective down? Like, we had all of mid-street. We knew that they weren't going to approach from glass. They had to be working on that flank. But it's just waiting too long and then committing on those gunfights and not winning them allowed LAG an opportunity back into that round. BZ not getting that trade allows the numbers to go in their favor. And then Simp tries to make up for it, but does get caught. And LAG able to clutch up on the defense and the man down.
Opening car bomb blows up onto Johnny. That's tough scenes. So another early first blood for Atlanta. And they've also gotten Simp deep in towards this A top shelves position. And I just don't know what you do here for your LAG besides trying to play through gens over to B. I just don't, you don't have any information on what's in the middle of A.
Yeah, you're just going to waste a lot of time if you go over towards A, checking every single corner. So now the stun check is going to connect to Fellow. He's also able to spot him, and Lunas finds a kill. Kismet also finds a second. It's a 2v2, but LAG makes something out of nothing.
I'll say twice in a row they've been able to do that. Kismet crosses, dealt with by Cell. Now it's just down to Fellow for the 1v2, and he's been tagged. And he's going to get a lot of space to work with here. The problem is the clock. That's exactly where I was going to go to, Jay.
Yeah, 30 seconds to play with. Taking an extremely long route to try to gain some information through the middle of the street, but Atlanta have already repositioned themselves. They most likely have the info that the bomb's going to be down over towards A, or they're just roaming around as an army of two, just timing on both sides.
Yeah. And now time's going to run out. Have to try to double up, and no, Fellow catches the first. Did not expect the second, though. And Atlanta will convert the round, but you're right. That's 2 rounds in a row after our first blood where LAG have created something out of nothing. So giving themselves lifelines in these rounds early.
Lifelines in these rounds early, or the complete opposite of a lifeline, because they're going down in the first 10 seconds for that first blood. They're just making these man down advantages somehow happen while they're working on these pinches. But that time Atlanta were able to stabilize, walk away with the man up, play the clock beautifully to tie the game. Celium on 3 in a row. The nade over the top, not going to connect on anyone. And this time it's Fellow to strike for the first kill.
Yep. And that's over all the way through street. So if you're Atlanta, you're feeling a little bit of pressure here. Johnny in the corner, able to get one trade. Hasn't turned that into a second, though. A BZ right there for it. So 2v2. And Draza's seen Fellow on that little jump up over towards backside dumpsters. The problem is Lunars goes unnoticed at the front doors at A. And Draza's just going to try to reset this now, knowing that both players are on the bottom side of the minimap.
Yeah, the guy at RV definitely spotted him, so knows that Draza was somewhat nearby, but decided to hit the reset on the round. LG, I assume, have the info that the bomb is down with the way that they are playing this, but Lunas with the shoulders gets the info. Both arrows turn. Now they're ready for the gunfight.
Draza going to reset how he tries to work this out. Good info there. Gonna find Fellow for free. Bomb should be collected. And Draza's gonna look to see if Lunars is gonna channel him out first and foremost. Here's the cross in the corner. Oh, Lunars gets caught looking the wrong direction. He was just watching that back door, turns as soon as Draza enters, and the 1v2 comes through.
He's able to isolate both of those gunfights and catch them off guard in both of those gunfights. That's insane out of Draza. Play it the way that he did and catch timing on both players. Now let's just laugh about it a little bit, because those don't get any easier. If you are LAG, force him to plant the bomb. We don't have to be looking around for anything. Just play an army of two setup. I got your back, you got mine. But once he's able to split their approach on the map, it's an easy round there for Draza. Secure that 1v2 on Mother's Day.
Kismet, bomb carrier, looking to maybe get aggressive into A. Problem is he doesn't have a ton of opening support outside of Johnny, who's actually just committed to getting into the site. A little bit of damage. Kismet trying to follow up on that. Stun will come through to make sure the defense cannot challenge this back window's position. Oh, and Johnny has got a really good look at Draza, just cannot quite land the final shot needed to find the kill. Counter nades are in for the defense. Atlanta looking to test.
They're not going to get super aggressive on it. The bomb is going to get planted, but they time it perfectly. They slide on in while the bomb is getting down, and they walk away with the majority of the gunfights and walk right back on out. Now it's Kismet left in a 1v2. Has 40 seconds to work with. Is going to pick up the AR to make it a little bit easier.
Well, he's going to have a lot of time to play around A at the moment. Just comes down to will he commit for the plant? He does. Okay, so this gives him an opportunity here to kind of put the 1v2 on his terms. Resets back through gens. Oh, and the timing on this could be incredible. Ah, but he loses the first gunfight. Sully, I'm just happy to be watching that back angle. Draza instantly hop for the defuse as well. Again, putting the pressure onto Kismet, who nearly was able to provide, but doesn't quite win that first gunfight, and Atlanta secure the round.
Just a beautiful read there to sell him, because they were in a position to watch sort of the exit. They know that he didn't push out towards DVD. He's not in front of us, had glass, so he had to have wrapped back. With the angle that he planted it at, potentially going to work his way back through gens. Selling him one of the more difficult gunfights, probably the most difficult gunfight that we have in the CDL, and just never getting caught off guard. Secures around there for Atlanta.
Well, see if things can start to move around a little bit here, because outside of the first blood success that Atlanta have had, LAG have obviously been able to cook up some good mid-round adjustments. Tons of nade stuns, all going towards that back courtyard and truck position. Some of them landing. Late trophy in for Atlanta, trying to stay alive on this B hit, but too many nades from LAG's defense. Deletes that trophy system. Now a little peek over the top from Kismet for 2. Draza trying to reset the fight, but can't get away from Fellow, and it's just down to Cell, who is in some major trouble.
Yo, that's a big shout out to Kismet, man. Knowing that they're right over this wall, everyone is weak. Let's hope to God that someone's not watching over him. And he times the jump over perfectly to secure the opening first blood and the second. Basically shuts down around with that big time play. Allows LAG now some time to breathe. Down 3-2 in a search and destroy.
Love it. Just countering aggression with aggression. That's one of those rounds that, even though it kind of just feels like whoever's nades hits wins, it's a level of LAG just not giving up too much in terms of how this map is starting to build from like a trends and pattern situation. Because like if Atlanta just break you down right there and they get those nades to courtyard and they get those wins, it just cripples your ability to feel like your defense is going to do anything if you're LAG. But holding strong, down to within 1, opening nades coming through for Atlanta defensively, putting some pressure on gens, and look at the route from Draza already behind the play.
And this round might already be over. With Draza getting through the way that he did. He gains info. There's a lot of pressure over towards the B street. Gives the comms to his teammates to have 1 week, but he's instantly going to get traded now. Sim potentially going to get isolated. He's going to back on up, but Kismet has the head glitch. And again, LAG makes something out of nothing. They're in a 3v2.
All BZ. Wow, bad timing, doesn't look to his right. Johnny for the first kill, and then the follow-up is also there, and you're absolutely right. It's just another one of those things that LAG have no business from that position. With the flank from Draza finding success, you would think to be able to succeed and find even legs to stand down in that round, but Kismet gets the trade, and most importantly, does not allow Simp to continue to push through. So maybe a bit of over-aggression from Atlanta on that crunch, but regardless of that, nice salvaging of the round from LAG.
Yeah, it's just insane, like, because when Draza gets all the way pushed through Burger and up through the mid-street and 20 seconds into the round, he is behind them. It's like, if you're Atlanta, like, do we change our defensive look? Because there was only one player in a position to find all those kills over towards B Street, and that was Simp. Celium and Abizi was still roaming around mid-street. They were just not in a position to trap them there, and LAG with the numbers to be able to prevail in that gunfight. But now already into the next round, Draza said, another first blood. Let me just add it to the tally, man. Advantage Atlanta early on.
We'll see if that does anything, though, because, again, it hasn't really mattered too much. Maybe it's just Atlanta getting a little bit too over-eager, a little too over-aggressive, but maybe not. Lunars and Fellow shut down the attempt into A. So from a 3v4 to a 3v2 the other direction. Abizi trying to see if he can catch any information on this play through Courtyard, but there's none to be had because LAG are just going to try to reclaim the backside of the map and just flood in from the back of A. But Cell has gotten a read on this and is going to try to slip away, giving maybe an opportunity for Abizi to help, but no, not with the sub. He doesn't want that fight.
They got info on 2 players, and now LAG know where the player is going to be at. So if you're Johnny, start to work on this mid-street pinch. And his teammate in Lunar is going to run around as an army of 2, but bomb gets planted at B. LAG with the man up. Gotta put her in.
Opening shots, decent from Abizi, but can't get away from Lunars, who's fresh. Just on to Cell. Deals with Johnny, who was the one that was low. Now looking for Lunars. You have also a little bit of time here because Fellow is not in the play. I don't know if Cell actually saw him with that little jump peek. Checks again. No, not on for the defuse. Kind of odd. I thought for sure he was just going to jump over, take the kill, but not to be. And how about this? LAG, 4 in a row for Lunars are going to take the lead here.
This is insane, man. Like how they keep on doing this. All right, someone die first, and then we're most likely going to walk away with this round. It's insane ice on like when they're timing these executes on their place to retake some space with the numbers that they have. And when you time it perfectly through the glass windows, both ARs have both corners. They both win their one-on-one gunfights to give you the man up, and then you back out. Just well executed there from LAG. Now with 3 rounds in a row to take the advantage here in the S&D.
Yeah. Oof. Okay. Been a really strange search and destroy. But easy 1 in 5. That gives you some indication of how things have largely gone for him. Okay. I'm just gonna stop saying things. Caster Curse coming through like crazy as Kismet still out trades the action, leaving the Tiny Terrors as the last ones left. And split right now is LAG. Nice turn from Lunars. And now he's got a shoulder with Abizi, trying to get the regen as best as he can. Help is on the way, and Kismet finishes off the round. What a little snap from Lunars, though.
Again, Alan, look, 3v4. All right, we'll work it. But this time a 2v4, we still gonna work it. What a finessing play right there out of Lunars. The first gunfight win, once that player comes to the side door, is all reaction, absolutely turnt. And that one-on-one, but then just finesses the pillar. A little bit of sauce. I'm going to peek left, throw a shoulder right. Wait for my teammate to get closer into the play before I commit on the chow. And just dancing, dancing, dancing. Allows LAG now, in so many clutching rounds, to be at game point.
This is unreal. RCXD out early. Abizi, the rest of Atlanta just diving on in towards Gens. And it looks like they're just going to wait here, see if they can catch LAG getting too aggressive. And that's exactly the case. They find first blood, but does that matter?
Far throughout this game, it does not play any factor to how these rounds are going to turn out. Out here, Atlanta, basically the same thing you did in round number 1. We're going to take our time on our air approach. This time, Johnny walks right into the preem of Abizi. Salium locates Lunars, and now Fellow left in a 1v4. Spotted already in mid-court. Simp knows I have him weak. Let me just commit on the one-on-one in Atlanta. Finally, off of a first blood. Able to walk away with the W there.
Yeah, for real. It's the first 2, though, this time, I think is the most important part, because they've had a lot of first bloods, and then there's been trades that have happened maybe 10, 15 seconds later that get us to those 3v3 situations. So, again, it just feels like Atlanta not playing with their numbers fully correct, but this time, no such mistakes. And again, it's like, even though like LAG are up, like it's hard to point to like what has been successful for them outside of the fact that they're getting away with these little double stack, triple stack moments in 3v4s, and they're outgunning Atlanta a little bit unexpectedly. I think just in terms of where the gunfights have happened and how many players are a part of them.
Now they're going to slow down their approach. RC car getting invested on someone's angle. It's going to be in the hands of Lunars. Atlanta taking a lot of space in through DVD. Is he going to be able to spot Simp? Yes, he does. And should potentially try to isolate onto this gunfight.
Well, the RC gets exploded and Simp will reposition. Oh, and they're not going to expect this unless they slide out and double shallot. Nope. Nope, they don't expect that reposition. Simp just too slippery. Fellow try to take a couple of pot shots to see if they can find a trade, but not going to happen. Easy. We'll see both members. First one's free. Second one may as well be as well. So, okay. All of a sudden, a couple of rounds come through. We got ourselves around 11 affair, Jay.
Dude, I don't know what happens. It's like every time Atlanta FaZe find themselves down 5-2, 5-3, it's like the other team just starts playing so shook.
Yeah.
Like, they just start playing so scared. You give up all the map control in favor of Atlanta. They take Burger, they take some space at B Street, and they have all of DVD control. You gain the info with the RC car, but you're able to do absolutely nothing with it. And then by the time you try to work your way into the site, Simp gets lost when you already knew where he was. And now all of a sudden we're in round 11.
Yep. It's like they just turn up and play a different game. LAG gonna try to get Johnny into the drive-through. But what do you want to do at this position? Draza is gonna slip back over towards backside dumpsters. Defensive nade. I don't know if that actually hits onto Kismet or not. No, he's behind the wall here. It's kind of hard to tell on the minimap if he was inside or out, but he'll stay safe. Stun check not gonna land. Shots around the backside of the shelves. And here comes the play forward. And Draza, yeah, I was gonna say he's seen Johnny. And another first blood comes through, and LAG are gonna be trapped on site. They don't expect the Bees to be sitting at the close corner. That's another one to fall, and now it has to be a 2v4 in total for LAG.
And now here at Atlanta FaZe, all right, it's got a little bit scary these last couple of rounds where we had man-up advantage. Already Draza at 21 HP. Just gonna play his life, but this time Celium has him covered. Fellow left in a 1v3. And with 30 seconds left, bomb down across the map. Makes it a 1v2.
Yeah, doable, but in trouble and running out of time, like you mentioned. But off the regen, back to full health. Has a chance to possibly isolate. Doesn't get the first look at Draza cleanly. Simp goes unnoticed, unknown to that point as well. Fellow, chance at it, but no. Not gonna happen. It's 3 in a row for the Atlanta FaZe to get this thing back in a round 11 win, 2-0 up. And there really is some sort of a level, Jay, of like, Atlanta just like, oh, we might lose this map. All right, let's start trying now. Like, it almost feels like that to a certain level.
It's crazy because they do it now multiple times in the last like 30 days. Like, it's insane when they go down 5-2 in Search and Destroy, 5-3 in Search and Destroy. It's just like, okay, guys, it's time to turn it on. We start to switch up the pacing a little bit. We understood what they've been throwing at us every single round. And it's just like, guys, we found every single first blood basically on this map. We just got to play our numbers a little bit better. And thankfully in that round 11, Dross is able to spot Johnny on the cross, plays his super patient on his approach, but then is able to catch Johnny mid-sprint. And then once that first kick goes down over towards Burger, LAG know we have to commit. We have to try to make up for the numbers in DVD. So that's why Kismet gets aggressive, but doesn't check the corner. Abizi finds that kill, 4v2 for Atlanta. They don't throw this one away, quickly up 2-0 in the series.
Wild scenes, but Atlanta able to do what I think a lot of people would have expected, 2-0 up as head back to the desk.
Yeah, I think that is exactly what Maven was thinking there, Jay.
Yeah, I just feel like I've seen this a bunch from this LAG team. It's like the story of their year. Either they like go down massively in a hard point and they bring it back so it's a little bit close and I'm frustrated because I wish you turned it on a little bit earlier, or you have a big lead in Search and Destroy and you let it slip away. Regardless of roster, I feel like I've seen that so many times this year.
We got around 11. That's what I wanted. A 2-0 lead is what Atlanta fans wanted. It started, though, with a 97-point victory in Hardpoint. You both told me this team's not going to win championships because the Hardpoint's not that clean.
Hold
it
up.
wasn't a real test, but let's take a look at why.
Your mind changed because of map 1 versus LAG? Okay.
No, I didn't say it did. I said at the beginning that they will still win a championship regardless of
I believe it's, we draw.
Hardpoint improves.
We drawn. All right, let's pull it up. So, yeah, in my opinion, where Atlanta FaZe have struggled has been on rotation, right? Like at the end of hills, giving up too much scrap, not making the game easier for themselves. So this is what they did way better throughout this map. It's clearly been an emphasis for them in practice, and we're going to talk about it here, right? So we're rotating over towards fences. You can see there's 18 seconds left on this hill. So Atlanta FaZe, this is where they need to lock in. Look how they play this. We'll jump into the mini map. You're going to see a player. He's going to drop back to here, watch the well push through. That's going to give Atlanta. They're going to be spawning mid, and then those two players are going to wrap back here. Now, as we're setting up these rotations, right, we want to make it easier on our players because these guys, they got a little bit of a trek to get into position, to get to burn, to get positioned up top plat. So this player right here, he's going to pinch, I believe it's a Beezy, and just find a couple of kills and stagger the opposition. Now, what happens when you do a play like that in rotation is it gives you an advantage for the first 30 seconds of hill, and then you can start to cycle them, right? So Atlanta FaZe, let's apply pressure at ult. We know they get a very deep spawn. All right, 6 seconds left. Now I'm a Beezy. This is when I'm going to take my chances here. This is when I'm going to apply even more pressure and give us an easier rotation. I'm going to find a kill here. It's a two-piece because the team kill comes in. And now look at what that allows for Atlanta FaZe. We're inside this time early. We're all going to be around plat. And now even if they have a good push and get inside the hill for a second, this player can re-pinch them, re-flip those spawns, pick up a chunk of time, and then rotate to the next, right? So this is what we call momentum. When you start to roll down the hills and snowball hill after hill after hill, this is how you have to play it. Look at your mini map right here, number 7. That's Simp hitting them with the pinch. You never know where anybody's coming from, and now you just have full control of the map and rotation to next.
No, I think you said something that kind of nails it on the head. Like Joe and I were talking about, like, you know, kind of that period, like 10 seconds left at old, 10 seconds in new. Like, we talk a lot about rotation, but I like what you said, applying pressure to old, and that is something that I think FaZe don't do sometimes. Like they'll rotate, like they'll get to like good spots. If you look at the mini map, like it looks good, but if you're not applying any pressure to old or like getting any cuts, like you just allow like them to get to free spots on rotation and then pick you apart. Like you need to take space, and sometimes they're good at that, and sometimes they just. They don't. I don't know if it's like Cell like tries to play too safe.
Hardpoint has just evolved to the point where you have to be comfortable playing from both sides of the hill. And you have to be able. You want the other team to feel like they are in pandemonium, and that's exactly what we just saw. FaZe have the back spawn. All of a sudden, we got the other spawn. We're gonna slay you out, and then we're gonna go get rocked.
Like it should, if you rotate early, you should have freedom to do that and take some risk. Sometimes they just don't.
It's time to go into our MVP contenders discussion because we are nearing the end of the season, and we will crown one before we get to champs. I asked both of you to make your top 3 list. Maven, can you go first for me?
Yeah, I did Simp, Cell, Hydra. I think you kind of have to pick players from the top 2 teams right now. Just they've won all the events. I think I went with 2 FaZe players just because they've won 2 events is where I'm sitting at. Simp, I think in his current form has been struggling in hardpoint, but listen, he's already got a major MVP. The guy when he's in form is God. Hydra, I think I would take over Scrap right now just because I think his turnaround in stage 2 and stage 3 in Search and Destroy is a big reason why Thieves went from like a kind of mediocre search team to a good search team.
Well, he actually spawned in Search.
Yes. So that's probably, you can make an argument for several players. That's where I went.
Yeah, you went with Scrap instead of Simp.
Yeah, I think Scrap has had an unbelievable year. I mean, he's our MVP of a recent tournament. He leads the way in almost every category for the LA Thieves, even in Search and Destroy on the season. And even when Hydra had the kick up in the last 2 stages in Search, like Scrap has still been ridiculous. Like highest average damage per round in the respawn and hardpoint. Like he's always at the top of the damage list, but also KD this season, right? And you know, on the other side of that, I have Celium. I think this year both these ARs have been just unreal, man. Those are my personal 2 front runners are Scrap.
Now, I wanted to bring up the question. Of course, you can choose from teams who win championships. They hold the trophy at the end. But what about guys like Neptune, who take a team that wasn't ever on a Championship Sunday caliber roster, all of a sudden to back-to-back grand finals?
It's weird because I think you could argue he's had the biggest impact because he comes in and changes that team.
So wouldn't that make him the most valuable?
They just don't win. I think you just have to win one of those.
Well,
like, they're not winning them. They have 4-4 in finals. Like, it's just hard. I hear you.
I feel like Mercury's filled in for Bean, so he's not most valuable on Toronto. Like, who else can do what Neptune has done?
Well, so they have this argument in every sport.
No, you do.
This is the argument in every sport.
Usually it's a combination of impact and winning. You need to win.
Chat, and we just want to start the impression farming. So get in there right now. Let us know, who do you think is the MVP? Do any of the guys like Joe Deceives, Neptune deserve a shout?
Well, I was going to say real quick, to back to your thing. I think it's funny because it all comes down to that map 7. Like, had Thieves won, it'd just be Scrap for me.
Yeah, and to me, I see the way you view like the 2 chips. To me, the Game 7 round 11, just like as a competitor, to me, that's like a wash.
I hear you, but it's just still a win.
Picking one from a star-studded lineup is never easy. A Game 3 is looking in the cards, though, for an easy Atlanta FaZe win. On the mic, we got Shift and Study.
Yeah, it doesn't look good for LAG. It hasn't for a minute now in this series. It doesn't look like it's going to be that way maybe in this map either. It's hostile to control. We kind of know what this is going to be for Atlanta. It's going to be a lot of running, a lot of gunning, a lot of SMGs going to be playing forward on this one. So LAG, they need to be able to meet that aggression, man. And again, you look at players like Johnny and Kismet, you know you're going to get there. But I still keep an eye on Looters, man. It's like he's just not playing the same way that he does in Challengers, which was a lot of flexibility at the beginning of this year.
Thing is too though, Alan, it's like playing in Challengers compared to playing against the pros. It's 2 different levels, man.
That's
like
fair.
It's just a whole different amount of teamwork that you have to prepare yourself for. It's not as much scamming. There are a couple teams who scammed the hell out of some series and just choked their team some series off of that scamming situation, but just like versus Atlanta, who's a well-polished team, this is only going to get tougher and tougher. But now down 0-2, LAG, at least on this map, can bank on their defenses. Their offense is where they need to show improvements, but defenses is where they're just able to outslay you to shreds. So Atlanta got to be prepared for it.
Yeah, indeed the case. So we'll see. A little patience here for Atlanta, though, off the get-go. Oh, draws it. Okay. Did not expect the Kismet was just going to be looking at the top window from that position. 3 are going to fall. Kill number 4 looking likely. Fellow stuck in the corner, but still wins the pistol battle over Cell. First tick though done at B. Second on the way.
And now you have the numbers if you are LHE to retake your way over towards this B point. That second segment is still getting worked on. You're trying to find the opening kill, but you stall out so much time for BZ now to be impactful on the pinch. Gets ones and gets on out, but at least LHE stopped that second segment getting complete.
Really important for that. Atlanta coming back over through A, gonna touch the zone here. Shots from Cell with the SMG out, gonna be met by 2 LAG defenders top office, but I don't think LAG were expecting that this was gonna be some sort of a hold on to A. They nearly get the first tick of progress done, do phase. Follow-up shots from a BZ, not quite able to finish off on to Kismet, but kills are still here, and Atlanta can get back over to the A zone again.
Oh, and that's 3 dead. So now where is the last guy we're looking for, which is Mr. Johnny, who was working on this pinch. At least over towards office. Second segment is already locked. All of LAG is slow on their approach. It's looking like they're just going to give this one up for free or not really have the opportunity to have that decision. Because Atlanta find 2 kills, extended time. Now they have 4 segments and a lot of map control to go with it. LAG and ice up.
All right. See if we can try to get something going here. Onto the B point. Pinch on the way from Cell, but shut down. Good position from Fellow to deal with that. But Draza still continues to battle towards the out of the fences, and now all of a sudden the SMGs can push forward, and Atlanta are looking good for their second tick of progress. At least for now. Simp gets the first. Off the reload, stunned, damaged. Contest, ooh, just gets there in time, but Simp values his life, and Atlanta are now working on a pinch again from Draza through mid.
And again, LAG are just stuck in this tight setup. They have no breathing room. They are forced to take these one-on-one gunfights and forced to try to win them if they want to get on out of this setup. You go 2 for 2 in the battle. You're currently down by 4 lives. Draza trying to play for the trade, but he gets isolated. Celium, your turn. He's also going to fall. So LAG, every single time, just keep on fighting on their way on out.
Yeah, 2 life advantage for Atlanta, but getting close to being under 60 seconds to fight in this offense. But LAG just cannot get forward on the map. So again, it's just continuing to try to win out a couple of 1v1s on these lanes, these choke points. See if you can get a bit of a late spawn trap into play, but you don't want to miss out on what routes Atlanta are taking, because otherwise they can just get right back out of the zone like this. Sell for 1, make it 2, cleans up the backside play. Everything from LAG defensively has to happen from the front. Johnny up top might be the only one who can really try to do any damage as the trophy system is down, and Atlanta will get the second tick of progress.
Yeah, second segment already locked. Only 7 lives remaining for LAG, and 2 players already falling. So it's on Kismet, the Bulldog, to try to make up for it. They're both gonna fall, and Atlanta secure their first offense, get it done all through the segments. And I think the one hiccup on the round was just the way that Atlanta were able to commit on that A point. If you're LAG, you're thinking, all right, we shut down their B play, we go cut off rock.
Yeah.
They can touch A, but they're most likely going to try to take towards office. But no, they committed on that A push, found kills in sync, and were able to extend that time on that point, which is the more difficult one to do. So a perfect game plan there from Atlanta. Once you hit the mid-round adjustments to secure every single segment and the first round.
Yeah, it just kind of felt like LAG were like, oh, like they're playing through A. They're not just going to stay there. Surely they don't. But no, not the case. They get a little bit caught. Good start again for Cell. 4 in a row to finish off that round, 8 and 4.5. And now it's LAG's turn onto their attack, looking to just gut check hit right over towards B again. Kismet does get naded, so has to wait for a little while longer. Trophy system in front of this defense of Atlanta, try to keep them safe, but Draza still pushed off this back position at Wine. Good follow-up to Kismet. Will have LAG looking pretty feisty over the B zone.
Yep, they're forced to get off the point because Abizi finds a kill on the bench. So now they're just trying to take some space over towards Plat. Abizi's still trying to contest from out of fence, but he's just trying to stall time. At least if you're LAG, you secured that first segment. Now you're trying to play the hunt game to locate where Abizi has went. Kismet is able to locate him. Second segment is locked, and LAG might be able to extend time early on.
Yeah, looking good for it. Third tick looking likely. Kismet underneath the banister will find the kill onto Simp. And yeah, 2:04 on the clock. This is a lot of time. Plus they have a 4 life lead. Kismet looking to make that a little bit more. And Atlanta aren't able to win a gunfight anywhere on the map, and this should be some good progress here on A.
I think you just back it on up and start stacking the point. We know that's 3 for 1 in the battle. We have a double stack, I think potentially a triple stack already here on A, but second segment should be guaranteed lock. But Simp is able to sleep his way on through 2 top close, finds a kill and almost gets out with his life, but Once Lunars locates him, you still have the map control that you want. I'm instantly right back in that point.
Kismet trying to get that second tick over the finish line, but Abizi finds the kill and then turns onto Johnny over towards open hall. So that second tick is not fully done. Lunar's thinking about it. I'm sure he's sitting there like, if I can just get one kill and get on the point, we're good. But no, now there's depletion as Simple jump on the fountain. Celium clears out the top windows for one. But the trades, the kills, the lives looking good for LAG, and now you can get back on again.
3 for 1. Last man standing is going to be Celium. You take care of him. Now everyone off the respawn. The stack is going to be good enough. You know Atlanta have to flood their way through bottom well. And LAG respond with a very good attacking round.
Yeah.
Usually don't have a lot of success on that side of the map, but when your SMGs are slaying to bits, catching their timings and their one-on-ones, makes it a whole lot easier on your approach off the respawn. All tied up in segments, 1-1 in the game.
Yeah, really nice stuff from LAG. Well coordinated. I like the idea that Fellow was playing through open hall, Kismet's playing over towards the previously captured B zone. You kind of surround that top hallway together. It works out beautifully. I mean, it's just easy teamwork stuff. At this stage in the game, you just kind of have to have it. Haven't seen a lot of it through the first 2 maps, but nice moment there. We're going to see if Atlanta can do some more damage on the offensive side with trophies now.
And Johnny's got to be a little bit frustrated. The jersey sleeves just don't want to sit on up, so he can show off the guns there. But at least the game is tied up at 1. He is on 3 in a row going into this next round. LAG finding a lot of success early on with all the kills. A clean 4 dead. You're already pushed out towards well. Someone's got to cut rock.
Felt the one responsible for it has both weapons to play off of. And both nades. Kids are going to jump over to help. Crossfire setup now underway. First playthrough for Simp gets the opener, but Kismet finishes off both. And Atlanta are now pretty much just stuck over towards bottom secret, but Kismet is tagged.
You can see him.
Yeah.
Guess not. Speezy was able to find a kill through top left. Thought Kismet was going to give the calm, but at least you're able to take care of him very, very quickly. Still, not a single segment earned on the side of Atlanta FaZe, and they only have 30 seconds to work with. They're going to get overwhelmed at that B point if you are Sim. And now, so far, Atlanta pushes every single time have just been scattered.
Well, here we go. Offense stuck. Needed with a couple of key gun fights. That one will allow the clock to be paused at A. Fellow not interested in challenging that yet, while Lunars will play up towards Spiral. So there's going to be a bit of a pinch, a little bit of a surround here, but with the clock ticking away, Atlanta kind of feel the pressure, and they're going to just full 4-man rotate back over to B. This is brilliant. You kind of stop that pinch play from finding any success. LAG are lost, and they're still trying to clear space while the second tick of progress is through. Third is going to be coming in. Contest is in for a moment. Lunar's off the pinch, but the extra 60 seconds is here, giving Atlanta a chance at this. What a rotation.
Dude, I don't know what LAG are doing. Like, what are we looking for? Ghosts? Like, it was all 4 dead 20 seconds ago. If they haven't wrapped back through well at that time, then they have to be working the OE. You give up that B point for free, and now Atlanta, you give them a lifeline, and they might be able to take them out here. Already have 2 kills in their favor. Still trying to clear out their spawn. They're taking their sweet time on their approach. Find the trade on the Lunars, and even though they're down by 7 lives, they still have an opportunity here.
Sure do. Just comes down to what they do with this next try to break off attempt at through well side. Kismet gets a read, but does get traded out 9v16. Draza clears out Johnny. Does he expect to follow up? He sure does. Draza able to get 2. Fellow also seen over towards Rock, so Abizi feels like he can make a play onto the point while Simp deals with Lunars. And how about it? Here we go. Celium going to put some pressure on offense. Second tick of progress being worked on.
The double stack is already in, so now you have to flood your way through bottom.
Oh, no.
If you're LAG, you were thinking that this round was going to be an easy one, but Atlanta FaZe, one of the top teams that we have on Hacienda Control, they are able to hit the adjustments, the rotation on the back end, and steal that round away there from LAG. All 6 segments again get secured, but that's a confident boost of around there for Atlanta.
You got to go back to that moment where you've got all 4 members in and around A, and you maybe have some sort of an inkling that you're going to split LAG up a little bit by being on the A point with less than 30 seconds on the clock. And the thing that's crazy about that is you get off the A point, all 4 of you rotate through, that pinch never comes out, and then you just have an immediate stack onto B, and LAG are like, wait, what? That's absolutely crazy.
And even before that, like for that play to develop, it came down to a 2v4 situation where Simp had to win a one-on-one. Draza had to get off the objective and catch a player off the respawn. And they both clutched up in those gunfights to make that play even possible. So now Atlanta looking for a 3-0 here on a beautiful Sunday. Start off with the initial kill on their defense. They read the pressure coming in from LNG through top secret. Where teams shooting each other in the back, and that's already 3 that Kismet last one standing.
Wow. What an absolute gut check play this is to just completely change how this map has started to go. And LAG, you just feel like that just is going to suck the wind right out of your lungs. But still a chance to kind of break through this little bit of a spawn trap. Atlanta going to give a little bit of space, trying to play for the next wave on their own terms, but Kismet opens up onto B. That's going to be enough to stop the clock in 45 seconds.
They're trying to isolate onto the players off the respawn, basically leave Kismet as the last man standing. We'll allow our teammates who are coming back to life to focus you. And now you're simply going to get outnumbered. The trade comes in from Atlanta, 35 seconds and counting, and LAG are banking on this well push. This is probably not going to work here.
Well, you get one player out. Johnny able to follow up, but no, trades are in. And it's the last leg attempt here for LAG. 20 seconds of the clock, down 4 lives. They will get on to B to stop the clock. Just comes down to how much damage can Kismet create, waiting for help to get here. Nade cooked, slide out. Kismet can't even win the first 1v1 against Draza with a sub. Follow-up eliminations are good for FaZe. Last 13 seconds, and that gunfight might just have it completely nail and coffin as LAG has to dive into A.
Gotta get on the A point. Fellows just trying to play the contest corner on the top side of the well, but he is going to fall, and Atlanta are going to be able to walk away with a clean 3-0 here in this series. Puts them at 2-2 so far in the stage. Still have an opportunity to contest for winners bracket. The LAG, let's just add another one to a tally. Another L in the books.
Yeah, man, it's tough. It really is one of those situations, you know, kind of going back to like when Lunars is picked up halfway through the year. You know, when he gets into that team, like it was obviously very clearly not working. You have to make a change again all over again. But if you were to go back, and for those that are avid fans that watch Challengers on Wednesdays and Thursdays, and rethink about how Lunars played at the beginning of the year and how he's played up in Challengers until this year, like in the last 3 titles, it just feels like he's playing really cautious, really patient. And then you get a new mix, you get Fellow and Johnny into the mix, and both are, again, have been dominating in Challengers until they get picked up to LAG. It's not coming together. And obviously the state of the LAG camp is pretty much broken without being able to make playoffs. But even just like thinking about what this team could stick together for like EWC, you don't feel good about that either. So it's just like crazy scenes. I'm frozen, Jay. I'm frozen.
You're frozen, Alan, and basically same thing with LAG. Like those guys' gameplay is frozen. They cannot figure out a W. Most likely this will not be the roster going into EWC, but go ahead, Des, take it away.
I just disconnected Al there.
It
All
happens.
right.
Nice
Sorry,
job, Chris.
we got Atlanta FaZe getting the job done with the 3-0 as expected. LAG struggle bus continues. How do we feel about a hard point and a control win?
I guess it's just one of those wins that like you got the job done, you won a 3-0. Because like LAG have pushed like Rocker to a game 5, not they're a great team, but like Miami to a game 5. They've been battling some teams as of late. I think it's just one of those wins. It's not like the most impressive when you think about the team they're beating, but like it's a clean 3-0.
Well, they beat, you know, Miami in 2 hard points, took a hard point out from Minnesota as well. So I think the hard point was very impressive. The control, I mean, Atlanta, you can see this a mile away. I mean,
yeah,
Atlanta's unbelievable control team. Like, arguably the best in the world at it over Thieves. And, you know, but going back to the hard point, I think that's my biggest takeaway is the transition period of Hills, how much better they were. And for them, that has to be the emphasis going forward. But yeah, coming to this one, we kind of knew it was going to be a DoorDash 3-0.
We were thinking that'd probably be the case. And I mean, maybe a little more, I don't want to say I'm impressed because this has been a go-to for FaZe with regards to Hacienda and the control, but like you did just lose that to Cloud9. I thought that was really a big win for Cloud9 at the time. So FaZe bounced back, same map, get a win
The
here.
search
which is
bounce back was impressive.
Yeah, you know, you go down and you bring it back, went down 3-5 or whatever it was. It's hard to gas it too much because like LAG is not a great team.
Yeah.
But you get the 3-0. Back to your job done, take your 10 points.
And that now secures winners bracket for Atlanta going to this next major, which is big, and still battling for LA Thieves for that #1 seed. It's going to come down to a match at the majors.
Yeah, and I think FaZe is a team that like they don't care who they play. Like if you would talk to like Crowder, the players, they're probably like, we don't care who play round 1. Fact is, if you want to win a major, you need to be able to beat everyone. But like I think deep down, you don't want to play a surge round 1.
Yeah.
Like you don't want to have that situation again. So maybe have a better just result here.
What I was talking to you about in the green room, though, I think is important. I think these types of matches versus the bottom teams are actually big for Atlanta because they can really rehearse and practice those like last 20 seconds of hills in an actual match and then get comfortable in like how they want to play it. And the guy we're about to interview, Abizi, made a huge play there.
You know, I don't have a lot of money in my bank account after buying a house, but I would bet it all that Atlanta FaZe wins the next major because you said they do not have a championship caliber hardpoint. Abizi, did you hear the blasphemy? These two said you guys are not in a situation where you could walk away with a trophy right now.
I said your hard point's not big enough. So Abizi, hey, Maven here. Hi, bud. Listen, you and I talk a lot. You know, a big fan of you guys, great players and all. Why do we have to do this every goddamn year when you just have your hard point? It's just shit. Why does it happen every year?
They won by 100 points.
I know you won this one, but what's going on? How are you working to improve it?
I mean, I just think we were overthinking a little bit. I think today we went into it with a fresh mindset, and I mean, I feel like we played pretty good hardpoint today.
You did. I loved it. And when you say the overthinking, I want to dive into that a little bit because it looked like you were letting loose on some of these rotations, like kind of making it chaotic for the other team, the repinch you had on fences, and then we see Simp do it right after. Has that been something you guys have talked about in practices? Like you two specifically need to be the guys to get a little bit more aggressive, put teams in blender, and take those risks.
Oh yeah, 100%. I feel like in this game, when you're in people's faces, I feel like it just makes the game so much harder for them. So yeah, it's definitely something we've been practicing.
Yeah, it worked out. It looked great.
Abe, we're going back to Texas for a second time. Are you looking forward to DreamHack?
Oh yeah, I mean, I feel like everyone's been talking about that event. I feel like it's going to be a really fun event.
And final question. I did this yesterday with Envoy, and he nailed it for me. We have one match left. Who is going to be coming out on top of this next one? Crystal, help me out. We got Toronto, we got Minnesota.
I wonder why he was looking around. I'm done.
Toronto, Minnesota, who you got?
Toronto, Minnesota?
Yeah.
I'm going to go with Toronto. 3-0.
Toronto. Game 4?
I think a 3-1 or 3-0.
3-1, 3-0. All right, the pros are leading me to the prediction championship. Thank you, Abizi.
Hey, I love you, Big Abe.
No problem. Yeah. Hey, appreciate you, Maven.
See you, buddy.
I shared my notes, but I got lost in the sauce. We got to go play the game. It goes by Hazard. If you're looking in a mirror, Draza, if you're looking straight at it. Walk me through these guys' performances. Look at the numbers.
Yeah, I mean, this is just, I mean, Draw's masterclass, man. Finds one, finesses, like near the bomb, just waiting for him. He knows that the engagement's going to be coming in, and he's like, I'm up against a rook, bro. Let me just run at him, absolutely take the one. But you can see Lunar shakes, get shot in the back. He got scared, literally physically, in that gunfight. I love seeing that.
Jump scares in game. You love to see it. The smiles as it's another 3-0 for Atlanta FaZe. When we come back, it is the match I thought it was. Toronto, Minnesota. We're going to a game 4 if you listen to it easy. Don't go anywhere.
You're my favorite.
It's the CDL on a Maven Sunday. Oh.
Visit scuff.co/CDL for your chance to win the Road to Champs giveaway and join us at CDL Champs.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Is this the real life?
all who dare to compete. It's more than a team. It's our team. It's more than a feeling. It's unwavering passion. It's more than just talent. It's the grind that got me here. It's more than a moment. It's our legacy. One city, one stage, one champion. The battle starts now. The 2025 Toronto Ultra Team Pack is available now. Each pack includes home and away operators, as well as this weapon charm to bless your aim with the powers of tilt. Next time you boot up, suit up at the in-game shop.
Stack it up.
Oh, this could be huge. Kenny on the flank. Kenny gets the pass.
Keep a bank, roll with me. Stack it up. Big bank.
And Astrio still not missing. He's looking real solid at the moment.
Stack it up. Big bank. Break it up.
Not enough to win the gunfight. Habiashio, the reach on the next one, able to win the 1v2.
Break it up. Big bank. Only hunters, no 50.
You can do it. 1v1. 1v1. The Emperor.
Nothing changed but the change.
This year, it's Toronto Ultra's turn to host champs. It'll be in Kitchener, Ontario. Before we get to that, we have DreamHack Dallas, and that is just 2 weeks away. The final match of our qualifier week 2. Maven, Nameless, we got a decent one. You said it was going past 3 maps. Toronto Ultra is playing Minnesota Rocker. Are they a real threat tonight?
Yeah, I mean, I think like matchup-wise, maps-wise, what these teams like to play is fireworks. Like they're going to be playing some skylines, some vaults. Like Toronto's just going to square with Minnesota. And when we've seen this in the past, like the maps that Minnesota like to play, they've lost to Toronto, right? So Toronto in a really good spot right now.
Yeah, I see like they made your bed, now lie in it, and like you could talk about the Mercury stuff all you want, but the way I view it is like, listen, if it wasn't for the visa issues, they probably think they're making it to a grand final, maybe a chance to win the tournament. They were the hottest teams going in, and I think you can make the same argument right now. They are in the best form they've been all year. This is one of the teams that's going to be a favorite going into the next major. You can't think like that. You look forward, not backwards.
Yeah, they were already coming off a great placing with Beans, right? And then in the next stage, their hard point became electric with Beans in the lineup. We get to land, and Mercules comes in, and yes, dude, he rose to the occasion. Their hard point was unreal, and they're able to make like that similar losers bracket run that they had with Beans. But the search did fall off a little bit. And I think that that is in part due to one, not having a full roster, but also not having Beans, who makes a lot of play calls in search and destroy. So for them, I think that that's what they need to get better at throughout this split, is getting back to like stage 1 search that they had. Then they can win a championship.
I'd say the greatest asset of Toronto, they don't lose to teams that are worse than them. If you look at the standings, they seem to always take the edge over the teams that are higher than on the leaderboard. And Minnesota Rocker is a good 6 spots below them. Minnesota still knocking on the door of champs. It's desperation time, but 40 points out, it is looking gloomier and gloomier every day. You went to a game 5 against LAG, you barely pulled it off.
No, it wasn't the prettiest, but I think Ant made a really good point when he's talking about Toronto, sort of like the one silver lining, I think, for Minnesota. There are a lot of similar strengths when it comes to maps. So you're going to get like 2 of your top 3 hard points. You're going to get a control that you will really like to play. That's about the only thing I can take from this. Like, you are not the favorite of the series at all. but you get good maps. I mean, that's the biggest thing to me.
Yeah, no, that's definitely like if you're picking Minnesota this series, that's what you're looking at is the maps and mode combination that they're going to square up on. But then also like the last time that these guys played, Insight fried them, right? So you're going to need you're going to need bigger performance from Kenny. He was the guy who did get shut down in this series versus Toronto. Really the ARs in general. So I think Gio's been sensational in Hardpoint. The last 60 days been playing so well. Kenny, if we can get a bigger performance from him here, then Minnesota have a great chance to take the Hardpoint.
Let's take a look at our maps and modes for this one as we have a double dose of Rewind. Is that a good thing for Minnesota?
Yeah.
Yes. No, I mean, honestly, overall, this best of 5, it doesn't get much better for Minnesota. The problem is it's also very good for Toronto. Toronto's just like better in the things that Rocker are good at, and I think what might hurt them most, like they just play more mistake-free.
Yeah.
Where like Rocker, like they're like the mistake kings.
The difference here though is the Rewind S&D has looked really good for Rocker. Sure. I mean, we saw it like game how they're able to close it out.
Yeah.
And then the Rewind Hardpoint. I mean, Estrio and Nero were unbelievable in the rep that we saw there. So I think this map set does work.
I want to sell winnable series. It is, I guess, technically.
Scuff pick 'em, Toronto 3-0. Bam, go.
I'm gonna go Game 5, Toronto Ultra.
Yeah, I'm going Toronto too. I told you after Minnesota lost to Vegas, they were dead to me.
Miles and Chance. Let's get this party started.
There's the sweater. I've missed it. So sexy.
Yeah, he's got the purple sweater. The sweater for the baby.
He's trying to leave. He's trying to escape that situation. I think we all were. Well done, Ashworth. You got catcalled at work. HR calling him? It's up to you.
I don't know if we have that department anymore. I don't know. Maven's the exact same on and off camera. Always a fun time hanging out with him. Not a fun time having to play against Toronto Ultra on Skyline. We watched Minnesota Rocker play this map against LAG, and they lost to him. And if you're losing to LAG on this map, now you're going against arguably the best Skyline team in the game. I just feel like for Minnesota, it's a very dangerous situation. I'm expecting, Miles, someone on Minnesota Rocker is going to drop a 1.3 KD, and they're going to lose by 100.
Wow. I'm with it. That's an unbelievably specific pick, and let's find out how it goes, folks. Welcome to the final series of this glorious Mother's Day, the 11th of this month. Let's get it. The records don't do any justice to this, to the way this matchup could well go, but once again, Minnesota Rocker playing a purple team. This time round, though, Ultra will be in their purple, Rocker in the white.
And, well, Rocker having fantastic nades off the rip as well. You saw that actually a great third-person view or free cam view. Shout out, Josh. But yeah, caught him in the nade, won a couple gunfights, get Kenny inside the time, and as good as it gets. And Gio lighting the kill feed with 2. If I was betting man, what did I say? Gio, maybe you got to drop the 1.2. By the way, gunfights, absolutely crazy. Gio, though, perfect start, 4-0. His boy's back in time. And for Rocker right now, as good as it gets.
That's 5. Go on, Joe, make it 6. Or not. Pressure was there. Lovely teamwork again off the rip here. Rocker, this has been a good start. Estro, he's hot. Coming into this one, screaming. And Kleenex find their respective kills. And that is the far left-hand side of the minimap. Locked up for P2. Take it or leave it, folks. Rocker's start. That lead's about to evaporate.
Yeah, 20-point lead, but now I think Ultra, one of the few teams that they are consistently able to lock down P2. Some teams completely unable. Toronto typically on point. Both players spawn in the back, though. So Near's taking the route. The timing doesn't go his way, though. And look at that 4 down. Miles, we watched this map yesterday. LAG, they'd get a 4-man wipe. Hill would get broken 5 seconds later. Do we think Toronto is that kind of team?
Well, we're about to find out very quickly. Opening nade salvo, solid. No trophies in place to save Kleenex on the right-hand side. Insight, keeping this flank as safe as possible. Reinforcements from Kleenex over the top, picks up 2. Beans makes it a 3rd. They're not those guys, pal. Oh!
What's up, Kleenex? You love you some Skyline, don't you?
Oh no. No. Here comes another. Oh, no. He's not dead yet. You haven't killed him yet. Finally, you can breathe a sigh of relief, but that is Ultra singing pretty.
Hey, perfect full 60. Congratulations. Also, I love the view of Insight wall banging through the couch and just staying alive. People roast him for being too slow, but he is buying guys like Kleenex more time to get to work. And you give a guy like Kleenex or Joe to see it's time to work, and it is just 2 pieces like this, a break on P3, and just facilitating this development. Clean and easy break, as good as it gets. A team kill rolling through from Rocker, so they'd be happy to create some white time, but ultimately still, you got Ultra applying the pressure.
It's the right shade of white time for Minnesota Rocker right now, and now it's gone purple. So in we go inside, trying to cut the back line open. B's going to be there to pick up. Oh, a nice two. We got Pistola. Holy for Holes. Over to Joe Deceives, who does exactly the same thing. Ultra. What a battle for Kitchen. They're cleaning up so far. Once the dishes are done, they'll go to bed. That's on the right-hand side of the minimap, and that's where we go to next.
It's also super heads-up spawn awareness. You can actually just see on the minimap how ahead of the game Toronto is. They might not break the spawns, but they spawn one player out in the back, and they read that. They know exactly what's going on at any given point. Communication always effective. Rocker, though, good hold so far. They still are maintaining those right-side spawns. They got P1 pushed up, so a hold here, and you're back in the game.
We're right back in it. Rocker, can you do it, though? Here comes the squirrely approach, a little bit of climbing, a little bit of dive in, and it's Gio with the big kills. Hungry for the third. He gets his fill as Joe finds it. But that's 3 members of Rocker alive in the back. The 4th man spawns close. Yeah, right back to spawn. Ezreal, don't worry, mate. You'll be close on this one again. Over the top comes Joe. There's the break opportunity, and Rocker are in.
Yeah, and shout out to Joe Deceives for that wonderful display of patience. Again, Ultra controlling the pace when they need to, and him just living in the back line that long, waiting for his second wave of teammates to roll through. And I mean, credit to Rocker. Gio tried to stop it. He went for the chow, but ultimately Joe just outplays him, and now he's got his ARs looking over the top of him. I mean, just maybe 3 different examples already of why we can see why Ultra are so good on this map. A tough spot for Rocker to have to play him on it.
Second set. The scoreline was nice for Minnesota Rocker. Now it's even nicer as it climbs over the 69 mark into the 70s. Nero's not going to find a whole lot more success here, but Gio, you had the hard point for a moment, lads. Now looking at another potential spawn flip. That's Ultra's name of the game right now. They've got themselves P1. A soak is good, but spawns for 2 are even better.
Good shots from Ezreal, trying to add to the pile, but the teamwork there coming through from Ultra. Rocker does still get the break. Good nades coming out of Gio. You make sure you get the boys off time, and a P1 for Rocker. So far this game has been the best hill for them. They need to make sure they win this rotation though too. 22 seconds to go. They do have those left side spawns. You cannot allow Ultra to break this setup.
And Jamie Craven happily sitting at top here. A power position. For the man with the names, send in Joe for the kills. Not going to be there. Spawns are still good in the back here for Rocker. The pressure's not enough to break it this time around. So Minnesota, oh, baby. The bend, no break. On a P2 we go. This could be a fantastic turnaround. As Kleenex throws some a mean strafe. What is this, Halo 2?
I honestly couldn't tell you, but I'll roll with that. I just hope whenever we get kills, a burst of confetti pops out and we hear a yay as Nero gets to be the man for this pushed out, trying to fry. Unfortunately, it runs into a Jackal at that range, not going to win it, but first 20 seconds of this hill going towards Rocker, trying to play keep away, win the first 2 gunfights, but you see Ultra already backing him down and out of time, and now it's just getting swirly in the back line. Joe Deceives is running circles around players. Rocker do manage to get all these kills, but they've just exchanged maybe 15 seconds. So much time given away. So as good of a hold as it is, not quite the perfect full 60 they were looking for.
Yeah, a hold, but their hands off the wheel. You're not wrong, brother. Last final 10 now as Rocker. They might finally get broken out here. A 1v1 to decide it. Spawn still in the back here for Toronto Ultra, as you are going to get a little bit more of that scrap. Keeps the lead healthy. Keeps the lead fresh, and the teamwork makes you another 3 dead there. Minnesota Rocker on the break to P3 again.
Well, I mean, good news for Rocker long term. They got the right side spawns. Bad news, they're running into the pre-aim of Insight. Nero, though, going to be able to get the trades. It is a trade fest around the time, and there you go. Rocker come out on top. Ezreal gives you an extra 2, and Minnesota maybe have taken control of this game, except for number 5, Kenny. He made it to piano. Spawns are getting wild. Nero's trying to keep it under lock and key, so a mini-map that is looking wild. And I don't know who's going to come out on top of this one. Still remains to be chaos, and Rocker somehow end up with the spawns in the end.
A blessed moment for Minnesota. Can they do anything with it? You're not going to get this hard point time. It's going to be a 15 seconds go in the way of Toronto once again, but a solid opportunity here to hold it together. Kenny finds himself 3 dead. Ultra into the hard point. We now go Minnesota Rocker. They're all tucked up there in the bathroom.
And that's huge as well. I mean, a massive moment. You create the chaos, but you are perfectly set up now for this new time. Gio's got grass. Your random points got the front. Nero's got up top. You have everything covered.
Breaks from the top side of the map. There we go. Nero makes safe his lane. Now from downstairs, the lineup not going to cause anything, and it's well gone, mate. Oh, what a collapse. Oh, my word. Ultra A superb break. Before the wounds have even healed, though, Rocket right on their heels. Trailing now, still. To the front, we're going to try to hit this one. Nero from upstairs as well. The 2-2 split. 2 up, 2 down. Who's going to get there first?
Oh, dude, look at the, you had like a patio set up rolling through from the AR players at Toronto. So a moment of insanity. The only reason Rocker really didn't get the hold is because Kenny, the man that was on the patio furniture, was the first one to die. And ultimately, I think they bailed themselves out and sort of handled the mixiness. So, I mean, all things considered, not the worst hill for Rocker, but similar to that first P2, it's just not as good as you're going to want it. But they're staying in the game. I mean, a 20-point gap right now. So I was wrong about the 100-point difference prediction. Rocker having a little bit of fight, but still, they got a long way to go.
Well, third set, once again, Ultra leading going into this one. It looks like Geo tagged Kleenex back in bedroom. So some very fun player counteractions. Kleenex and Geo, the battle continues. This time, going the way of Ultra for the second. Break attempt good. Rocker are in. Oh, 3 dead again. And Kenny now trying to push those spawns, but it's going to be a good opportunity here for Ultra. Trying to get them out of time. Hold on to this one. Nero, the old poke attack, as he gets a little bit of chip damage. Indeed, more than chip. Breaks the guard. Oh, dear goodness. Nero, a 4 spree, but not enough to break spawns.
And not just yet. I mean, they're trying, though. This has been great. So good job, P1. Rocker might end up taking the lead on this time as well. They just can't break down the line. Last man standing, Joe Deceives, shredded. Nero gets it. There's the spawn break, and Minnesota Rocker might just make me eat my words. They got the leads. They got the spawn. They can win it on this B2.
Yummy! Over the top. Over Kenny now in time. Backline covered by Nero for a second. Joe Deceives going to get his now. Estral, you have got a big moment here. Doesn't check the low stairs. Doesn't manage to get inside off time just yet. But this could be it. Opportunity now from Kleenex to get forward. Able to get in time. Yes, Kenny down. Last man, Nero.
Yeah, Kleenex is godlike, dude. I mean, making a double piece in that moment, forcing the pressure towards the back. Ultra are overwhelming. And how about that for a break? And now Estriel trying to be the front man on the squad. Great tags, great damage, but trying to find the opening towards the back, waiting for his teammates to group. The hit has to be good, and they're making it happen now. Kenny to time has the sub to do it. 2-2 trade in the feed in last men standing. Look to be Minnesota Rocker.
We're going to see another lead change, and we're going to see a very, very closely contested hard point going into third. Wow. Nero, what a moment. 2 waves of insane kills. Gets him to 36. Here we go to Kitchen.
And I don't even know if this game's gonna end on Kitchen. I think the rotation might be a factor as well. So you got on the mini-map, Kenny taking deep routes. Unfortunately for Kenny, his team getting picked apart on one end, but he wins the gunfight and flips the spawns. So maybe long-term Kenny made the play.
Oh, he might have. Nero cuts down inside through mid. Nero, another 2. Kenny on the break. Rocker are in.
They don't have the flip, dude. These are spawns from hell. Ultra gonna hit this from every single angle. And look at that 4-man wipe, and now they got the spawns. It is a skyline at its absolute best.
And here we go. Ultra trying to hold on. Beans trying to make the play. Push the reinforcements. He gets a little bit of intel. Kleenex on a close corner and another hardpoint break. You've got kills. Oh, Kleenex finds another. Up close and personal with the Jackal. Devours Rocker. Spawns again. Spawns for New again, but you can win it here, Toronto.
Yeah, you gotta get the break. I mean, someone has to go from Rocker over towards this time. You don't have time to waste. It's 247, 246. He can't make it to time, and it ends on a P3. Holy smokes, what a game of Skyline.
What a game of Skyline, boys and girls. Start of this series already electric. Both teams bringing the goods. That mini-map was so sensational, man. What's going on today? What's the deal?
I feel like Kenny, the first time he pushed me in, I'm looking at the map and I was like, I couldn't explain it why it happened, but like 2-2 split. 2 guys spawned for Ultra on one side of the map, the other 2 spawned like the back white like patio section or whatever. And then there was like 3 or 4 different 2-2 splits. Completely unpredictable. Players doing a much better job than I ever would reading that in game, but ultimately much closer than I would have expected. Only a 22-point difference. Nero does shred in the kills column, 40 and 34. I mean, Kenny right there in the slang department as well. So the KDs, not too shabby for Minnesota, but ultimately Ultra it's like the little things that they do that give them the win towards the end. Like they get the P2 hold, perfect 60. They get the P4 hold, so much more time. And when they don't have these things going for them, they're just so annoying. Even like the final P2 miles when like Minnesota Rocker get it, all 4 players, or like they kill 3. Joe deceives his last man standing over towards white steps. He wins 1 gunfight and just strips away an extra 5 or 6 seconds. Like all of these annoying little gunfights, annoying little ideas just to build up and accumulate over time. And I think that's the big difference maker for Ultra on this map. They do almost everything right.
I think the one you were talking about with Joe was running laps, or the one where he was lying down behind the spawn stairs. Either way, Joe causing problems there. And every second really does count. I mean, we are joking about the seconds in time, but it is really making sure that your teammates on a map this small can get across to the other side, can get into a line of sight where they can actually provide support. That is what you're looking for here. And Toronto Ultra doing it right. Really great individual gunfights there from Kleenex. He had himself an unbelievable map in that regard, but those gunfights only get you so far. It really was the teamwork of Toronto. What a fantastic start to this series for them. Nero putting in the work. Don't beat yourself up, kid. You're a demon.
Yeah, I mean, Nero's definitely in contention for having most 40 bombs in the league. He has quite a few in hardpoint and control, but in spite of the 40 bomb, simply not enough. But like, again, this first P2 for Toronto Ultra, near perfect full 60. You go to the next P2 where Rocker had the edge. Ultra don't score any points on that second P2, right? They never get a clean break. Rocker made the plays to hold down the time the entire way through, but they only got 30 seconds because Ultra, again, just complete nuisances. And I mean, the game you lose by 22, you only get 30 seconds. I mean, I don't want to call it a money hill, but it's, again, those types of things that Ultra, they are built different on Skyline, very consistent with it. And Kleenex is one of the best Skyline players in the game. Doesn't hurt to have.
Doesn't hurt whatsoever. What might hurt though is the next map coming up, Rewind, Search and Destroy. We saw this yesterday. Chance again, Rocker closing out that sensational round 11 in their game 5. Do you think that's going to be the case today? Is this going to be another nail biter, or Ultra a far more fierce competitor than the Gorilla mates? How are you feeling about this?
Honestly, it's an interesting map just because I feel like Rocker really do have some great tools on it. They've just failed to deliver at different times. Mentioned it yesterday. Kenny has been electric on this map when it comes to the First Bloods. He runs like Burger Street. On offense and defense, he has been a very high impact player. And his teammates on the flip side also can do a really good job. Like Estria went double digits on this map yesterday, had a standout performance. They just have those few clutches where things do not pan out. But on Rewind, it does. However, I just know from Ultra, again, they do the little things right. If you give the opportunity for them to clutch up, I mean, every single player on that squad is going to take it. So Rocker can just not bring the same level of S&D they have had throughout this stage. They have to be at their top form.
Well, the form is honestly good at the moment. Again, I feel like they woke up today here on the 11th and they're looking fine because you've given them a great game on Skyline there. Keep riding that confidence, keep riding that energy, and again, the teamwork, very clean indeed. Sun goes down, city heats up. Good fight, Josh. Kenny, you talked about him over by the old Burger Street. Yeah, and he's just gone and flipped beans.
Yeah, he's great in the First Bloods over on this side of the map. Beans met his demise. Kleenex, though, in a good spot to get information. He can see players on the cross if they're going through blue or like the hole in the wall. But with a man down, still a very tough spot. Kleenex, well, can't cross that with Kenny overlooking. And meanwhile, Rocker able to get the bomb down in just a moment. And they'll have a 4v3 for the post plant.
They don't have any numbers on the inside of the site. Oh, sorry, it's 2 of them. Minimap freaked me out there. Pick a corner, any corner. Whether it's the laundry or it's pushing Kenny. You see the barrel, Ken. Yeah, the stun's going to connect. And Kleenex, with not the coverage of his teammate, would have been dead and out here. So you know at least 2 players through the B side of the map. Ouch. Kleenex on the entry. Snaps in from Geo. The backline safe and sound. Tobias Yul Johnson 1v3. Technically, as a crossfire from hell gets Rock of the round.
Yeah, and Rocker do everything perfect. Kenny got credit for the kill, but I think Geo came over to double chow the street with him, so I think each player can get partial credit for the first blood in the 4v3. Like, happy to take your time, don't make any mistakes, clear out all the corners, get the bomb down, and we saw Kenny on the street. He knows Kleenex is nearby. He has Estriel for support in the middle of the map, but he knows not to overcommit because Kleenex had the help from Insight. So if Kenny doesn't back down, he'd throw away his life. He does the smart thing, get out of dodge, and when Insight shoots his gun, Nero gets active. So, I mean, a perfectly orchestrated round from Rocker. They're going to need a few more of those.
Heavy hit here from Rocker. They're going for it. Are we going to bang the door at Jens? Hello! Whoa!
Hello.
Estriel, they're in. That's the kill. Kleenex, oh, what a recovery. Gets away with his life. 3v3. Are we going to keep pushing pace? Minnesota sure are. Bad news, though. Kleenex, he is the master.
Yeah, he's a demon. In the meantime, though, Geo actually does win another gunfight to even the odds at a 2v2 in the minimap. Well, you see what Insight's doing. Kleenex is looking for information. They got it. Freebie kill, and he spots Estriel. I didn't know you could wall bang that, but there you go.
That is the dumpster bang. And Estriel now truly in a difficult situation to be in, but not impossible. Hello. 1v1.
Shreds.
Kleenex is on him. On recovery. Oh, and he pumps the brakes. Oh my goodness. You hit this corner, Toby. Oh my God. He's backed up again. How does he know? He's going all around the world. Bomb plant? Yes, indeed. Estriel's going to check. Has to confirm. What? The 48 HP. 2 rounds in a row for Rocker.
Dude, massive, absolutely massive in that 1v2 where he did not have any advantage, right? He's getting tagged up through the dumpsters, gets out of dodge before Kleenex can pick up the trade, and just able to fry Insight. Insight makes the smallest of mistakes by that 18-wheeler. Out in the open, exposed just for a moment. Estriel guns him down and makes the perfect play. S&D kid through and through. Estriel is one of those, like, I mean, he was grinding Black Ops 4 in the offseason and just running pro players' pockets. So he loves him some S&D, and Rewind has been very kind to him. Again, double digits yesterday in the game 5 to make sure the team clutches up. And they've been terrible in the game 5. So he is delivering for the squad and delivering here once again. Rocker up 2-0.
3 spree allowing the boys to really run this one. Not going to run too far, though. That trophy system does save the nades. But Joe deceives, Beans, you name it, boys. Kicking ass. Estriel's eyes on one. And a free kill to his name as well. Great shots onto Joe. Not enough for the kill. All down to Nero's. This round is basically over.
Just chomping on that gum. Nice.
And those are some shots. Ton of information passed out here. Again, the Ultra Boys playing that formation very tight. And now we get loose. Now we spread out. And whoa, that's a 1v1 win you wanted. The double back. Insight playing it slow still. Beans with eyes on A. There's the crossfire you wanted from Ultra. They let Nero just roam his way into that.
Yeah, another great aspect of Insight's game. He is just almost always in the perfect position, playing with the angles, watching one cross, but make sure he has his screen so he can see the elephant push as well and gives the comm immediately. I think Insight's one of the players, like, he's not playing in the same way as Kenny on like Burger Street necessarily, of like going for the chows, looking for the aggressive first bloods, but he really just is a facilitator. He's always getting the information. He's always like sort of telling basically Joe Deceives and Kleenex how they can play the game and what you can get away with. Incredibly valuable to the team is Insight. Massive reason for their success.
That really helps. Trades and mid-map certainly do as well. Oh, Kenny managed to walk over the win, and that is a one shot that is never going to get away. Oh, 1v1, and that is it. We talked about the teamwork, the facilitation, and the name of the game. Ultra, get it done. A 1v1 of no note at all. A simple trade.
Yep, and the reason Beans was able to snap like that is, again, he's just getting these comms. I assume it was a similar situation when Kenny's running through the street. Kenny makes the play, honestly, might have broken Insight's angles or in that capacity just to get the kill. But then he's caught out to dry, absolutely dead to rights. So the first blood there, the difference maker. Ultra kick things off, and all of the trades are perfect. We got ourselves a game, 2-2 tied up. Rocker back on the attack, and we're driving.
Yeah, a real fast turnaround there. Joe's in trouble here. That might have caused damage. You're not going to be able to get anything over the top there. That trophy certainly helpful. But yeah, Joe was in an issue there.
Love this. How does he know? That might have been a hop check over the wall. Somebody passing that intel to him straight away. And now the aggression. Ultra hit go. Inside on the left flank. Beans now keeping the bomb as safe as he can. He has eyes on it for now. Esriel and Kenny, a very difficult retake down a man. Oh dear.
And just everywhere you go, Insight is cutting the map in some ridiculous way. And trades instant. Good try there out of Esriel, but nothing we're able to cook up. And in spite of the fact that Kenny is still outstanding in the first blood category in that section of the map, he caught Kleenex for absolute free. The breakdown happens instantly. And Miles, I have to imagine you're correct that someone is just spotting out where that player is planning for Joe to see. He's just a Kool-Aid man and know exactly where to pre-aim. So information game always on point. And then Insight also knows, hey, if Joe's getting the kill in this spot, where's the pressure going to be coming from after the fact? Insight reads that, reads Kenny on the pinch. And Insight is a monster in S&D. And he's only 5-2. Telling you, man, underrated.
Once again from Ultra, it's a tight setup, shoulder to shoulder. Oh, Nero. That was a challenge. He wanted it. He got it. The nade's... The nade was almost so great from Kleenex, but it's going to send in Beans. He also has bomb. Everybody got plant street coverage now, so 1v1 he's going to help out in. Kenny is in serious trouble here. Over the wall from the hip. Beans for 2. Oh, Gio, this is not going to happen. This is 4 rounds in a row for Toronto Ultra. The takeover on Rewind is still there.
Yeah, I mean, that's lights out. You don't get the first blood, you're going to have a bad time, and Beans just making a nice little highlight reel play there as well. And once again from Ultra, I mean, super heads-up gameplay. Like, they had the double challenge on Kenny on the truck, but Beans just knows someone is going to try to come help Kenny. And also Nero, I mean, dude, you don't have to...
He doesn't know there's two. He doesn't know there's two players. He's thought, I'm challenging.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Like, if you don't know, though, like, maybe not.
That was a Fafo moment for sure. Like, he found out real quick. He's finding out again currently. His teammates on the other side. Hey, good coverage from Ken. That was a really tight angle to work with. And Esriel now pushing advantage. Man up. He and Nero now full HP, loaded pockets. And they didn't see the barrel. Oh my good God. Who is that on the other side of the wall? Gee, they haven't checked it. Beans is here. Out like a light. Walks away with the near gunfight win. Kleenex is there for the try.
Oh my God.
Shut a front door. It's a 2v1.
Esriel's trying to bail you out. And I mean, dude, he can't even do it. There's nowhere you can go. Every exit covered. And again, the teamwork there from Toronto Ultra continues to be world class. I mean, you had Beans completely dead to rights. 2 players going for the trades, but Kleenex just hops over the wall. He's there for the coverage and the communication perfect on who's one shot and where they are. I mean, it's chaotic, so a lot of luck is involved in these moments as well, but if you're doing the little things right, more often than not, you will end up lucky.
Oh, man, the new sheriff in town, Beans. He got that iron on his hip. A nice 3 kills from him on this round. Beautiful stuff and a pure joy and an elated player cams. 5 spree Insight, 4 spree Beans. Potential final round here. Rocker on the much deeper defense.
Yeah, Insight hasn't died since round 2, so that's how things are going for Ultra.
He's got a gift for Minnesota. A lot of cover on this map, but now impeccable information gain, let alone the kill. Ultra now move in a position. This is the victory lap.
Yeah, and I think Insight spotted Kenny on the pinch too, so number 4 is going to be looking at that. Yeah, absolutely ready for Kenny. There is nowhere these Rocker players can go without getting sniffed out.
There it is, the sniff complete, and he caught a full whiff of Kenny. Gio once again, a 1v4, an admirable amount of damage dealt. Eyes onto the next man. Oh. T-Buggers. Benjamin Beans calls in the RC and lets it rip from one car to another. Bang. Ultra 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, that is just unnecessarily rude. That's messed up, man. That's not cool, but I appreciate it. I needed that laugh because that was a beatdown. Rocker, the first round they played, I mean, literally perfectly calculated. It was everything you wanted. It was bread and butter, a thing of beauty. Round number 2 doesn't go as great. Ezreal bails you out and has a ridiculous 1v2 clutch. And then you lose 6 in a row because Ultra flipped the switch. And look at that from Kenny, man. 3 first bloods on the street. I mean, he sort of provided, at least in that category, I suppose, not too involved after the fact, but otherwise, you are just getting slaughtered. Nero 0 for 3 in the first blood battle, and I mean, Insight, he died twice and went, I'm good, I'm not doing that anymore. One of the rare hellstorms earned in Search and Destroy. Again, Insight, I keep standing him and saying his name and singing his praises as much as I can for good reason. He does stuff like that.
You are well heard, mate. Well heard. Well, 2-0 at the half, an incredibly dominant and very, very flashy victory there from the Toronto Ultra boys. It's back to the desk. Clint, you know he was thinking about Bix when the Death Star killed him. You know he did.
He was. Yeah, I was. I'll be honest with you. I didn't hear what he said at all.
Something about a Death Star and Bix.
Well, he was talking Andor. Dude, I caught up on Andor. It's incredible. No, I didn't have anything turned up loud enough. I actually didn't hear what he said. Dude, wait till he tweets a photo.
Maven Sundays. One day we're going to teach him how to plug in.
I texted Miles a photo of me crying to an episode of Andor, and he's got it saved forever. There's literally tears coming down my face. He's going to use that.
I can't wait till he drops that. And right now, he could use it on the side of the Minnesota Rocker. I mean, honestly, Minnesota losing that first match to Vegas put them in a position where they need an upset in one of these matches, right? Yeah. And we thought potentially this could be it because you look at the map set and it's like, okay, they played a lot of rewinds. The one loss that we've seen in recent memory on the rewind was around 11, right? So they've been solid on this map. Not the case here. I mean, you saw them go up 2-0 early, and then Toronto Ultra just kind of turn it on. Some aggressive pushes through street. One of their defenses, they just catch them off guard, and then after that, you see Kenny try to get tricky, get behind, and just kind of sniff that out. And it's like Toronto just 6 rounds straight. Insight finds a hellstorm, and just lights out from there.
No, I mean, it goes back to what we were talking about at the beginning of this. Yes, they do have some similar map strengths, but just Ultra are better at all of them is the problem. And they're the better team, and you're seeing it here throughout the first 2 maps. Yes, it was a close one for Rockery. He had some opportunities. You and I were a little frustrated, and one of the moments in that map one.
Yeah, man.
This is something that ever since I think like squad spawns in 2019, like this concept in Hardpoint, like sometimes when a team gets 4 dead, like they get the kills, like they kill 4, spawns are just, it's like, where are they going to spawn? Because if you get 3 dead and there's at least 1 enemy player up, you have a better idea. When you get 4 dead and just get punished by, like we've seen it a million times in the last like 5 years, but it still pisses me off every time.
Yeah, it was super unfortunate.
Time for our scuff play of the game. It came from game 1 and it came from a man named Tobias. Shall we walk you through this one, Nameless?
Yeah, Toby's an absolute beast.
Animal.
The rip of the game, he started off just frying, was a 6 streak. We get down to the wire here, and this is the end of the map. We get to this P3, and as Clint mentioned, there was a 4 down on the side of the Minnesota Rocker. It actually happens right after Toby's finding those kills, and then they have to come in and re-break. And what happens is Joe finds one, allows Kleenex to get to the hill, and once Kleenex gets in and around this hill, he's just finding kills from the rat corner, left and right. Nothing you can do. They close it out.
The man is just tossing hand warmers. He's just loving life. No challenge yet today.
No, I guess it's one of those days, bro. 3-0s all over the place.
3-0s.
I hate these days.
It could be wrapping up.
I hate them, but I love them because we're hitting the driving range.
Yeah, but I want to have one game season, bro.
Believe it or not, guys, we have a big event that we should sell tickets to. DreamHack. Maven is going to his first, and you can shake his hand.
Yeah.
Make sure you use Purell first, but it's going to be DreamHack.com/Dallas/CDL for your tickets. Watch all 12 of your teams before 4 of them get knocked out before champs.
You would kill it as a Kratos cosplay.
Oh my God, yes.
Wow.
I would, dude.
My dude is ripped.
I think I'd be a good cosplayer.
Miles could do Johnny Bravo.
Okay. I like that.
Yeah. What would that guy in the middle play?
He's so famous he'd play himself.
Yeah, just himself.
The king.
Man.
What a handsome gent, too.
All right.
Who's that one like redhead like artist that's really big? Why can't I think of his name right
Sheeran?
now? Yeah, he'd be like Ed Sheeran.
Could
not think Ed Sheeran's
Ed Sheeran is that one redheaded artist.
Carrot
Miles,
Top,
do you know anymore?
Carrot Top. Yeah, low-key.
Maven Sunday.
Chance could do like Ask
It's a huge Ed Sheeran fan. I've got no tracks, otherwise we'd be singing now. All right, let's just do it. Let's rip the band-aid. Let's deal with this game of Control. Chance Ultra, too good, too clean, too fast, too good looking, and arguably smelling as well. How do we feel about this game of Control?
The same way Daft Punk felt about the Discovery album, maybe something like that. Yeah, I mean, on Control on Point, 100% win rate there on the old attacking rounds. Granted, specifically in this stage, but obviously guys are phenomenal, right? I think Beans, maybe his first like 2 series back, he's playing a little bit slow. Got to get back in the swing of things. His team is still getting wins, so you don't really care. Yeah, he's been just fine. He has had a few different highlight reel-esque plays so far in this series, and if he's getting the vibes flowing, sure, standout player map 3, why not?
I mean, it's standout player, but it really is the whole team, man. Toronto have come to a very, very fluid game as a squad. I'm excited to see how they can look on this game of Control. For Rocker, I mean, of course, all reverse sweeps are built on hope, but I think hope right now is the one thing that they do not have. I think it's starting to just cut away from them. It's getting peeled back one map at a time, and they're tougher and tougher opponents. They're never going to give up these free wins. You've got to snatch it. You have to battle it back yourself. And okay, look.
Do you know how much I'd love to see the second best objective player having a KD like that? I love Joe Deceives.
Yeah.
Unabashedly. Big fan.
Big fan. Big fan. And these big fans will be wearing away in this next one. Vault, here we go. Rocker, time to turn it all around. It's time to believe. You got to lock in. How you doing, bro? How you doing, son? No, lock in. Just lock in.
Are you talking to your actual son?
No, he doesn't know what lock in means. He's not even 2.
Not yet. Not yet.
You know why? Because he's already logged in. Can't not be logged in. I was talking about the Rocker tweet. Here we go.
Yeah, I hear you. Rocker, by the way, for what it's worth, I think have actually been playing pretty well. Like playing their game, the tools that they have. Like again, Kenny for the first, Bloods delivering. Near on map 1, dropped a 40. So I think Rocker are bringing sort of like their A game. I think Toronto, just better so far. So we'll see if they can sort of make up for that. Good opening break nonetheless. 2 players near the zone. Kills falling into their laps. Trades rolling through. Nero, good patience. Didn't get the gunny, and this is where Ultra, I mean, they never look back. They get a 4-man wipe, and I feel like they're guaranteed to win the round.
Well, if you're getting your A game, it just feels like Ultra's got the A++. I'm not going to say S rank just yet, but they're bringing the absolute noise. Kenny, go on, son, Kenny. There's another one here. Whoa, okay. Beans finds 2 with the Jackal, and we keep the A zone absolutely perfect right now. Geo from upstairs. Lovely tags into Joseph Decevicus. He goes down, and now an opportunity to keep the A zone. I mean, at least for now, a battle that you can contest for.
Well, you gotta be worried about the catwalk. Geo's trying to pick that up. Underground route being taken, flying through the front. Ultra looking for it. I mean, all the trades are gonna start to roll through. Minnesota edge up, and then Beans gives you 2. Geo wins that gunfight. Maybe Rocker have it instead. They're back in their spawn.
And once again, it's the same looking kill feed. It's Beans with 2. It's just the perfect way. Ultra flow. It's the system they have in place to retake that A zone on the attack. And oh dear God, Insight is now at P2 hanging out with both weapons, causing issues. The A zone's still getting captured though, so Joe's doing what he can to buy that time, but it's not going to pull too much here from the Ultra lads. Kleenex is going to get the gunfights done from the front door. Beautiful stuff. Final few seconds, and there is a chance. There's a hope with 10 to go. Get in there, lads.
Gonna try going for the mid hit. Kleenex, easy one. Difficult too, but then the trades are just completely there because Ultra's teamwork always on point. It must be an absolute trip to play against Ultra in the sense of like, depending on who you're taking a gunfight, like you either have to deal with Insight because he is a sole player playing like a snail in some weird corner like behind the pool, and you're just annoyed of those gunfights, and then you got to deal with Kleenex just running it down. And everything's so perfect in a sense of like, you know, Geo going through the catwalk, looking at players in the pillars. They're always dancing around it in like a very well orchestrated way. A very dialed in team. Everybody knows the plan.
Yeah, Rocket, it looks like you feel like you have an idea of, you know, where a few players are. You've got an idea of how the attack's going to come, and then bang, you get sucker punched by Kleenex out of nowhere. While you're reeling, Joe Deceives and Beans find theirs, and Insight walks over your corpse and captures the zone. Here we go. 3 dead. This is about as good a start you can possibly get. There's the last man. That zone is flying, folks. Second segment gone, and it is going to be a perfect A capture. Toronto Ultra now march towards B.
Yeah, Geo didn't even want to try. That's how bad that opening break went. And now Kleenex is trying to maybe get over towards Art. 2 kills and a feed, sliding past the point. He's found the route to get through, goes for the challenge instead, and look at him, objectively minded. The SMG players I dream about.
He just takes a couple of steps back. Joe's going to keep playing his life. Kleenex now fills that role immediately. Look at this, folks. Insight again. Tags all over the shop. Playing a close corner here from the hip into Kenny. Estriel had eyes on, but the capture still continues, folks. Second segment gone. The pressure from the front, and the map is teetering on the edge of over. Toronto Ultra. Simply too good.
I mean, listen, I'm not expecting you to get this answer right. Did you see how many deaths Ultra had in that round?
I think it was none.
No, 3. They had 3 deaths in the entire round, and they captured both zones. That is... I don't know if that's the record. I think there's been a handful of 2-death round wins.
That's about as good as it gets.
On a map like Vault, yeah, that's absurd.
Yeah, Rocker right now, we talked about hope. It's gone. It feels as if you can really pull it back here. I mean, this is one of the most unbelievable regains, one of the most unbelievable tests of human resolve that we have seen in the COD League. The stats might be broken.
It might be, definitely are. Joe Deceives is on a larger streak than he has, so yeah.
I had a point to make. It doesn't matter. You're absolutely right. Well, opening trades. Forget it. It's fine. Opening trades are going to be done, and it is going to be technically Rocker up top, if not for beats. Who flies in? And now toe to toe with Geo, who continues to be a wonderful watch in the 1v1 moments. These stats are real. Kleenex is 15 and 7.
Oh, we're back, yes.
Yeah, we are G for now. Shout out the observers, doing their best. One segment down at A. Happy birthday, Q! We'll get that later, don't worry. Lock in, everyone.
Kenny's doing all right. On offense, he's been fine at the very least. 9 and 10 doesn't look great, but they did just get slammed on the defensive end. And Estriel started off 3 and 10, so he's been solid on the attack as well. A much slower capture on this one, but every kill has been perfect. A 5 life advantage, plenty of time to work with. You get Estriel towards the zone. Rocker fighting.
Fighting indeed. And this is it. The test of the resolve, and it is being tested. Geo, we are battling truly tooth and nail here against the might of Ultra, who have got a perfect setup looking over this point. Oh, we fan out. We find some kills. Minnesota not as aggressive towards time. They are worried about the other 2 members who have been flanking. A possible opportunity missed. You've got to find a couple more outrageous wins.
Oh my god, just shot on the cross. He's trying to kill Kleenex. A stun lands in his face and a 4-man wipe, and there you go. That's the round.
That's it. Wow, it's for minute 30 and 15 lives. Or 17 lives, sorry. That could have been the chance. That could have been the opportunity now. A possible hit now through mid. It's going to be an insight. Yeah, who gets right back up top. Again, an immaculate position to be defending from. He does have a teammate to back him up there over the top. Sends Joe now to clear out the bottom side of Vault. No one's going to be home for the time being. A minute to play.
There's just no room to breathe either. You're trying to worry about the pace. They had a 5 life advantage, and they maintained that for a bit, but that has begun to evaporate. Only a 3-kill difference now. A minute and a half, as you stated, when the 4-man wipe happened. Well, 50% of that is gone. You do have pressure over towards the B zone, but Insight's behind you. The Thorn in your side. Now you can make it towards B, and they have the trophy, or they don't have trophies yet, but still in a good spot.
It's not going to save you from this. It's not going to save you from Joe or Insight on the pinch. Jamie Craven, he kills nearly everything. The teamwork once again from Ultra. The positioning fantastic, but 6 lives. They are technically down. 35 on the clock.
And they're coming to hunt him down. Insight just wants to waste as much time as he can. 2 players to deal with, and he gives nothing to his teammates, but he does slow him down. So 5 lives remaining, but only 25 seconds on the clock. No respawns remaining. Ultra have to live.
And we're on it. We're on it. Joe pushed the advantage. He has the hit points to work with here, but oh dear, doesn't have Estriel. The kill's good. Estriel gets traded out. That's it. Surely. That's it. Geo done. 15 seconds. 1 final stab. 1 chance, Minnesota Rocker. You're going to go out on your knees, or you're going to go out on your feet. Here we go. It's a fight. No lives for Ultra. Quick contest. Anyone there on the trade? Yeah, over the top. It's not done yet. Nero staying alive. No angle to cover it. Last man left alive, Estriel, and he will go down fighting on the point. 3-0 in control, 3-0 in the series. Ultra. What a clean dispatch here on Mother's Day.
Yeah, and with 3 3-0s on the day, we know which team. No, I'm not going to make a Mother's Day joke, but yeah, fantastic work there by Ultra. Certainly you're looking to come out and dominate. That's exactly what they did, and I think that look from Nero tells it all. Honest to God, Minnesota did not play poorly in this series. It just did not make a difference. They get throttled. The S&D, they had the 1v2 clutch. They had a perfect like round 1. Kenny was able to give you 3 first bloods consistently. You lost 6 rounds in a row. Inside able to get a Hellstorm. Miro dropped 40 on map number 1. And no one got smoked on Minnesota Rocker. Only one player had a negative KD, I think, on the Skyline. And it was like 24 and 28 from Estriel. Still lose that one. And, well, they attempted to battle on the control. But on the defensive end, Ultra are just a spectacle. CleanX 17 kills and 2 defensive rounds, and even when they had the man advantage towards the end, Ultra are just able to sort of control the pace and get the 3-0 win. So Toronto fans, happy as always. Can't ask for anything more. Got a 3-0 dub in Minnesota Rocker. At least it wasn't a Game 5 loss.
It wasn't a Game 5 at all, no, but that was a real clean dispatch. Ultra looking brilliant, man. Really, really brilliant gameplay from them. Excited to hear from their players in our post-match interview. For now, it's to the desk.
Thank you, guys.
Really good job. Really great job.
Great job.
A day shorter than Clint's hair. Let's take a look at some of the action. 3-0 from Toronto Ultra.
It's Happy Maven Day. It's Happy Mother's Day.
It is.
I'm a mother.
True.
To what?
Let's take a look at some of the highlights.
I mean, you probably are dad somewhere along the line.
I'm gonna yes and this. Where are we going?
College was a thing. But yeah, let's take a look at some highlights, Chris.
Listen, everybody's going to go back to the life lead that Minnesota had at the very end. You know, it's really tough. CleanX was all the way through to their base, right? And nobody turned around from them. They try to just like run down the street.
Oh, just ignore Toby. That'll go well.
Yeah, exactly. Nobody plays for them, and they all just try to commit to the street. Just kind of egregious. At that point, though, like, you're down 2-0 in the series.
Yeah.
You're down 2-0 in the control. You're just like, can we just go stack the point and close this round out? And nope. Toronto fighting to the very end, tooth and nail, clutching up regardless. Toronto just showing like that they are in championship.
8-4 in lives at the end. Tobias 15-6 at this point in the game. Maven, I feel like he is getting better and better the closer we get to champs.
No, 100%. This team is just starting to click at the right time. Over these last 2 qualifiers, been so good. A hell of a, 3v8 stand. You get at the tail end of this. Teamwork seems to be on point. They're all peaking when it comes to like, the talent that they can display. I'm excited to see that all the talk about Hercules, whatever. I'm excited to see at the next event with this 4-man roster, what are they going to be able to do?
Yeah, this is the squad. They've been on the podium, what, back-to-back thirds?
Yeah, and you look at it and it's like, in the search, Beans 8-3, huge performance, and he's obviously so vocal. Like, that's what he brings to a team is like energy and being super vocal, which I think will help them in the later matches of the tournaments, Chris, to eventually get to it.
The man was also smooth with the movement, shutting down that final round to secure the 3-0. He joins us now live in the Monster Winner Spotlight. Beans, congratulations. How we feeling?
Feeling great, man. I mean, obviously was a bit of a beating today. I mean, map 1 was got a bit trolly by us, but I mean, we ended up closing the other 2 out pretty easily, I think.
Yes, you did.
Hey, Beans, Maven here. You know, I'm not the expert. I'm just here for the laughs. So your gameplay looks great, but I want to talk to you about a recent CleanX video. It looked like security footage almost. Your ping pong skills. Can we roll the tape and maybe you take me through what happened here?
Okay, well, as you can see, I'm in socks, right? Slippy wood floor. I've gone for a big backhand that would have sent him to hell. Unfortunately, it's gone a bit skew with, and I have shit on the floor. But look, they see me at my lowest. They don't see my greatest. Any challenge from anyone in the studio.
I think Joe Deceives trips you off camera there. You guys see it twitch his foot?
I'll be honest. I watched that about 100 times because it's absolutely hilarious. I didn't realize you were in socks that whole time. So that actually explains a lot.
I mean, listen, you fell so gracefully, honestly. Listen,
absolutely. Yeah.
Didn't hurt your performance. You were on point today, and in particular, you were on point in the search and destroy, my brother. How are you guys going to get back to the dominance you had in search early season? Because I feel like that's the biggest roadblock to you guys taking the championship with one of these next tournaments.
Yeah, I mean, I think as the year gets on, I mean, search gets a little bit more like strat heavy and countering teams. So, I mean, we can just work on that a bit more, and our situations are pretty good. And we have like all the talent in the world. So our search is looking a lot better, and it's going to get even better.
You know, some people will say that seeds going into these majors at this point don't really matter, but I think honestly looking back in history, you always want to be that top dog. You are 2 matches away from having the #1 seed. You have Vancouver and Texas in your way. Is a 5-0 finish possible in our Major 4 qualifier?
I'd say it's extremely possible. I mean, look, there's some good teams kicking about, but we're feeling good. We're feeling like the best team in the game, as we always do. And look, I mean, Surge and Optic are decent, but they ain't quite us. So.
Beans, knowing you and your personality, are you going to bring a little extra energy when you play Texas with Mercules?
Nah, of course. I mean, I'm a pretty chill guy anyway, right? So I don't really get hypes or any of that stuff. There's nothing good on there. So we'll have to wait and see. You have to tune in.
Beans, are you streaming yet?
Yeah, we're live. We're live over at Twitch. You know, it's on and off at the moment. I need to get on my grind more, but we
been there. Been there, brother. I get it.
Yeah.
We're flooding into the stream soon. It was an early finish to a Sunday thanks to your performance. Well done.
Appreciate you guys. Have a good one.
That is Toronto Ultra getting the job done. Maven, biggest surprise on the day?
All the favorites run 3-0.
Yeah, I don't know if there really was. When I first saw the schedule, I thought this looked like 3-0s. The first match of the day, the one I thought most likely to go like 4 or 5. But once Vancouver handled business, I was like, oh, we're cruising, bro.
Let's take a look at the earlier matches, starting with Vancouver Surge. I thought third time must be the charm for Boston. I was dead wrong. 3 straight maps. Vancouver Surge still on top of Boston since adding Neptune, unblemished.
What I think's kind of impressive is like usually with like the teams, like the top teams, they have like the super talent, right? Where you look at Thieves, you look at FaZe, where you're having like top 2s and then you have a lull, but you can bounce back. We don't typically see that with like the teams that have the crazy runs make it to a final. They start to teeter off and like they'll slowly dissipate as our season goes on.
Yeah.
Surge is kind of cementing themselves as like a really good team across the board. And even when they lose a couple matches, they can bounce back and hit a team with a thunderous 3-0. We're like, Boston, this is a playoff team. This is a champs roster. They will be there, and Surge dismantled them today. I think it speaks volumes to the preparation and where these guys are at, like, as a team.
It's a contract season as well for Vancouver Surge, and Abuza is showcasing that he is going to earn every dollar coming his way in 2026.
You know, he's incredible, but I just think we're going to have less surprises now than we did in the first couple of weeks. Remember, we had that, what was it, last Saturday, where every single match was an upset.
Yeah.
I think some post-event hangover, you heard some players talk about like having only a 4-day break, some changes in maps and stuff like that, but like, I think we're gonna get back to like a little more predictive with some of these matchups.
And with 5 matches, you know, your back gets you get against the wall really, really
the pressure
quick.
like right now.
Yeah. So Atlanta FaZe, they had to lock in today. They do so. They have a couple big moments, transition period in the hard point, the comeback in the Search and Destroy, and then the dominance in control. Atlanta, easy 3 over LAG.
100-point victory in hard point, the fastest Search and Destroy on the weekend. 7 minutes, 17 seconds was the official clock.
I still yelled at him about hard point though.
And then the game 3. Anything else you want to say to Celium, our player of the day from Atlanta FaZe?
I just want to see myself with that hair. Honestly, like that'd be wild, bro.
He's got great flow.
We are just 2 weeks out. Book your tickets to Texas if you haven't already, because we can see things are shaping up in the winners bracket, and it's gonna be fun. Heretics out front at 4-0. Toronto nipping at their heels, just 10 points back. What's gonna go up? What's gonna go down on that leaderboard?
You know, all I was thinking about right now is like Carolina in 8th.
Might
Isn't
not
the
make
worst
it?
thing because Thieves are in 6. Maybe they'll have to play Thieves round 1.
Yeah, true. I mean,
like, that's been their hard counter at majors.
Yeah, it's been super tough for them. I think you see Thieves move up a little bit.
I'm sure.
Yeah, I think Toronto can win out. That'd be an interesting storyline. I think get their #1 seed.
All right, guys, close your eyes.
Okay.
Biggest surprise on this screen. Ready, set, go.
Is this a KD leaderboard?
KD leaderboard.
It is from today?
Yeah, open your eyes now.
All right.
Oh, I already opened it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Mercules is absolutely insane in the qualifiers so far. Celium as well, #2. Nice to see all of Optic on this list.
Bro is 2 matches in, and he leads the league with a 1.4. Mercules, the great. Welcome to the CDL. Are you tired of that storyline?
No. I think it's awesome. He's been demonic. It's just will the team be as good as his individual players look? We'll see.
We should also give credit. 3 of his other teammates also in the top 8. Optic was rolling since they have got things going here in Major 4. The qualifiers continue May 16th. That's next Friday, with Texas taking on LAG. We got Carolina against Minnesota, and Boston Breach take on the Thieves. On behalf of everyone behind the scenes, thank you for watching. Maven, final thoughts on our epic Maven Sunday.
I love you all. To all the mothers out there, I hope you have a wonderful day. If you're a single mother,
Oh, shout out Paradox.
Yeah, happy birthday, Paradox.
Happy birthday, Paradox.
Do us a favor,
Happy
if
birthday,
you
Alan.
have ever enjoyed competitive Call of Duty and the observing that has been
Observing
done,
goat.
Paradox, he is one of the great. Show him some love.
We love you.
We'll see you next Friday. Deuces, everybody.
Happy birthday, Allie. Happy birthday, Q. Bye. Enjoy your guys' day.
Oh no, don't hurt me.
I'm very sensitive.
And the beat goes on and on and on and on and on. And the beat goes on and on and on and on and on. Made for millennium. G-O-G-O-A-Q. Time we don't need you. We the greatest of all. In time you'll believe it. Greatest don't evolve. Happens in the fetus. See my gritted jaws. Wonder who gon' feed us. Hungry to win. Hard pressed to beat us. Hundreds and tens. Hard fresh to beat us. Thought I knew men. Most of them was divas. I'm more than man. I'm a natural born genius. Where my medal is at? I don't pedal back. I'm too smart to meddle where the fellows keep the metal at. They pedal for the stacks. I'm making benefactors, landlords without the pot to call the kettle black. Hello, I know you feeling mellow. You thinking life is gonna be cinematic as these cellos, but that's just the rumble for the build up like a bellow. If they gon' hear these roars, time to let go. G-O-G-O-A-Q. Time I don't need you. Lifespan forever, ever, ever, ever. Jesus said we never, ever, ever, ever beat us. Death will never, ever, ever, ever see us. Backflip out caskets and pieces. Black boots and black suits with creases. With no committee to give us pity for Jesus. We cause vibrations, give us sedatives to season. Render the season with a season. This ain't my kingdom, this my teaser. They say I'm cocky pointing fingers, cause I say my life is mine to live at my leisure. Just a dreamer. Everything I dream up is something I achieve. You are underachiever. I'm Kakarot, I surpass you, Vegeta. Standing by God, pull your feet up.
This kid dude is just crazy. But
No bump?
Get this. Flying lunars.
No way, bro. We
bro.
came back. Oh my gosh.
Nah, you're not
What the hell? What the hell, Yante? What the hell, that timing?
Nah, you're actually
What's their
insane.
setup, bro?
And Ball Search to Destroy, they have yet to play that as a roster. We've been seeing them making plays. You heard the Des touch on it. 6-2 so far in this stage, but a majority of that being protocol. So I know you said LAT. All right, they don't want to make sure that they get caught off with this series. And you can already tell the map bans, like every single protocol is out of this one. So they're not going to come in here lightly. They know that these guys are shooters and they have to be prepared. Nasty.
Nasty has been awakened by this SMG duo that's been running rampant in front of him. A 1.25 in the hard point this stage. He has been unbelievable and is definitely a candidate for MVP pending Vancouver could do the unthinkable. But it's minor two. It's the grand finals. We've got the Los Angeles Thieves taking on the Vancouver Surge. A hacienda hard point to kick us off. Let's get it on.
Strap in, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be a show for the ages. Non-stop progression out of the SMGs and the ARs definitely are going to be beaming. But already into the P1, you can see the Thieves dominating those hallway controls. Already find 4 dead, instantly flip the spawns, and now they're soaking up time.
An absolute perfect break off for LA. Neptune working on this side of the map, but unexpectedly does not really get prepped up for Envoy. Scrap also dealing with a little bit of a pinch. 04 trying to clean up the mess upstairs while also trying to keep his focus down towards the hard point. Pinch from Neptune will clear things out. 13 seconds of time for the Thieves, but they also still have the favorite side of the map.
Oh, but one player does spawn out. You already have a route being developed on the side of Nasty. Going to push his way right through the front door of P2. But he is in a very crucial position now. The stun is able to connect, still able to find the kill. You have the numbers to potentially win these trade fights. Neptune here needs a double.
Long range shots towards Scrap, backs him down. 04 should be able to get the freebie. Yep, follows up nicely, but chasing shadows are the Thieves coming right around the backside of the driveway. They're able to at least block the spawns for now. Neptune trying to get to work, and the kills come through perfectly just as 04 is about to spawn, so he'll spawn in. Nasty cleans up the front, and Vancouver have the hold.
That's a massive double right there to Neptune to secure the back spawns for his team, and then Nasty able to win the gunfights through the front. Now you can hold this potentially for a full 60, but you can already see the kill feed for the Thieves and all of the space that they're taking. They find 2 kills. A couple players from Vancouver are going to spawn all the way towards well, but now you have the numbers. You're simply just going to get pinched on out. Clean break right there from LA.
Absolutely the case. Also, Scrap making sure any follow-up is paused. He's on a little bit of a chase as well over through Secret. Pistol out, has 04 in front of him, and just guesses the wrong corner, but still able to get the pistol whip through. Scrap time going to be good for LA. They'll still be down overall on the scoreboard, and these kills on elimination will keep things mixy as we head to fences.
Yeah, you already at least spawned 1 player out for Surge, but now with your teammates falling at the same time, they're going to get closer spawns over towards well. So Vancouver are going to be the team here early. Only Ghosty here to contest them. Wins the one-on-one gunfight. His teammates applying pressure from the back end. That's already 2 dead. Now you can hold it down because you know where the spawns are coming in for Vancouver.
Yeah, great timing up top for Envoy to win over Patio. But Abuza in and out of the map, able to at least contest and get the rest of Vancouver in. Yeah, same thing for Neptune. He gets a double. Envoy trying to follow up on the damage that had been dealt, but it leads into a 1v1, which Ghosty's able to win, and that'll keep LA in from the front.
And you already have a pinch on the horizon. Here comes Hydra, already in a position to set up these kills over towards 10. Ghosty just has to give the comm okay. They're overwhelming here. You got to come try to help. Finds a freebie onto Nasty. And that might potentially lead to the final 15 seconds in favor of the Thieves. You already have a player off the rotation in Ghosty, but he's not going to stay alive. He's surrounded by Surge. They should put themselves in a position to win the rotation over towards New. And you know, if you're the team early on here at P4, you usually walk away with a majority of this time.
Trophy systems also placed. That'll be fresh as LA try to set up their break attempt coming from the office side of the map. Nades and stuns up towards the hallway. Nasty recognizing that he has to hold this position and just finds himself tucked into a corner, but no, Hydra able to find the elimination. Now you've got the entry. Hydra trying to slide through. Ghosty denied entry. Scrap's able to find a couple on the lineup, but he's the last one standing and can no longer challenge.
Yeah, he wants to keep this map control. Hopefully the teammate's able to get closer into the fight before I start to send it on in. But here come the reinforcements for Vancouver. 2 for 2 trade underneath 04. Ghosted with the SMG. Is able to win that one-on-one. Leads to the Thieves finding a break potentially for the final 25. And it seems that off your mini-map, Vancouver are going to just chalk this one up or only contest from mid.
Yep. Just a couple of players trying to give one last slide in, and it will not be successful to break for the initial time of the scrap time. But the final 7 seconds will come through as Vancouver just forced the issue. Neptune also on rotation to P1, almost takes down 2. Ghosty there for the response in the trade. A 5-point game. Dead tied is essentially what we're looking at, and this has been everything as advertised. An absolute battle between these 2 squads as LA find 3.
Okay, now the adjustments need to come in for LA though, because they dominated this P1 last go around. They just could not chain it over towards P2. Basically, it's dead tie game. Vancouver not with the preferred spawns when all the gunfights through the map. Now they're soaking up the time. Now they can get aggressive with these kills. Look at what it's doing to the Thieves players. 3 players already spawned out. If you're Hydra, you got to slow it down.
Oh, Nabuza just picking them apart as they try to enter over through patio side. Nasty, good read through spiral, cleans up the back, and this has been a fantastic P1 for Vancouver. Also still holding on rotation to do. Nabuza still throwing his consideration though over the top of P1, and actually Thieves are going to run through fire hallway and make a little bit of a mess here on rotation, but Vancouver's holding decently and still spawning good.
Yeah, Thieves needed to be a little bit more aggressive with those kills. When you allow 0-4 to at least respond with one, he secures the back spawns for his team, and now they can completely run away with this setup. 2-for-1 split. You do have one player from Vancouver who spawns out towards the front. Nasty's gonna have his hands full, but on 5 in a row, the guy is not missing bullets. Make it number 6, and he's still gunning down.
And he's got help from Neptune. What a read from Vancouver. An incredible start towards P1. They get about 30 seconds or so, and now you've got a clean rotation to P2. Vancouver looking good, trying to blow the lead. Wide open on this game as we head to a surge. Listen in.
Okay, Zig and well.
Take it down. Yeah, we spawn deep.
Back after that.
Zig. I'm deep, bro.
He's Charlie.
Nice, I'll be on the back. Zig, one HP, I can quite again.
That's fine, leave that time, we don't need it. He pushed out front, he apes roll quick.
Are you
I'm
pitching him.
Okay, fine.
Stop open.
Okay, I'll watch my top lane. Okay, go first.
Listen.
He didn't get plat to me.
He went close.
I'll watch my envoy.
I'll watch my connector, bro. One's gonna flank, bro. Yeah, take you down, bro.
One's me well. I spawn well.
That's what we flank, bro.
Yo, 10 on.
Okay. Nothing flank late, bro.
That's you 10.
Top left, taking 3 times.
That's your plat, right?
Yeah, one plat.
We need to get office, guys.
Yeah, I spawn on them. I'm gonna flank. I spawn literally like low fire. I'm gonna flank. Give me a sec. Wait.
Office,
power.
Nice, that's one.
I'm pitching
I spawn connector.
Spawn on the back then. On the back, little right side corner and one team, bro. On your right, Baron.
And then a chat.
I'm on secret.
Plat weak, plat set.
Take your time. I'm going for you, bro.
He's gonna come in.
I got naded.
I'm gonna nade, bro. One HP. I'm on this top left. Nice, Baron. Go on you fast. Go top left.
I am.
Looking for on the row.
Yeah, that's gonna be the first one.
Open, one shot.
I watch my top mid. Can't see shit, bro.
Yeah, slow down. Yeah, spawn here.
Absolute battleground over P3. Thieves now in position at P4 as we swap to an LA. Listen in.
Only one their side. Two mid. One shot on mid quick. He's gonna be top far open. Everyone's needs some of the time. No trophy. No trophy. Needed it. Looking on the outer heady over 4 week. Needed a time. I got needed as well. Outside dead. I have outer heady. Outer heady nasty dead. Outer heady over 4. Laying down outer. Their side actually. Laying down outer. Laying down outer. One shot that side. Oh good. I spawn well. One spawn P2. We all spawn well. They're spawning boat. One P2. Yep. Pitching their open. On top waterfall. Nothing low fire. We're getting plat. You wanna hit this or no? Open. Yeah, I'm down to hit. Hold. I'm gonna finish fire. Are gonna be on side. They're gonna be in open. Both. And then one P2. Nice. We'll get it open then. You're by yourself. Got one more hold on me. One shot 04. Seeing that one shot. Yo, it's both on hold. There's 2. Not dead, but 04 plus 1. Okay, 2 more hold. Yeah, 2 more hold. One secret. 2 connects, 1 secret. Secret weak. Secret back up to you. Nice. I'm down their top close. They're flipping out. Weak all time. He's mid-side time, boys. Mid-side time. Inside time, dead. Nice. Probably open. He's going open. Top door closed. Right now. He's going ring it close. He's running window. In the hall then. Nice. Once they're open. We're close. I get open with your pen. Yo, low fire connector, and one probably you, and that's side open. That's side open, nasty. That's one P2. Wrap him back to fire. Nothing closed. Working break. Left. Yeah, I have left. One was open, dead. I'm making time. I have all the left fire. Nothing left. Like their side. Their side then. Nice. Missy one. Missy one. It's not close. Secret. Nice. I'm going to pick up front. Pick up well. You pick up well. No big thing. You. We 60 this. You fire. You. Yeah, 2 on time. They get it done. Yeah, I'm gonna go get lobby. Yeah, I'll go get lobby.
60-point game. LA desperately need to hang on to the P2 side of the map just as the hard point opens. They're finding the kills they need to lock down spawns, Jay.
And this is where, if you are Vancouver, take your time. Do not rush this. Do not tunnel your way through the front door or side door. Start to develop on some of these long routes. Now you're going to have Nasty working deep towards fences. 04 trying to hit a water route, but it's instantly going to get sniffed out by Hydra. Is the nade gonna connect? No, it's not. Abuza from the back end, Neptune from the back end. They find two. Now this is where you set up the pitch of your 04.
Oh, what a play from Envoy. Shuts down the choke, but still around the back. It's Nasty in 04, able to flip spawns and get in for a little bit of time. Thieves set up very quickly from the front, but Neptune and Abuza find themselves a double. Now it's just reading where the last two members are, and they know it's all coming through Zig. Abuza right there with it, and how about the full wipe? Surge, 13 seconds of scrap time, looking good for them, and they've put this game maybe out of reach.
Yeah, this is game deciding time right here. The fact that Vancouver on their first attempt on the break take their sweet time and make it count. All of a sudden find themselves up by 70 points. Only need 19 kills going their way. Already having players contesting from top. Black, but Hydra with that double shuts them down.
They know Abuza is playing in through office. No, they do not. He finds one, takes his attention back into the hard point, and finds himself a second. The Surge can try to approach from the front, but the Thieves, able to hold on to high ground, will allow them to quickly get back into position. They have to receive this next hit, though, from essentially behind the hard point, and 04's on the pinch while the rest of the Surge are hitting from the front.
And this is exactly what 04 just does. He just bees a nuisance behind enemy lines, also finds another kill, opens up the front lane for his team, and then eventually comes back into the play and is able to find the break. Spawns flip for the Thieves over towards well. You gotta sprint forward, you gotta get in.
They're in for the contest, at least for now. Wallbang, though, out is Envoy. The next hit. This has to be in these last two members, and they will both fall simultaneously. If you thought they might be fake, they are absolutely for real. The Surge looking clean here in map number 1. Just need to rotate over to P4 for one more second. Nasty gonna be the first one here. Does he predict the right corner? Sure does. Cleans up the kill, and it's Vancouver that strikes first in the best of 7 finals.
Oh my God, Vancouver, just the way that they play hard point. It's like that there's 10 of them on the map at once. There's non-stop aggression, there's non-stop pressure, and there's so many players that you have to account for, because one time they're here and the next 5 seconds they're in a complete different position, just causing mayhem in those respawns. But the turning point in this game was just how dominant Vancouver were at P2. We're talking about initially to start the game, Thieves rotated early. Thieves are looking forward to in this best of 7, improving in their search and destroy. You know, that is what cost them at Major 1. Potentially have 3 in this series. But this is where you need to have a bounce back, because the way that Vancouver played, and at least in that respawn, they can take you down in all of them.
Absolutely the case. Also, just based on how this stage has gone, not only has Nasty found success in the opening duels, the entire team has. They are currently the #1 team in stage 2 at being able to secure first bloods. Now, their conversion percentage hasn't been particularly great, but they are finding a lot of success getting early numbers. How does that transition into the conversation about Vault, a map they have yet to play? Nades over the top for the defense did land, but this is going to be about trying to contest deep through Vault stairs here for Vancouver. A couple of nades will push them off from being able to get a plant, but LA is going to rewrap the map.
And that already is playing the mind games versus Thieves. They had a lot of success getting that bomb down instantly versus Cloud9, but the early contestant now makes it to where Thieves have to make those mid-round adjustments, and currently they trapped themselves in towards mid.
And Vancouver have some really good awareness surrounding this. Nasty in a little bit of trouble, tries to back away, but there's nowhere to go. On the cross, Abuza is able to at least find one on the trade. This is not a play that involves the bomb for LA. So they still could wrap back, but 04 is in position, and he may catch Scrap right as he tries to slide through. Oh, just trying to bait him into it, and yep, 04 finds the kill before Neptune will drop the follow from LA. Also stuck at the front door. Hydra tries to slide in, finds the first, but can't turn for the second. 04 still alive and kicking. A couple extra shots come through. The pistol out, but the follow-up is there. Vancouver take the opener.
It's beautifully played. Beautifully played. Even though LA found that first blood, it was an instant response there for Abuza. And then if you're LA, you know that, all right, Abuza's in that angle. There's most likely going to be someone in towards R. We probably can't get this bomb down towards B. As they send 2 players to wrap their way back over towards Pool. Scrap was trying to pinch on the opposite side of Vault. But the double stack setup from Neptune and 04 simply shuts it down. So they're able to secure the first round.
It's just so wild that this Vancouver team is looking this locked in, not making like new team mistakes when it comes to moments like that, where your defense is getting pushed around a little bit and you still receive the second hit so darn well. First blood comes through, but immediately traded. Early 3v3. But Vancouver have gotten through the A site, and they're going to get a B plant here, Jay.
This is perfect. Like, you gain all the info. This non-stop pressure over towards pool. So let's just get the hell up out of there and go plant it over towards B. Thankfully, Scrap is able to find one on the exit. Numbers in favor of LA, but both players from Vancouver are simply spread.
Oh, yeah. 04 is going to get caught. He needed to get at least one. So now Abuza is going to trust that he has an angle over the top of the bomb. Scrap is the one trying to play through street side with him. A couple of tags have already come through. There's the nade over the top. Able to at least get some extra damage onto Scrap. The headshot's good, but oh, Ghosty, long range, just able to lock down Abuza before he hit the deck for cover. And that'll allow a successful retake for LA.
Yeah, you got to believe Abuza's going to go to Abuza's house and try to clutch up on one of these rounds. Almost make something out of nothing. The nade good enough to have Scrap weak. The wall bank's good enough for the second kill, but just a third player. You didn't account for not enough ammo in your gun to try to play your life. Great shots, great timing out of OC. Drop on out.
Yep. Well placed nade. Helps out not just for one, but also the damage onto Envoy. And yeah, if he hits the deck right there and resets that battle, there's a very real possibility that he just locks down that position and finds himself a 1v3 by way of essentially firing range. But not the case. LA now on to their next offensive attempt. Same route here from Hydra. Here's the nade's bounce, stays safe from it, and will just get to work immediately going for a plant. Ghosty in trouble, pushed off from the backside of P2, and Vancouver may think about trying to get an early contest, but may have missed their window for it.
Yeah, Scrap whips out an SMG. Him and Hydra are going to be that duo inside the site. Nash is just going to use the tax to try to open up the lane over towards pool. He realized no one's here, but Envoy strikes for the first.
Yeah, and Envoy will tuck himself into a corner. Another shoulder comes through. Neptune not able to follow up on it, but Abuza does clear him out eventually. So good isolation, but this took a lot of time. Nasty clears out the backside of P2. Scrap now will be known that he has an SMG in play. He actually found that kill a little bit deeper away from the site. Neptune right on in. Hydra finds the first. Snaps over for the second. Beautiful finesse from the French phenom, and LA get 2 in a row.
Yeah, well played right there out of LA. You get the bomb down instantly. That's what you were trying to do in round number 1. Vancouver trying to contest their way through pool, but just initially showing presence on that side slows them down on that retake. And Envoy strikes for the first blow, but then Hydra, the closer on site, lays down right behind it and is able to cast a double to secure the round.
Good stuff from LA. Putting the pressure on Vancouver, not allowing them to just finesse around the outsides of the map. Neptune with the bomb. Yet to secure an elimination. Actually just drops it. And once again, Vancouver have eyes over towards B Street. Nasty's going to see one on the cross. That's good information, though. There's a player around the back in the form of Scrap, who does find first blood. 04 also held at mid-map. Not a good opener here for Vancouver. They're a bit stuck, but Neptune has created space to possibly keep moving over towards B.
Yeah, big kill by Neptune to even up the numbers. Still somewhat know that LA Thieves at least showed presence over towards pool, so you're going to take your time on this repositioning out of Abuza. Both the SMG's going to work in.
Clean. Scrap will get caught inside the A site. Ghosty the entire time was responsible for B, so this LA defense has been thin over the top of the A site. Hydra lucky to be alive, just on 13 points of health. Ghosty up and over. Nice movement from Abuza, who gets the pistol out. Hydra finds one on the other side of the map, though. This would be a 1v3 for him. He's trying to chase down Abuza. Oh, they miss each other. 2 ships passing in the night. So now Hydra has to take his attention into the site itself, where Abuza has joined 04. The initial slide through makes it messy, and the follow-up is right there. Good help from Abuza. Vancouver respond.
Yeah, great response right there out of Vancouver, because I thought initially once that first blood goes down and Nasty gets isolated, you have no pool control. You're most likely thinking if they have pool, they're probably in that A site. But they catch the timing onto Scrap on the drop down. Able to put themselves in position to secure the round, but Abuza with the movement. You saw how difficult it was watching it from Ghosty's POV. A little bit more simple on the side of Abuza, but big kill, secures the round there. Tie game.
LA has had the same break off towards A just about every single round, and it'll be the same once again. Scrap the one to get in first. Hydra follows up with the bomb, and they're immediately going to go for the plant once again. No contest again for Vancouver. This time there's a trophy system for the Thieves post plant.
Yeah, stuns and nades are not going to be effective in towards this site. We got to try to isolate onto a player, and they might have just drawn the perfect guy. Ghosty's just going to try to back on out. Nate is able to connect to slow him down. You have a little bit of assistance here, but Nasty gets the better of Envoy.
Well, the thing about it is Ghosty's still playing on the outside of the back of really this P2 spawn area, but the problem is he's so far outside the picture that it really falls onto what Scrap can do in and around the point. Tries to come back to the bomb, not going to be able to. Now it's just down to Ghosty, and they know he is forever away, and there's just not an angle for him to play through pool. This is going to take maybe too long. Ghosty on the way in. Does he get here to channel in time? No, he doesn't. Kill comes through regardless. Vancouver take the edge.
And I love the way that Vancouver are playing this. Usually when you're the team on defense, you know, all right, they're most likely going to plant the bomb, man. We got to try to contest it. We got to get in there. But they are just working the outskirts of these site, isolating these players on the outside, and then eventually forcing them to change their post-plant setup and finding the advantages on their end. It all starts with the first blood that Nasty's able to secure, because then you see what it does to that LA setup. Someone's got to back out. You got to put yourself in a position to watch the outside of pool. You already knew that Ghosty was all the way in the depths of your spawn. So they know we find first blood. We have the numbers in sight. We're good. Simple as that. Vancouver secure the round.
Back and forth we go. This time something a little bit more orthodox from Vancouver as they just dive into the A site, but Neptune taking an extra step forward, seeing if he can catch any Thieves defenders just by trying to poke through the hole in the floor. Doesn't see anything. Back over towards B Street. Neptune on the hunt. They've got damage onto one. Does he pick the right corner? He does. Envoy will drop for first blood, but the trade is there, and Scrap has found an isolated kill onto 04 as well.
Yeah, that was a big kill onto 04 because he was the bomb carrier. He was trying to get that bomb down at B for free. Now into 3v2, instant 2v2 with the Booza finding that kill, but the pressure's still going to be on him.
Oh, and he's got shots of Scrap and a follow-up. Oh, Hydra just able to catch Shubuza before he was likely able to double up. So now to the 1v1. 35 seconds on the clock, and Nasty's going to track backwards towards the bomb.
Yeah, if you allow this bomb to go down at B, this is going to be a very difficult retake if you are Hydra. Nasty clears a little bit of space, but just going to plant it on the outskirts. Multiple different angles he can watch it from.
Hydra quick to make his way through connector and immediately onto the B side. He knows that this is going to be likely a play over towards Art. He's just going to hop it. What a call from Hydra. Nasty's thinking he's going to go hunting. Does he get there and see him underneath the van? Oh, not quite. Hydra just sticks it, secures the defuse. Nasty can't quite get into position to find the cheeky angle.
And there's so many spots you can watch the bomb site from, Alan. He just decided to not play any of them. He just was playing the timing, knowing that you're going up against Hydra. He's most likely going to be looking for the kill. But a couple times now, Hydra said, all right, Scoot trying to locate where they are. I'm just going to defuse, and it works out.
Back to Old Faithful here for LA. This time, Hydra's trying to play up at Palms. 04 catches him. Ghosty was the one who was supposed to be helping on the balcony play, but there's just too many surge defenders. Now he's worried about the flank, and the Thieves are stuck. They are stuck in the mud right now.
Yeah, you can't plant the bomb. Unless you're going to take the risk. Envoy's going to do it.
Wow.
That Scrap has your other angle covered. Bomb is going to get planted. Vancouver in the 4v3 looking for the retake.
Oh, Neptune's going to inch up towards P2 as Ghosty's seen him. Doesn't seem to have. The isolation is good. Numbers in favor of Surge. The clock, though, starting to tick in this 4v2. Abuza shut down initially by Scrap, but the trade is there. Just down to one, and Envoy could only find the first. And Vancouver continue to bully this Thieves offense around the outskirts of the map.
Yep, they found another first blood. Instantly slow down their play call. Because you're thinking, all right, we got all four players up. The bomb isn't going to go down. We can catch a timing. But this time, just the perfect blind counter. That's two defenses now where they played through B Street. Two defenses now where they played through pool. That one with the first blood allows them to obviously have the man advantage, read the post plant setup, isolate onto the player in the back, and then just win the trades in towards the point. So now Vancouver have a slight edge.
Yeah, this is a big round right here for the Thieves, as things are starting to trend in favor of Vancouver. Another quick action. Wow, Scrap quick to pull the gun off. Neptune trying to follow up, but there are a lot of Thieves defenders here, and he's going to be overwhelmed. First two eliminations plus the bomb carrier have already fallen. Abuza taking away a lot of space at B Street, but cannot find a kill, and he has to back away.
Yeah, this is not going to be an easy round to try to find success in. Ghosty's going to get the better of Nasty. Now Abuza left in the 1v4. Bomb all the way in their spawn, and you still got Hydra roaming around in the RC car. There's just not going to be a really big chance that he takes this one.
Yeah, Booza just looking for something over the middle of the map, and well, he finds it, but it's 2 players sliding at him. Easy finish, a flawless round for LA, exactly what they need. We get locked back in at 4-piece.
Yeah, back and forth. In this search and destroy, 04 tries to make another play. But Scrap with another first blood shuts him down. Neptune tries to make up for it. He gets taken care of. First 10 seconds right there decides the round, and LA Thieves are able to tie the game, but they need to have a response here for this attacking now, because they usually love to get that bomb instantly down, have a 4v4. But the way that Vancouver are playing it is that even if you get the bomb down, we know there's players on the outskirts. We're just going to isolate for that first kill.
It's going to be a battle at the top hallways. Both teams with trophy systems in place. Oh, but the nades are just too much. Little bounce pass into Ghosty's face from the frag from 04. Doesn't stop Envoy from planning, but the RC behind the play finds a second elimination. Another 4v2. Retake moving its way quickly into A. Envoy's trying to wrap around the back with Scrap. Abuza melted, but you have to check for the bomb. Nasty watching the angle. They almost line up. Scrap has done his job, and now it's on to Envoy to find the final 2. 04's seen him. Another shoulder comes through. Nade will land, but Envoy's been pushed back. Initial hop for the defuse started, but then got pulled back. Envoy, here he makes his move, trying to come back forward. Does he kill off enough time? No, he doesn't. Neptune secures the kill and the defuse. Vancouver's going to be on map point.
Oh, Neptune. What a heads up play, because it got me a little bit nervous when he instantly decides to hop off of that bomb, but you would rather have both players with their guns up ready for the gunfight than one player not. But just the perfect timing here. I don't know if 04 is able to have him a little bit weak. He had to have, because Neptune hit it with 3 to 4 bullets. You almost allow a 2v4 clutch to get away from you. But the time simply was not on Envoy's side, especially when then 04 was able to gain the info. As we take a look at the RC car, Hydra usually has phenomenal movement, but could not get away from the explosive vehicle. Game point, Surge.
I love the idea of it. Flood nades through the top hallway, RC behind it. Works out beautifully. Neptune cleanly into A. Nades from the Thieves. Don't let them really hit at all because they're running it down middle. Nasty gets caught. Abuz is now the next one in trouble. Trying to find an angle to see if he can catch someone on the cross, but LA has held their ground for now. 04 sticking for the plant, but Envoy's found a second 4v2.
Yeah, Neptune tries to make up for it in the one-on-one. Unfortunately, does fall. Now in a 4v2, make it a 1v4. Abuza snap good enough for the first, but just too many players from the Thieves still alive. And they are able to force the round 11 with the aggression right through bottom mid. They know that Vancouver haven't really been a team so far on this map. They just instantly put that bomb down. They are waiting for these rounds to slowly develop, but that time just the pace changing way too much to handle. Nasty gets caught off guard. Abuza left out to dry over towards pool. And LA Thieves, adjustments, now force around 11.
How about it? Around 11, map 2. It's been a lot of defense, Jay. It's been a lot of retakes. Neither team has really cared much about the bomb being allowed to get planted, but these post plants have been absolutely foiled. It's going to be Vancouver on the round 11 offense.
This is where you might just have to catch them off guard. Instantly try to go for this bomb plant.
Whoa. 3-man stack here for the Thieves up top. Does Abuza get a read on it? Oh, he sure does. Backs away. Can he keep his life? The hunt is on. The Abuza down to 5 HP. The burst through the doors. Hydra finds the first blood, but look how quick Vancouver are. They're trying to get over to B. Can they be allowed to plant this? Losing gold, they gain art, and they're going to go for the 3v4 post plant at B.
And this is the biggest gunfight of the map right here. 04 versus Envoy. Envoy's able to get the better of him, and Envoy lines up a double. 1v4 for Neptune, finds the first.
Second up top. Oh, the shots are decent, but cannot find the kill. And in a map that was heavily decided by who gets defense, LA find them side on the better side of the map. And it's just a mad dash through the middle that they catch out Abuza, and from there on out, there just wasn't an option for Vancouver on the map.
A pace change up in those final 2 rounds for LA.
I kind of felt like the same thing when we talked about Vancouver playing up against Atlanta. The S&Ds were going to be the question mark. They were able to win both of them. That's going to be, I think, the key in this best of 7 for Vancouver. Can you hang with LA on their best mode? We're about to find out, as Neptune has already gotten to work making his way to the high ground by way of the diving board, and it's going to be just full focus towards the hallways, which Ghosty picks up on the pinch and forces Vancouver to try to dive on into the first point, which is A, and they get stuffed.
And that's a perfect shot right there from LA, because if you're Vancouver, you're expecting at least 1 or 2 players to go over towards Top Cat. LA thinks, say, screw that, let's just send everybody through the middle of the map. So they waste a lot of time trying to locate what that setup was looking like, and that leads to Thieves now are just running away with it in the kill feed. Envoy in your base on 3-0. Yeah, you got to turn around and take care of it.
Yeah, we got to get these trades very, very quickly if you're Vancouver. Nasty's trying to open up the map a touch, but they can't get out of spawn. Not cleanly, at least. Oh my gosh, if Scrap wins that one, holy cow. Hold me, I'm scared. Envoy on 5 in a row. We heard him in the interview after they played their first series. He's just pushing out spawns, finding kills. Pushing out spawns, finding kills.
That's all he needs to do. There's only 22 seconds left. You don't even have a single segment if you are Surge. Hydra here trying to contest. He is going to fall, though, and that leads to 3 dead. So it should guarantee at least the first segment here for Vancouver. Scrap able to at least find one to alleviate the pressure a little bit. Now he's not going to slow down. He instantly plays through the big door. At least Ghosty does. And that sets up his teammates to just fly in and potentially find the rest of them.
Clock continues to tick for now. Hydra comes back to the gunfight. Locks down onto 04. Second tick is secured, though. Hydra working on the pinch. Not hit by that Semtex. Coming off spawn, though, 04 keeps safe the pinch in from the front. Envoy is shut down. Scrap gets pushed back, and we get an extra 60 seconds to work with if you're Vancouver.
Yeah, but this is a scary moment. Thankfully, Scrap is able to win that one-on-one. Because all the map control was currently in favor of Vancouver, but you're starting off the fights. Now your teammate's going to fill the lanes. Now you only have a minute to work with if you are Vancouver. Just going to slow down around this mid-map area, hoping that the players off the respawns find a little bit of success you can set up on that pinch.
Abuza stepping up, has a player right around the corner, finds the kill, but it comes at the cost of a couple of friends around the backside of the streets. And with Envoy playing over towards gold, he's going to force the rest of Vancouver to spawn behind B2, which is not where you want to be. 12v5, only one more respawn going to be available, and that's going to go to Abuza. Neptune will not see the rest of this round. And this is just, I think, too much to overcome if you're Vancouver. So likely just the 3 ticks of progress unless something goes massively awry.
Yeah, Envoy's just doing whatever the hell he wants in Abuza's home. Like, yeah, Abuza's going to have something to say about that. At least hopefully he wants to. Because Envoy was the dictator on this round. Potentially going to end it on 5 in a row, but Nasty, good shots all the way across the map to at least take care of him. That's only going to be 3 segments here on the first attack for Vancouver. We said it before the map, they needed to be able to keep slaying. It's just hard to keep track of players who are just changing positions in your base, finding kill after kill.
Yeah, you lose the break off like that if you're Vancouver, and the round is almost over at that point. I mean, it's just too many lives get thrown away just trying to get out of spawn. That's what LA is going to do to you, though. Clean break off leads to spawn kills, leads to time off the clock. And from there, it just kind of snowballs out of control. Salvaging 3 ticks of progress, though, not terrible. And now it just kind of calls upon you to, again, step up, essentially return to sender. Do what you can to do the exact same thing to LA.
Yeah, that's exactly what you need to do. But LA, you could even see it on the defensive side. They know how to finesse with their lives, how to be annoying when they need to, how to put themselves in position to make it easier for their teammates. Only need 3 segments to make up for here. Obviously, the break off and every single control is going to be a big part. This time they're just going to play it a little bit more spread.
Trophies on both sides. Neptune gets the opener. Nasty following up. Hydra trying to work along the back. Neptune's read this, though. A dance with the van, and Neptune just wiggles his way around the gunfight. But Ghosty gets through B Street. Pinch on the way from Nasty. That will stop the rest of the Thieves from being able to get over to the zone and help Ghosty out, and he will eventually be dealt with. Hydra trying to take his place in through square here, and he actually will find 2, so that'll open up space here off spawn for Thieves to just take the overextension back around the point.
Yeah, and Hydra already puts himself in position towards back guard. Yeah, 04, you're not going to be ready for that. And if you're the player coming up the respawn alongside him, does Neptune decide to play for it? So you have LA already slowing the progression there at A. But players from Vancouver roaming in their base as well. You take care of Hydra. All your focus now through the front.
Nasty trying to chase down an elimination in front of him. Will find it. Ghosty still finessing in front of the A zone as Neptune starts to clear off some of the progress, and with the follow-up also coming through from Nasty, that will lead to an absolutely flawless start to this defense. 24 seconds remaining here. LA dealing with some resistance coming out of spawn, but they take care of Nasty. It's just trying to get the Abuza's on 6 in a row. Neptune also in place to try to help out, but Hydra's cleared the front. Abuza doesn't need a main weapon. He's just going to go to the pistol.
He just run out of ammo or something? He had to have, because he definitely would have reloaded at this point. But he is on 7 in a row. Can he find number 8? No, he cannot, and that leads to a clean 4 dead for LA. It was a late round heroics for Vancouver to secure 3. The same thing could be said here for the Thieves. Down by 4 lives, an extra minute added.
This next break for the Thieves is going to be a massive one. Abuza kicks us off for an opener down B Street. 04 also finds Ghosty over towards the extension behind Pool. And now he's getting to work, just getting lost. Hydra, topside diving board. Again, a little shake between both. Ghosty there for the assistance. That's 3 down. You've also got Envoy pushing through. Makes safe to play through gold. You can get on here if you're Thieves. Neptune does what he needs to clear out Envoy, but here's the stack. First tick on the way.
Yeah, they have trophies down, so let's just play for at least the first segment before we decide to hop on off. You are about to get bombarded by players from the Surge. 04 Abuza able to combine for 2, but Envoy with the response.
1v1.
Makes it a 1v1.
Scrap trying to take the challenge, finds Abuza for free. Up top, Nasty, good damage. Secondary trophy. Oh, doesn't get down. The Semtex was there first. Blows up the trophy, but the second tick of progress is on the way. You've got 04 working on the long route, but you got to clear him off now. Here comes the recontest. Hydra for the opener. Nasty now trying to get into position. Hydra still in a position with Scrap to contest. Can they find the kills they need? Just down to Neptune. 1v1 with Hydra. Wind comes through for Hydra. Is anyone else going to be able to touch this in time? Hydra saves the day and secures the zone for LA.
Oh my, what a round there of control. Non-stop pressure through the front end. Trades galore. But in the final moment, Hydra just needed to win. First off, a 1v1 gunfight. Regen a little bit, another 1v1 gunfight. But that is a round right there that's going to be beating you up if you are Vancouver. Because Hydra was the deciding factor, a 2v5. You just got Ghosty watching over, putting down peppered shots. It's a 1v4, but the 2 players coming out the respawn are not in the play. And thankfully, you still got Hydra there, who knew both players were weak, goes for the challenge, and secures the attacking round for LA to go up 2-0.
What a play. What a play. Trophies down again. Vancouver, solid break off this time. They go 2 for 1. First take already being worked on as really everyone just flooded right through mid. Now the push through will be enough for 04 to secure a trade. Nasty in trouble. Envoy able to put some pressure on the spawn, but again, immediately countered by Abuza, who's getting to work now trying to line him up, and Abuza finds 2. That'll be enough now for the second tick to get worked on. His help is on the way.
Yeah, adjustments on the break for Vancouver. Screw Cat. Let's just take bottom mid so we have more time to work with once we get these segments. But Abuza with 3. Allow that second segment to be guaranteed. Now Nasty, is he going to try to play his life? He's only able to take down 1. 04 in a power position. Just want to hold this until the teammates come off the respawn.
Yeah, well done. Third tick will be fully depleted, though, by the LA defense. 04 getting to work on the route. Hydra, just stays concealed on the statue. Almost able to come back to it as 04, but not to be. Nasty Semtex also does not make it in towards the zone, but he's on the hunt. Abuza working with him. Envoy still behind this play. Can Nasty find the double? Envoy still floating, but the double stack is in. Vancouver looking like they're going to get the extra 60, and with that elimination, well, I was going to say they should, but Nasty pushes forward, and LA will clear the floor and start depleting the progress.
Envoy is just doing whatever the hell he wants right now, Alan. I was staring at the mini-map, watching Envoy go from cat to flanking big doors. Now all of a sudden, he's at Abuza's crib. On 5 in a row. 30 seconds to go. Vancouver need 1 more segment here at A to extend time. But if you are LA, just make it more difficult. Play your corners.
Oh, Ghosty, nice response to 04. Knows he's got more players around the outside of the zone. Neptune and Nasty win the day for now. Scrap getting to work, trying to take on this 1v2, but no, not going to happen. Extra 60 seconds will be tallied.
Yeah, 10v10 now. Envoy almost makes another play there. But now time getting extended. The game is going to slow down a little bit, or is it? Because Nasty with the dive finds that first kill onto Hydra. Envoy knows there's at least 2 involved. We got to get out.
Yeah, he's in a little bit of trouble, but knows that Abuz is playing the backside of B Street. A couple opening tags are there. Envoy is just, simply put, finessing. 29 and 15. 9 plays, 7. Envoy not done. Little heat check off the spawn trap. Scrap following up. Shut down. Maybe a chance here, but again, Surge are down to their final 5 lives.
And they're all still stuck in their base. You have to try to develop on some of these routes. Set up a couple team shots. Open up with that first kill. They already gained info onto Envoy. It's going to be a one-on-one where you're just going to get out of it. If you are nasty, now Hydra's in your back line.
Every gunfight has to be calculated here if you're Vancouver. And they're winning a couple of big ones. 5v5 now. Hydra off the pinch. Opening shots are decent. Backs up, but trades are there. You're going to get a stack here for Vancouver. It's a 4v2. Neptune putting some pressure on the cross. 04, the one responsible for anyone who comes outside of Art. Second tick is locked. In LA, they may just want to run forward here. See if they can try to find a way to stop this. And they may just be able to get this 1v1. Nasty versus Envoy. Both players off the regen. Nasty being danced with. The contest is in. Envoy secures the 1v1 because of course he does. A Goliath map for Dylan Hannon secures a control for LA.
And that's a 2v5 right there for Vancouver. You know the last 2 players are coming off the respawn. We got to take a little bit more space there, Alan. It's as simple as that. You know these guys are going to be towards the backside of bar. Maybe if we get towards the side of bar, we have a crossfire set up. But last 2 players from LA just fly on in and clutch up in the kills.
To this point, if you miss the vault control, don't let that 3-0 tell you it's not worth watching because, wow, you would be wrong. 2 different 2v5s for LA. Give them the narrow edge in a couple of those rounds. And now they've got themselves in the advantage as we move into vault hardpoint. Thieves, a hard team to keep track of. They are one of the best when it comes to rotating across every single map. That's going to have to be a key focus here for Vancouver. First blood is good. The follow-up is also perfect. Scrap the only one left, and it's a full wipe for Vancouver. Oh, okay, here we go.
Perfect wipe there from Vancouver. You know, I already conceded. Neptune is the only player that falls. Instantly, I'm going to block those spawns so nothing gets scary. We can put all of our focus still towards the front end. Because LA are now trying to work their way back on in. You read the player on the repinch. If you are Neptune, you know you have those spawns guaranteed, but 04 might have timed that wrong.
May have, and I don't know if Vancouver have recognized the mistake that has been made. Abuza starting to sniff it out. Yep, and now they'll realize it. So Vancouver will hold on to the hard point, see if they can soak up as much time as humanly possible. Nice win there from Nasty. Gives them a chance to actually push forward with numbers to kind of correct their mistakes. Scrap out in the open is able to find 2. Abuza traded. And 04 will also drop. So now it's just down to, ooh, how about this? Nasty's actually going to spawn right on Abuza's right hip. And now Thieves are in a little bit of trouble as they get pinched out.
Yeah, the new hill instantly pops at the right time for Nasty to spawn right next to his teammates, and they make it count. A clean 4 dead. Abuza pushing out towards the back. At least sets up Neptune there for the trade. Now all your bases are covered. This is where 04 can start to be the aggressor and even draw the attention for the Thieves players. Look, they're not hitting the hill. We got to take care of it first.
Oh, but they do get Hydra around the back. He's able to find one inside the hard point. Abuza the last one standing, and he's just not in a position to finesse his life. Quick spawn for 04. He's trying to get around the back, but Scrap reads it perfectly. Nasty the next one up. His shoulder's been seen, and Scrap's good for 3 in a row before falling.
2-2 so far on the split. Abuza trying to find a different angle of approach from the front, but Ghosty with the switcheroo. Able to find that kill. Even though Vancouver are going to walk away with the majority of that junk time to close that one out. LA Thieves now in the driver's seat with the rotation from P3 to P4, but Nasty finding a double is going to make this not as clean as you wanted.
Now 04 comes around the backside as well. Envoy good read, shuts down the play from at least the extension. But Vancouver once again able to find themselves on into the time. These guys are so good at getting in the OBJ. Whether it's 15 seconds of scrap, a 50-50 hard point that stays mixy, doesn't seem to make much of a difference. 04 now trying to push through mid. Shut down. Nasty picking up in his spot, though, on 4 in a row. Pistols out. Not quite able to get the read as Hydra finds the kill, but 04 gets blessed. What kind of deity-sanctioned activities have the Surge done? Because the COD gods are smiling upon the Surge with some of these spawns.
Yeah, they're dying at the wrong times, man. Or getting too aggressive in certain situations, even with Hydra's knowing that my teammate spawned over towards gold, that is going to be pressed towards the back. He wasn't expecting 2. So it allows Vancouver to still put themselves in a position to soak up a lot of that P3 time. But only one player in a position to contest for the rotation. Nasty is going to drop. And LA Thieves now need this response to get back into this game.
Yeah, this is a picture-perfect setup right now. They've got a little bit of a bump on both extensions part of the map.
Scrap middle, trouble with Neptune. Hold on a second. Hydra kind of has to pick up the pieces here over through bottom art, and Nasty's already taken them down to essentially one bullet. Easy follow-up for Abuza. Now the hit, starting to develop from multiple points of ingress, but LA still spawned close. Ghosty with the big first, Scrap following up. Just down to can they take care of Abuza? And yes, they can. Woo! Perfect from the Thieves, and that's going to lead to the first 30 seconds going their way.
Yeah, it doesn't get any better than this. Even with players falling, you're filling the gaps properly. You still have these crossfires set up. It's going to be a tie game at the end of this P4 hard point unless Vancouver want to give it one last shot. Wallbang's not going to be able to connect, but Abuza the only one here to potentially take them off. You have the numbers to potentially trap them in towards the back end. That might be the play call right here if you're Surge. Push towards O. We have the spawns for new. Let's make sure we have uncontested time here at P1.
Yeah, if it's more than 5 seconds, Surge are likely going to try to hit it. This is what it feels like. The setup around P1 starts to foil just a touch, though. Nasty trying to get in for the time. Abuza gets stunned, pinched around the back. LA extending through the top hallways. 04 in trouble. He's just trying to survive as much as he possibly can. Gets a bit of a read on the up and over. Finds one. Does he get a read on the second? Oh, 04, absolutely. Still more in front of him as well as Neptune tries to clear out the hard point, but 04 drops, leaving Neptune by himself.
And out here, LA, you want to find these kills, but you also want to make sure you secure the spawns for that new hard point. Scrap was a big one-on-one versus Nasty. He loses that. You spawn all the way across the map. Now you have the numbers to reinforce your way back on in. So 20 seconds here at P1. Trays, though, better in favor of Surge. That's 3 for 1. Getting aggressive with the kills is even better. Now spawns flip. Vancouver have turned this game on its head.
Critical throughout. Again, one of those 50-50 hard points. Abuza now on 3 in a row, 17 and 12, set in tempo. Envoy not able to keep his momentum from the previous map, 5 in 15. Just cannot get any of these rotational wins. Ghosty caught a little off guard. Scrapped able to win the spawns though for the Thieves. Where does Vancouver pop up here? They will be spawning over towards the hallways. Nasty holding from the front, and he's done well. Does he get more than just the 2? Doesn't need to. Abuza's there for help. It's a 2v4 moment that Vancouver still hang on to time.
Yup, they're holding it from the front. You're trapping LA towards the back. Envoy tries to open up with the first kill on the backside. That allows his teammates now to funnel their way on in. You just got to take care of Nasty in the point. Everyone around him has already been taken care of. Small is now flipping LA. Now have an opportunity to trap them towards the backside for the final 20.
Yeah, before getting to work on rotation. Big win by Scrap. On the old time, though, again, Vancouver not going to give up on any of this Scrap. Are going to get another 12 seconds here. LA will hold the advantage as they rotate over to P3. Some space to work with, though, through the top side of the hallway. Look at 04 and Neptune. They're already pushed through. Hydra's going to be maybe a little bit overwhelmed here. He's the only player inside the hard point. Neptune is moving his way through. Mid just winning impossible gunfights. Envoy, though, for the Overwatch. Able to support with a little bit of damage, but Vancouver clear the point, and now they're working on Art.
Yeah, they already have a lot of space. If you are the Thieves players trapped in towards Art, got to make these kills count. Everyone that you don't fall, you're going to spawn all the way across the map, but Envoy strikes for the first. Now you just got to put someone in the objective, and thankfully Scrap responds with a double, but look what it does to the spawns. Thankfully the car bomb is able to take down 04, but it still doesn't matter. Vancouver now have Art.
Oh, nice shots from Nasty coming off spawn. Hydra pushing through P3, able to get over towards the vault stairs. LA looking good for the back 20 seconds here on the third hill, but Vancouver have themselves set up, ready to go for the fourth hard point. A rare moment of quiet. Haunts the halls of Art as 04 shut down by Hydra, but the follow-up is good. Vancouver are going to get the setup for 4 that they want.
Oh, Vancouver get all the time here. It's basically a GG on the map. You need to find a break. You need to find it quick. Ghosty opens up the first kill on the overextension. Envoy right through the front. You can take a little bit of space away from them, but you need to find your kills on the way on in.
They're going to be able to hit the front doors. Nasty caught with the nade out. 04 has to hang, and 04 finds 2. Not going to get the third. Neptune, the last one to spawn close. Pops the door. Knows he's got a Thieves member right around. He's not going to force the issue. This is something that Neptune would not have done a year or 2 ago. The pause, the discipline, maybe gives Vancouver a chance, but as everyone drops from the front, Neptune tries to force it and eventually falls. LA in a position to try to lock the back 20.
Oh, this is big time right here if you are LA. You make the second break attempt count. Just needs to try to wiggle your way on out now. So only going to be down by 10 points as we go to the third set of hard points. Hydra trying to work something on the pinch. Instantly going to get read by Nasty. 04 knows we still got them trapped towards that old HP. Yep. So now they are 100% going to have time uncontested here at P1.
Yeah, great awareness for Vancouver finding the exit kills, but look at the entryway here. LA just trying to force it in from the front again. Trades back and forth. Pinstripe kill feed. Ghosty, good shots. Does he get the 1v1 versus Neptune? Travis up and over. Damn, no, shut down. Neptune gets 2. Scrap quick off the respawn. No, doesn't double up, but Hydra's right there to follow through as we continue to go back and forth.
Yeah, trade. Another situation. This time Hydra's able to line up a double. That leads to 3 dead. And this is where you usually want to get aggressive with the kills, but they decided to not play those timings that potentially not going to go their way. Let's soak up time. Basically tie the game up and play for the second wave, and then we start to approach the back spawns for new. 2 kills go their way, but it's a 2-2 split, making a 3-2 split. Vancouver is still gonna hold.
LA still spawn over towards the P2 side of the map, though. This is a critical moment in this game. Just about 20 points that separate. LA trying to hold on to spawns while still battling for the hard point. Big 1v1 here. Neptune caught on the slide, and on the other side, Scrap finds 04, and all of a sudden LA can bump the hard point, spawn Vancouver on the other side of the map, and Hydra may be able to reduce the hit, but he gets caught at square. Now Vancouver setting up a pitch of their own.
Oh, Nasty was only able to line up 1, but now he knows that they have the numbers to attack through the front door, but Ghosty lines up a double. Last player to account for is going to be Neptune. The trophy at least good enough to keep Ghosty alive, but you know Neptune is never going to let go of that left stick. He's always going to go forward, only able to take down 1. The teammates are here, though.
Huge 1v1 from Hydra. Spawn is still good for Envoy, trying to reinforce. Vancouver from the front. Neptune, the first one shut down. Follow up from Abuza. Not going to be good enough. Scrap long range.
Shots.
Good shots on 04. 10 seconds of scrap time. Go to LA. Vancouver backing up over to Art.
You get that. Now, if you are LA, take your time. Try to find an opening kill. Abuza strikes for the first. You already have 04 whipping out the AR for this P3. So they can stabilize here and just not allow LA to win here. They want to control our force to that new hard point.
Clean feed for LA. Nasty Neptune. Got it. Hydra says not today, Neptune. Envoy trying to follow up as the space has been created. Stunned is Nasty. Trying to play off the chair. Woo! How about that from Nasty? But the follow-up is too quick as LA spawned close. Shots from Scrap at range are also going to soften up the setup for Vancouver. 218 plays 202, and it's a nearly clean feed again for LA.
Oh, and they're just setting so many layers right now to make it difficult for Vancouver. They know that they cannot win it at P3. So you're already going to send 2 players off the rotation. And this has to work now because Hydra on the other side finds 2. Everybody else is watching the overextension. LA Thieves have it locked down. They have the spawns for new. They can close out the game.
And they could do it with a breath. Hydra still saying no way. Scrap gets kill number 40 as he finally gets felled. 04, a big double. Wait a second. Dude's able to find one around the back. Vancouver, miraculously, with just really 2 players alive, break the setup of LA, and now they're in a position to essentially do the exact same thing to LA as Nasty pushes forward.
They can win here, man. They can win here, so you have to make a couple wave of kills. And this map 4 is going to be yours. Wow. Neptune lines up a double with the AR. Nasty spawns on in. Give me number 4. Clean 4 dead. 1 wave, and this map is yours.
Nasty holding down the angle. Neptune following up as he's found an AR to play with. 237. A late lead swap. Off the cross, Abuza shuts down more Thieves members. Nasty still staying safe by the trophy. 04 shuts it down inside the hard point. Last 5 seconds. The Thieves can't get out of pool. And Vancouver somehow, some way, sneak their way into P4 and steal away the map.
And we said it before the match started, Alan, that P3 to P4 chain was going to be the deciding factor. It was LA to dominate the first 2 go-arounds, but when Vancouver needed it, when they needed a final break attempt, they clutch up on some gunfights over at that old HP. 04 specifically is able to find 2. You already had Neptune put himself in a position to slip behind enemy lines, and they break it with 52 seconds remaining at P4, which allows them to win this map. You need to make sure you're set up in positions to try to retake because LA on their attacking side so far flawless.
Yeah.
They're going to slow this one down. Show a little bit of presence over towards B, gain info onto Neptune, and absolutely send it.
Love it. Damage tallied. Envoy pops the doors. Defensive Neptune still hanging around, but Envoy's able to collapse. Nasty looking for an angle. Can't see anything. Did he see any of these players cross? That's the critical information that they need, because Hydra's watching a close angle and Scrap's watching his back.
And you have Ghosty all the way out display. Just watching the deep pinch and the booster, knowing that there's no trophies to work with. Opens up with the frag and they just bombard their way into the site. Ghosty's not even close.
Stop it. That is immaculate. That is immaculate from Vancouver. I mean, picture perfect. The nade clears out the easiest spot you could possibly contest, but to do your diligence and just peek push the door and check from behind the bar, that little bit of information as Hydra pops up is everything.
Yeah, realistically in that round, if you are LA, you found the first blood, successful in the bomb plant, no one ready to contest you. You probably just want to put yourself in better positions instead of stacking in towards the site with no trophies, but some bad God timing right there from Hydra. Fortunately, you got to check both sides of the street there. And Vancouver in the man disadvantage, able to punch on up with ease.
That's unbelievable for a 3v4 post-plant retake. Now it's Vancouver's turn. Neptune. Yep. Gonna have a little bit of a square off on the other side with Hydra over through Ticket. And you know he wants to try to challenge this. Semtex goes through, backs away as Hydra gave him a workout. 04 also trying to extend over towards the owner's box. The bomb has not indicated what side Vancouver wants to hit yet.
Yep. He's just trying to open up a lane here for 04. That door being popped, though. Gonna force some stunts to be invested, and Envoy might predict the perfect corner.
Doesn't get his one, though. Scrap not in a position to immediately follow up. Tries to toss the close nade and is able to take advantage of a low health pull on the Neptune. Hydra chasing him down, but oh no! Ghosty's nade takes him out of commission, and now 04 is out of there. The bomb the whole time was never a part of this play, so it gets planted at A, and Thieves are like, wait, what?
Yeah, this is going to take a lot of time to try to break down their setup. Thankfully, Ghosty in a position to at least take down Nasty. And now 34 seconds. You know, most likely someone's going to be sitting towards the top side of this window. And I don't know if he heard that, but Ghosty finds that kill.
04, though, wins his one. Has both weapons to work with now. And he sees him off the top rope, but off through the door! Oh, mercy me! 04 gets a little bit of information through the top of the windows. Scrap falls, breaks the camera, but 04 still secures the snap and the 1v1 win.
And that was such a beautifully played round right there from Vancouver, man. It's as simple as that. You find the first blood onto Envoy. You instantly are putting all your SMGs and aggressive angles in towards that B site, but the entire time, the bomb's at A. Like, let's just get it down. We know all the action is going on the opposing end, and then even though Ghosty was able to instantly turn it into a 2v2, 04 just covering so much ground with his playmaking ability. He's able to find an ace on the round to go up 2-0.
4-0 start for 04. Stun lands onto Envoy, backside Ticket. Neptune gets to work in towards the interior of the booth. And then immediately backs away as they have not seen any action through mid. A rewrap to try to get the defense established behind the A point is currently what's underway for Surge, and LA is taking a lot of ground away from them.
And Envoy great position to potentially contest towards the back end, at least able to win the Trump fights is LA. Now in the 3v2, bomb gonna get planted. Vancouver are at least in a position to watch the exits.
Yeah, you've got Nasty trying to move first. Oh, and Hydra catches him, trying to check underneath the banister. Abuza through arches, clean for the first for what would have to be a 1v3. Has a little bit of space to get the regen. Nade's not going to land onto him. But the crossfire setup around this post plant is going to be so hard for him to break down. And it's the only play he really has to make. Try to clear out the middle of the map, but this is going to take too much time.
Yeah, it's going to take too much time, and especially if you don't find that first kill. As LA change it up right there with the pacing. Super aggressive over towards stage. Able to win the trade fights effectively to put them in the numbers advantage. Get the bomb down. Put Abuza in a 1v3. Just not enough time for him to work with to find both and secure the defuse.
Yeah.
LA put one on the board.
Great tempo from LA, taking away all of that space that was essentially voluntarily given to them and making good use of it. That opening exchange around the backside of the hot dog stand also tilts the way of the Thieves to allow that numbers advantage in a post plant. Great response. Can they find a way to do it on the defense as Vancouver looking with a little bit more intent this time as the bomb is making its way with Neptune kind of again up in towards Ticket. It's another little 1v1 battle. This time it's Envoy on the other side of the doors, though.
Right now, LA, they just take so much space away to basically shut down that rewrap play that they did in a previous attack. Having a lot of pressure over towards Hedge. But now everything gets a little quiet. You get a little bit nervous. Back up in your setup, and 04 catches Scrap.
Yeah, I was about to say Neptune has been allowed to stay alive inside a ticket. Hydra trying to re-clear it. Has also dropped now a 4v2. And you can take the time if you want to let Abuza hit a route. Instead, Neptune pops the glass, pops the door, and then allows 04 to just isolate onto Envoy. Last one up is Ghosty. No way, no how. Vancouver dominant through the middle of the map.
And this is just one of those maps where Vancouver can play it patient, play the mind games aspect, force LA Thieves to think that they're going one way, and then completely hit them with the adjustment. That's just the patience right there forces LA to think, okay, they're not coming here. Like, we have a lot of space over towards B. Let's start to back up a little bit. They might be attacking through that mid map because there was no one watching over that angle. But as soon as you make that decision to back on up, Vancouver right in your face to find those kills. A very, very clean round. Well adjustment. And that one to go up 3-1.
Yep. And you got to keep in mind, when we get back to the Vancouver offense, Neptune has continually wanted to play inside of Ticket, and now it's happening on defense with 04 as well. Very dictative is this strat for Vancouver as they will push around the back here, but it's being read. Scrap has seen one, but he has not, I think, gotten the read onto 04. This should be a free first blood, and it is. Trade, though, is good. That's an unbelievable follow-up from Envoy.
Yeah, it's a good read right there to Envoy because Neptune, your job is just to keep Scrap there so 04 can find that first blood. But the setup was perfect to find a trade. Now bomb goes down at a 3v3.
Yeah, this is Vancouver on both sides of the bomb, putting a lot of preference through mid and over to the B side of the map. And LA is finding a lot of success getting control of A and finding themselves a very stable post plan. Oh, nice shots from Abuza. Stun locks him into place. Neptune trying to push forward. Caught. Has to hit the gunfight, which Hydra wins. And now Abuza able to win his first. Now for the 1v1. 18 seconds. Hydra playing off the forklift. Does he catch him on that mini cross? Yeah, now he has. Shots are perfect at range. Hydra secures another 1v1 in LA. Take another free A site into the victory lane.
The fact that Envoy reads that play, like from 04 working his way all the way behind SPs to find that trade, that's basically what secures the round there because they isolated onto Scrap. They get that first blood to get on out, then you cannot work that A objective as fast as you did. But finding that trade, you spot Neptune cross back to his base. Instantly work the bomb plan, and then Envoy in the 3v3 gets aggressive up through the archway, finds that kill, and his teammate keeps him alive. Able to secure the round there as Hydra in the one-on-one. Down 3-2. Back to the defensive side they go, where they just need to get a read on it and basically hold their setups. Because every time they try to wrap back, Vancouver make them pay for it.
Yeah, aggressive nades, though, this time from LA, and they are pushing through all of that. Hydra has already taken away the entirety of the staircases, and now he's getting to work on the quick route behind B. Glass breaking. Nasty not able to lock him down. Hydra looking for more. Tags are good. And that will put an immediate pause to Vancouver. They know they have to deal with this play around the back before they can even try to commit anywhere.
And you basically have him trapped, so Hydra's going to put himself in the ideal situation.
Perfect.
Ideal position to potentially catch a couple for free because you need to clear out Hydra. And a good shoulder, good enough for the kill. That is unbelievable teamwork right there to Surge. 3v3.
But now Scrap's in position, or is he? 04 from across the map with the Jackal. Turns this now from a 3v4 to a 3v2 the other direction. Envoy stuck in a corner. He's down to 25 HP, able to get away for a moment, but tries to throw a nade, and now Ghosty's down and out. He can't go anywhere. That is unbelievable from Vancouver.
That is 2 3v4 clutches that are simply not supposed to happen. LA, you do everything right in the beginning. You take head control, you invest all those sacks to back them down and force them into the reposition with a first blood. But the fact that they know this round is not going to be possible unless we take care of Hydra on the pinch. They double shoulder towards the backside of the garage, take care of that kill, and then when Scrap tries to make up for it, everyone's still holding strong on their positions, on their angles, and they're able to locate him as well. You don't expect this level of teamwork out of a team that was only formed almost a month ago.
Yeah.
But they are just on point in that aspect.
But again, LA have been really good on their offense, especially over here towards A, because Vancouver are spending so many members resourcefully in the middle of the map. And look at, I mean, Hydra knows this. He's like, if you're not going to play anyone on the backside of A, I'm just going to run and take this space over. It's been a guarantee in every single offense so far for LA, and it looks like it very well may be once again.
Yep, numbers advantage again. Bomb going down at A again. Booza not able to spot anyone on the exit. You have information though onto Hydra. Is Booza just gonna hold his angle? One gonna walk right in front of him. Not able to find the kill though, and that's gonna be the round for LA.
It's too free, and LA are gonna keep hitting it.
Oh yeah,
flat out. I mean, it's been every single offense, just straight through onto A, quick plant. You're getting a post plant that scales as deep as arches in every single one of them as well. And I understand that Vancouver's trying to really enforce and dominate the middle of the map, but LA are saying that's fine. We'll just keep planting A if you're going to keep doing that.
That's exactly what it is. All right, you can take ticket, no problem. You're not breaking doors, or at least contesting over towards hedge. The only one that we have to worry for is a Booza, who likes to sit towards that top window, but when we backing down from that position, we already know that you're going to be playing real slow in the back of your spawn. So Thieves able to stop the bleeding. Very crucial round on the cards here. Down 3-4. Both teams are now just going to slow it down.
Yeah, this is the first time we'll see Vancouver really not invest much in towards the middle of the map. Instead, they're trying to see if they can catch LA pushing through the A side of the map again, and now they're going to get to work playing more orthodoxically over the top of hedges. A late nade though does connect onto Neptune, so awareness will be here for LA.
But no one budged yet. Same way they started this round instead of same way they are looking on the mini map. You know Vancouver love to go back and forth. Nasty strikes for the first blood though. This might force a rotation out of a couple players, at least change the setup on the side of the Thieves.
Yeah.
But look at what the bomb carrier is doing. He's going over towards B.
Yeah, they're going to use 04 as a pivot point. They'll know that if there is going to be some sort of an execute in towards B, it has to be into your normal defensive positions. This is not new where Envoy is playing. Nasty, nade up and over. Envoy's not tagged by that. Here come the rest of the surge. Ghosty able to support up top. Envoy now pops up. Has to be called upon, but Nasty finds the one with the timing. Ghosty, nice shot. Able to find himself a second. And how about that for Ghosty? Now it's down to the 1v2 for Neptune. Trying to chase up off the reload. That's going to get caught. 1v1. Hydra versus Neptune. No time to plant. Hydra will run away and stay alive just long enough. And you can see it. Neptune's right there like, darn it. That was right on top of him.
He almost had him, man. He almost had him. If you turn that clock from 7 seconds to about 9. Neptune is able to walk away with that W. I thought that round was going to get away from LA once Envoy gets that bad timing, but Ghosty was able to line up 3. In that round, single-handedly shuts down the push in towards the B site. Tie game.
Is there, oh, here we go. I was going to say, is there going to be an adjustment for Vancouver's defense to deal with A? And yes, there will be. They're going to get aggressive behind this. And oh, no, LA are recognizing it. They have not seen these nades yet on these A approaches. And they're saying, we're out of here. And they're immediately going to try to force it to Nasty's direction. A trophy down. Nasty finds his first. Scrap not able to lock him down on the angle. Nasty, I think, is still fresh. He puts himself into a corner. The quick defensive rotation back. Do they know that Scrap is in the site, though?
You know that Nasty's in the sight. Finally, they have the awareness that Scrap is in there. He's able to find one, but everyone else now falls. Ghosty left in a 1v3, makes it a 1v2.
Booza over the top. Clean shots. Wow. What an absolute heroic island play from Nasty.
Yep.
Because LA get the immediate read. They 2-2 split off the breakoff. They see nades for the first time ever thrown backside A stairs and say, just go B, just go B. Overwhelm whoever's there. They call it perfectly. Surge are hitting with 3 members up into hedges, but Nasty holds his ground, deals with one, stays alive long enough to get his trade. And Vancouver just primed and ready on that rotation, take the advantage again.
Yeah, that's just Nasty being nasty, man. He was also seen immediately when they heard all those nades getting invested over through that A site. He's able to finesse, get one, and then just force LA Thieves to hit the pause button. Now at game point is Vancouver. Slow and steady wins the race. You want to try to change setup on the side of Thieves.
RC is out. LA have put themselves largely into ticket for the first time defensively. Scrap is watching along. Cross Nasty in trouble, but keeps his life. Ghosty's also in a spot where he's just watching to see if there's going to be a late push. He's already in the RC, just kidding. But regardless, this is a lot of pressure on the B zone, especially as 04 can counter. That's exactly what's going on.
He's going to try to clear off this B side, but currently don't have anyone in towards Ticket. There's 2 players from the Thieves in that angle, and they both get taken care of. Now in the 4v2, Scraps 1 shot, 1v3.
Ghosty, he can line up a couple. Second shots aren't necessarily there. Over the top, though. Ghosty, can he get out? Can he reset? He's down to 2 HP. And how about the chase down? Vancouver counter out Ghosty's RC with one of their own. LA gets caught in the middle of the map trying to punish. And Vancouver take away map 5 and now have an edge in this grand finals.
But now backs against the wall on the Hacienda control. You got to do what you did earlier versus Carolina. And that's just get lost. Stabilize the map when you need to. Allow your SMGs to dictate the pace of the game. But you also got to be able to handle the playmaking ability of 04 and Neptune.
Yeah.
Because those guys just continue to surprise the world.
It's just one of those things. The thing that I feel is so important to note on for LA, there is no such thing on offense on any control map that is unwinnable. They find ways to get into the zone and make life a living hell. But they will be starting on the defense first, so it's on to Vancouver to set the tone and raise the bar to a level of expectation that may be able to kind of best this LA opening. And how about the break off? 3 for nothing. Hydra able to find one to keep the A zone safe, but who cares? Vancouver's got a 3-man stack on B.
Yeah, that's cool, Hydra. You could get that kill all the way at open with 3 stacking over towards B. The 2 segments are going to be guaranteed. We have a lot of map control to go with it, but they decide not to stack. That gives a good opportunity for Thieves to just fly on in, control majority of top flat, go 3 for 1 in the trades. And now, Nasty, your job is to just make their lives off the respawn a living hell.
Yep, LA flying and frying. Nasty takes position behind the desk at office, trying to find Scrap, and eventually tallies him. Okay, shots are good. Now he can keep the clock at a pause, 48 seconds, but he needs help because here's Envoy once again doing what he does best in control, manipulating spawns and finding players off of it, or is he? Neptune finds the quick 1v1. 04 off 2 in a row, leaves Hydra as the last one standing as Nasty secures the second take.
Yeah, we got to get over towards B because this should already be guaranteed. You take care of Hydra, you know everybody else is coming off the respawn. Now Neptune trying to set up a pinch from top plant, does not find any success, and Envoy makes him pay for it as he's able to line up a double. 3rd segment does not get locked. Now you only got 40 seconds to work the OE.
LA is just so damn clutch. Right with a whisker left, they get back on contest, and now it's fully depleted again. 30 seconds on the clock. Small life lead for Vancouver. Hydra, able to find the snap. Ghosty there to secure the trade, but off spawn, 04 is able to get to 10 and now retrack back in towards fences onto the B zone through the wall. Ghosty finding a lot of damage. Can the nades come through in time to get him off the point? Hydra there for the contest, up and around. Neptune able to help. Neptune for 2. Neptune looking for 3, but Scrap and Envoy clear the zone again. Last attempt as Nasty and Abuza are working together. 1v1 to possibly get the zone for Nasty, but LA is going to wait for help. Nasty back down, and he will be dealt with. 17 seconds.
Gotta go. If you are Surge, you gotta try to pause the game clock. Obviously, you don't want to do it at A, and Thieves are finding every single kill in the feed. Last player farthest pushed up is Abuza. He gets taken care of and would look to be a great start to this round here for Vancouver with a second left. You gotta hop the point. Yeah, you stand no chance. Not stacking that B point gave Thieves opportunities to still contest it, and they only allowed 2 segments to get away from them.
They're so quick to get into position to retake or at least contest the zone. 2 different times that 3rd tick of progress was a moment away from being secured. But it doesn't happen. It's the same thing we saw in Vault. And now all of a sudden you tilt it to the offensive side where LA continue to find ways to be heroes. We saw it earlier in their first matchup today. We saw it earlier in this matchup on Vault. Will it continue as they jump into their first offense here in Hacienda?
Thankfully, they're the team on the second offense because they have trophies just to make it a little bit easier to approach this B point. Drew early on are fighting for that top seat control, but you can see Vancouver have every single player ready for this B push.
Yep, they sure do.
04 gets control. Top Halls also helps out on the point. Hydra able to find the trade, but it comes at the cost of most of this offensive hit. Slips right underneath the patio stairs, and then from behind catches Abuza mid-nade and almost follows up onto another. Nasty and Neptune getting to work on the contest, and a long slide from Neptune takes Ghosty off the point. First tick not secured.
And that was 3 dead. Now you know all of the Thief players are already going to be out there base. Already showing presence towards top office with them finding an opening double. Now if you are 04, just make sure we value our life here. Try to catch some timing. Unfortunately, timing doesn't go his way. Ghosty gets the better of him. Now Thieves have a lot of map control to pulse the game clock.
Neptune able to get some control back though, with a win up top at office. As he jumps the window though, he falls into the waiting arms of Scrap. Ooh, Nasty almost breaks the ankles of Scrap. But 1 tick done, a second nearly fully completed. Abuza up and over, able to keep his life, and now he's gotten a read off spawn, and Abuza lines him up and knocks him down. 22 plays 17, 36 seconds on the clock for LA to work for.
And Abuza's just going to create a layer. Even though he dies, he knows that they're still trapped in the base. That clock is still ticking on down. Thieves, though, give themselves another opportunity. They find a 3-for-2 trade. Just got to eliminate Nasty, who's still in your spawn. Big gunfight win versus Envoy. Don't know if they're going to be able to touch that B point, but that one-on-one allows Scrap to get out.
Yep, 04 is in position, but Scrap wins that 1v1 as well. Backtracking, he finds his way onto the B point to stop the clock at 8.9. Nasty through connector. Trying to get here. He's going to try to stop the reinforcements. You already mentioned the tick of progress is locked. Abuza gets back into the zone. Waits patiently to line up the kill, but now all of a sudden the pressure's over towards A. This is what LA does. They keep you on your toes constantly. Win from Hydra allows now all of a sudden
Wait a minute.
to have to try to play forward. 4.4 on the clock. 04. Does he go for this? He's going to try to, but there's a 3-man stack, and LA is going to come out the better for it. An extra 60's added. 8 plays 12 though.
And they already have Envoy contesting from top plat. Can he get anything done? He at least sets up his teammate and Ghosty with the comms onto Nasty. The double stack is good. Scrap finds a gunfight through the middle of the map. Second segment locked. You gotta go if you're Vancouver.
And 04's been red. Stun comes through, trying to push the issue. Envoy not able to match him, but it's just 04. And they're not gonna get there. How do they keep doing this? I don't know. I cannot fathom. Down to minimal seconds. Lost on lives, doesn't make a difference. LA continue to find ways to get on the OBJ and win out these offensive rounds.
It's just unreal how much objective focus they have in control. They're thinking they're most likely going to put themselves in position to always play kills, but putting that game clock at a pause. You have Scrap initially started off with a 2-piece at B. You force some of that defensive setup from Surge to obviously contest him on that end. But once he falls, you know those close spawns are coming in for Thieves over towards Rock. You play all the exit kills. You just value your life in the crucial moments. Secure the attack around all 6 segments as well. Currently up by 4, but that might not matter.
It might not. 3-1 split for the breakoff here for Vancouver. Again, a lot of focus up towards that top hallway. And with Neptune finding the first, Nasty can get on the point. SMG in hand with the trophy system. Shots from the top side at patio. Neptune for the first. Slides over and would have found the second, but a straight aid from Scrap takes Ghosty out of the picture before he can do so. Now the battle towards 10. Hydra for the first. Slips away. Abuza trying to chase him down. Hydra has finessed, and Hydra will create enough time for trades to come through, and that stops the offense for now, but 04 once again back on the high ground and jumps into the B zone.
And right back on the B point. Second segment still halfway done. Just need your teammates to eventually get into the play. Now you have a double stack. Second segment guaranteed. You have Abuza trying to set up a pinch towards top plat while his teammates are winning gunfight on the point, but he is going to get taken down by Hydra. Envoy flies on in. 3 dead. They just always have a moment.
It's never chalked, ever, with this LA team in control. Another nice double, though, from Nasty. But the clock continues to tick until finally Nasty makes his way over towards the B zone. Envoy trying to cut off the reinforcements from the archway. Has a read up and over the wall. And the follow-up from Hydra again stops the third tick. They can't keep getting away with this. It's unbelievable how quick they are to pounce on the zone.
And now there's only 40 seconds left. If you are Vancouver, you need to make this push count. We need to get some segments. We need to try to extend the game clock. So you hop on towards A. You know where the pressure's coming in. Envoy opens up with the first. You got Hydra on the pinch, knowing that someone's going to touch it. Give me 5 in a row. Now let me play some spawners. Only 35 seconds to go.
Do you think some frustration starting to set in a little bit for Vancouver?
Hell
it's like,
yeah.
Can we just complete one of these goddamn zones? This is not happening. Nasty, another double up top. But still, you've got players for the Thieves to stop them from getting on.
Oh, man.
Point for 3 in a row. It's absolute perfection. Unbelievable. 12 seconds. Last attempt for Vancouver.
Gotta go. Gotta get over towards B. You gotta find an opening kill. Abuza is only able to find one. Don't know if they're gonna have enough time to even touch the B point, but now the numbers are not on your side.
Sheesh. It's fun to watch, friends. I mean, legitimately. I mean, that's just got to be so frustrating for Vancouver. You're right there so many times. It happened on Vault. You had 2 different 5v2s. Didn't win them there. You're slivers away from completing the B zone a multitude of times. Never happens. You've got 4v2s. Doesn't matter. It's unbelievable. This may be the best control we may have ever seen in the CDL right now. We're still young into the season comparatively to how far we still have to go. This LA team is looking disgusting. Hydra goes 21 and 12, 16 non-traded.
Look at the difference right there in the scoreboard, Alan. All the way to the right. You see that defensive kills column? Yeah, you got Hydra with 15. You got Envoy with 17. The SMGs on the other side, 6 and 7. That means that they never found themselves in situations to where we can play spawners with how effective Thieves are in their trade scenarios. Every single time you're thinking, all right, we got 2. We should be straight. We should stack this point. But you don't read the flanks and so many different routes that Hydra and Envoy were able to hit. Even Ghosty had a couple moments where he was able to hit those deep routes to find a couple of clutch kills, but LA Thieves are the best team in control for a reason. They have a flawless 6-0 round count in this best of 7. And there's no better way for this series to end, man, than a Game 7 absolute bang out on Skyline S&D. But you got to make sure you're making those decisions pretty quickly because the adjustments always come in for the side of Vancouver. Enough from us, though, Alan. Let's get into this Game 7, baby. Let's get it going.
Again, it's a David versus Goliath type of story. Vancouver, very much so, discounted until the pickup of Neptune. They were written off as just being in a honeymoon period, but that conversation has swiftly come to an end. They've taken down Atlanta twice. The next in line would have to be LA. Can they find a way to do it? Or will the super team prevail, find themselves a minor championship win, as it will be Vancouver on offense first, already controlling Kitchen as LA are working for the bedroom side of the map.
Oh, and Neptune, he knew that they were getting aggressive through that middle map area. Strikes for the first blood. Envoy responds with 2. Abuza evens up the numbers. 2v2, a minute to work with. We have flipped the map.
Clean shots from Ghosty. Does he know that there's going to be a quick wrap around the back? Sure does, but Nasty still wins the gunfight. And now you know that Envoy is coming from the other side of the map, and he will be found out. A brilliant scale through the A site, trying to play over towards that back patio. Vancouver catch Envoy out, and even though he finds 2, he just can't get back to the play.
Yeah, and I love the play call right there from Vancouver. Okay, there's no stuns, there's no nades over towards bar, there's no one showing presence at A. So they're most likely already working behind us. So they take their time. Everyone's guns up. No one's sticking the bomb plant. And then once that first line of contact goes down with Neptune realizing, okay, there's 2 players over towards bedroom. We find the trades. We get pushed out on the opposite side towards White Plat. And then there's the timing good enough there for Nasty to win the one-on-one. Secures the round there for Surge.
Quick play from the front side of pool here for LA. Gaining entry over towards A. Elected to allow this to happen, though, as Vancouver have voluntarily given this away. They're going to try to play for retake. And look at this setup. You've got Abuza and Nasty playing deep. Both SMGs on top of one another. A little bounce nade goes into Hydra to try to clear out Jim, but they back off of it, and now you've got to go if you're Vancouver.
So got a lot of time to work with, though. And all your attacks in your back pocket. Envoy gains info on at least 1 player deep. One also gets hit by a nade to the front side, but Envoy strikes for the first.
Ghosty up and over, sees the shadow. Envoy able to follow up on the information. Abuza stuck down the middle of the map, and he's got nowhere to go. LA hold the post plant solidly, and again, just being able to get Hydra into Jim first, followed up by Ghosty playing over the top, felt like everything to win middle of the map.
Vancouver played it real safe on their defense. Don't want to make mistakes, especially in a Game 7. but Thieves just using what's given to them. Realize there's no pressure over towards A. Not a single tack gets invested. And we already put Hydra in a position to watch that mid-map area. Let's just get the bomb down, play our post spans. And it works out to perfection to tie the game.
Brilliant round from the Thieves. Vancouver, Abuza already getting a little bit of information on the defense as it has scaled quickly in towards the A side. Envoy already getting over towards Bar, and Vancouver will respect that. Feeling things out over towards the bedroom side of the map, trying to see if they can maybe take a high ground battle from the staircase, but none are being offered. Does that nade land or check onto Hydra? Yeah, it did. He did get stuck by that stun. A follow-up will come through. He'll be hit by that again, and Vancouver are going to say, well, let's just rotate away from it.
You could already see what it does. At least Ghosty on your mini-map. 04 just flies on in with the Omni movement for the first blood. Ghosty there for the response. Now these players all around you.
Yep, Thieves will be revealed on this long pinch. Vancouver will clear things up from the front. They've lost their bomb carrier. Scrap, nice shots, but can't finish it off for the kill. And he's going to re-wrap back through vent. Bomb has been collected. 04 get into work immediately on the planet A.
Scrap in a 1v2. Gonna put himself in towards the B site. Yeah, be real quiet when you open up these doors. They're right in front of him.
Oh, and right behind him, he's going to find the first. Free. Now it's just down to the 1v1 with Nasty. Nasty just trying to hold the angle. Scrap up and over again. Doesn't give away any information. 28 seconds on the clock. Nasty on the re-wrap. Does he get the information? Sure does. And no conflict there. Nasty shuts down the potential for the clutch. And we keep it all offense thus far.
And that's another beautifully played round right there out of the Surge. They realize, okay, this early presence over towards this A site, so let's slow it down. Gain the info on the rest of the players. They invest not one, but 2 stuns onto Hydra before they fully commit their way in towards that A site. Because then at that point, all 4 players, the maximum there could be is 3. We have the numbers. You fly on in, you find the first blood. Even though Ghosty was able to be effective on the trade, you just break down their setup and force the repositionings. It allows Vancouver and Nasty to catch the timing in a one-on-one to take the advantage.
Battle this time again over towards A. Trophy system for Abuza to play safely over towards the patio chairs. A little bit of a repinch coming over through the middle of the map. Envoy had stuck though for the plant, so they lose first blood. Neptune getting traded out. Ghosty stays alive if only just barely, but 04 chases him down. 3v2.
Hydra has to make up for it. Hydra fortunately is going to get spotted. Gotta hit the repositioning
Good
now.
first.
Envoy finds the first. 04 effective on the trade. Hydra 1v2. Too many players though on the side of Vancouver still alive. And that is just a complete difference right there on that defensive round. Last time they double stacked through top hallway, played it patient, allowed that bomb down to go for free. But this time Neptune and 04 dropped away through bottom mid. Find that first split, even though the bomb gets planted. Just them staying aggressive allows them to find the first blood, find a trade on the Ghosty towards the back end, and keep the numbers in their favor. Vancouver pulling away now.
And Abuza just never lets go of that right side towards the windows around kitchen, just kind of walks through his irons to make sure that LA could not rotate back out, helps those SMGs really commit on that hit through mid, both initially and then again on the retake. 3-1, advantage to Vancouver. Opportunity where Hydra and Envoy are going to play quickly over and up. Ghosty tagged. Nasty backing away. Top bedroom control here for LA. But the bomb gets planted over at A, and Vancouver will just back off and see if they can catch LA trying to rotate through, and they very well may.
And this is where they just got to stall out time. Find a couple kills. Force LA Thieves to put a lot of focus on you to open up this pinch for 04.
It's a big initial win, though. 04 is not going to hit the pinch. He's going to come back over and find Envoy. Same breath, though. Ghosty will also find Neptune. Back now over towards the A site. Pressure as Scrap has re-cleared out the site itself. 04's seen him and just backs away. He's trying to play the clock. It's going to have to be a 1v2. Scrap knows he's over here. The grass was broken, and Scrap will find him on the corner. What a play initially opened up by Envoy. Vancouver was trying to set up the passive post plant, but it does not work.
That's what it comes down to. Abuza, unfortunately, was only able to take down one on that pinch, but there were multiple players from the Thieves trying to locate where he was. And I thought all 4 played it beautiful. Like, you even hit the glass for Scrap to turn around, but if Abuza would have been able to at least put himself back into the play and get past the line of sights there from Ghosty, they're able to successfully walk away with that round. But the first blood in favor of Envoy puts them in a man advantage. You get the read, you isolate onto the rest. And then Scrap just realized, okay, 04, you were here? Yeah, you're definitely still in this corner. 3-2 now.
2-2 split off here for LA on this offensive end. Vancouver going quickly with all 4 members to try to contest over towards A, including a deep Semtex. But look at the space that Hydra's already taken. No contact, though, for Vancouver. Has them tracking back to at least hold the line behind Piano. But Hydra has seen one on the cross. Like a little bit of damage is in. 04 trying to slide away. Has kept his life for now. But the follow-up from Envoy is perfect for the first 2. Nasty for 1, but he only gets 1. And it would have to be a 1v3 ace.
Wait a minute, is he hacking? Like, gets the info on at least the first player, not able to find the kill though. Would have gave himself a better chance here, clutching up in this round. But now we're holding head glitches, now we're setting up crossfires. LA Thieves able to tie the game up. And I think that was due to what Hydra was able to get done. You sneak your way in towards bottom gym. They don't watch you cross when they're aggressive over towards bar. So just putting out shots, even though he doesn't find the kill, sets up Envoy for a free double. And you instantly get the objective down. And you tie the game up.
Massive bounce back in the last 2 for LA. These search and destroys have been tense every single round. The chess game continues to develop in multiple dimensions. Hydra Envoy again, holding hands at A once more. Make a play through the middle of the map. Scrap up top, trying to allow them to do this. Nasty trying to back away. He's being chased though, and Envoy will find his 4th straight elimination. Hydra, oh, second, unbelievable. And all of a sudden, it's just down to a boozer for what would have to be a 1v4.
Yeah, but this time, any Thieves players are not going to give him that one-on-one isolation gunfight. Gonna have 50 seconds to work with. Hydra overextends a little bit. Down to 1v2, a better chance for Abuza.
And he's found himself a jackal to work with, has scrap in his sights, but falls back off the gunfight. Ghosty will track over to at least double up with scrap. A chance for Abuza to possibly collect the bomb. Timing would be everything here. Scrap is currently watching the cross from Hot Tub. But I think Abuza gets across. Yeah, he sure does. Just comes down to can he collect the bomb? See Scrap, a couple of shots are in. Abuza's going to stick for the plan. He's going to get a chance to reset this to a 1v2.
Essentially going to get on out. Nothing is going to connect onto him.
Here we go.
Thieves have no idea where he went.
Tags are open, but no. Ghosty re-slides, re-chows, finds the quick kill. And now it's an advantage to the Thieves with 3 in a row.
It's a big round right there. Vancouver need to make some adjustments, man. That's 3 times or 4 times where Thieves just take the map that they're giving. They're realizing not a single player from Vancouver are contesting through top hallway, so they consistently are sending their SMGs through their angles. And if they are finding early success, that is shutting down all of the game plan on the side of Surge. Envoy again strikes for the first blood, but Hydra drops down through the middle to find a double. Sets up Abuza in a 1v4. Turns it into a 1v2, but stands no chance. Thieves, advantage.
Nades over the top here for Thieves, looking to go quickly over towards A. Oh, and they see Abuza backing away. What are they going to do with that information? They're going to go for the plant and then track backwards. They know if Abuza's playing by himself deep, there's likely a pinch on the way. So they're set up to try to deal with this. But 04 is going to cuff this back through mid. Tag down to 1 bullet. Stays alive, if only just barely. Neptune trying to cover him. What a save from Neptune. Now they got to scale forward, pushing out. They get Envoy. Scrap is pushed off his angle. Ghosty watching the mid.
Wait a minute.
Hydra's able to find a kill. And a follow-up from Hydra. It's just down to Nasty. Able to find one. 17 seconds. Ghosty trying to watch for the cross. Oh! Ghosty gets the perfect greed. And LA take a massive advantage here in map 7.
That is 4 rounds in a row, but the last one is the best. A 2v4 clutch there out of Ghosty and Hydra. Both players were on the complete opposite sides of the map. It was all on the individual gunny. Ghosty responds with the first 3v2. Hydra with the perfect angle 2v2, but then Hydra striking for 2. Turns it into a one-on-one, and Nasty just doesn't have a lot of time to work with. You know you got to find him and secure the defuse, but Ghosty in a perfect position to put his team at game point.
And they have got 2 RCs if they want to play with it. And here we go again. This time, Nasty gets the read. That's the adjustment that you wanted to see, Jay. First blood tallied. LA not going to get away with that high ground shenanigans again. But Neptune, he's going to try to play forward into the elevator shaft, and Envoy makes it an immediate 3v3.
Yeah, that's just not necessary right there out of Mr. Neptune. Now you give them an opportunity to catch the timing on the site. 3v1, all left up to Nasty.
Can he find anything for free? Shots over the top, not gonna happen. Scrap for the win. And the super team built to win championships finally secures it here in Minor 2.
My guy Nate Shaw was holding on for dear life in his seat. Another Game 7 on the skyline. We watch his team at Major 1 fall short in around 11. You put some practice in on the back end. You start taking